Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to race number 2 of the big Endurance Saturday here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Have the iRacing Petit Le Mans race happening right now, and alongside this, we will be having the 8th round of the VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. See you in a few moments.
When I sat in the car, you always wonder, what's it going to feel like? It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for our first time in a car. I was really surprised by it. You're sitting low, you got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshields at steep angles, you can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
Welcome back here to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live as pre-race coverage begins now of your VLN Endurance Championship, the penultimate round here, and it's been an interesting crew today. Myself, Randy Chenett, bringing you all the action along with Connery Maddock, Gary Weaver, and Nolan Scott. Connery, I'm going to come to you first. Busy day for RaceSpot.
A very, very busy day indeed, and well, there's a couple of broadcasters over at Petit Le Mans that are doing this for 10 hours straight, so massive props to them, and well, we may be making our way over once this is done as well, but again, very, very busy weekend for us, and very, very busy out there on track right now as well.
And a couple of interesting names you may not have heard much on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live in the past. Of course, you have Mr. Nolan Scott, who joined us for the Sim Racing Expo, and Nolan, you just seem to like to only commentate the Nürburgring.
Well, apparently that's my calling. I guess I should do some more oval racing since that's all I really do in the service, but I haven't had the opportunity yet, but it's a blast to commentate these road course races, and you can't get any better than the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring, so let's bring it on, man. It should be a good race. It's a heck of a track, and it always puts on a good show, always.
So, as you take a look, that's the team that's bringing you all the action today. And before I get to go to Mr. Weaver, well, I'll come to Mr. Weaver right now. Starting grid, Gary, ERT VLN on pole. Team ERT, they made that brand name change last year, and they've been mighty strong in the past 8 or so months on iRacing. Very strong in the Blancpain GT Championship, and they seem keen to carry a bunch of that momentum here today.
Most definitely. They want to carry that pretty much as to every road course event that they can get to by the looks of this. So it's going to be interesting to see what ERT can do today.
So with that, we're going to go down your starting grid. 43 cars across your GT3 and Porsche and MX-5 championship. But let's go down the starting grid as everyone takes the grid here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. So you see out there in front, Mercedes continues dominating with Elliott Biddle and ERT VLN. Vendaval and Robin Sukvitz, they're strong as well as GTRO's SST Orange with Alex Rana, as well as Team Pinkensveld with Marcel Tai will roll off from the second row. Evolution Racing Team again in P5 with Motorsport for All AMG in 6th. 7th and 8th have MSP Phoenix and Playing Ducks, with Hawk Sim Racing and Piranha Sim Racing 9th and 10th. Overdrive and Berlin Simsport are 11th and 12th, and you'll take a look at the rest of your GT3 field on your screen. Going down to the Porsches, we have Real Championship taking the pole there with Pure Racing Team starting off in 2nd and 3rd. Evolution Racing Team and Playing Ducks round out the top 5 there. The rest of your Porsche category coming across your screen now. Then the MX-5. Team RSO, 399 Twin Turbo with Alex Zerny, as well as Team Lars starting on the outside of that front row. The rest of your MX-5 field will be coming across on your screens now. 43 cars, what we're going to have going around the Nürburgring today. 43 cars, 3 different classes, and we're about to kick it off as the GT3 field rolls their way through the final corner. And ERT VLN gets on the loud pedal, and for 4 hours through 100 plus corners of the big Nordschleife circuit, we are green. You see Team GTROs really getting harassed early here from the Audi behind as they go roaring down into the first corner, practically 3 wide for P number 2 through turn number 1. Very tight section of the racetrack here, as we always see as they work themselves through the Mercedes arena. We have an incident in the background already. That's the number 50 Team F1R, and they're going to get a little bit of a stack up in the Porsches because of this. Gary is, well, not an ideal start for Alexandre Trudeau and Team F1R there.
Not an ideal start for them at all, but the thing is, because of the length of this race, it's 4 hours, they have a little bit of time to recover, but getting off on the wrong foot is definitely not what they wanted. Meanwhile, still in your GT3 field, there's a huge gaggle of cars at the back here. Team 99, Team Vikings Berserkers getting themselves involved in these early battles, as well as the field are all still stacked up, but mostly single file. Looking back towards your Porsches, though, they're getting themselves single file finally after a little bit of a foray coming down in towards turn number 1, and having a look at the Mazdas now. Actually, it's going to be a look at the race lead here by Team Lars, from the number 1 machine, but he's not going to have an opportunity coming down in towards the double right-hander here. It seems like most of your classes, most of your cars have gotten away cleanly, with the exception of that GT3 spin.
And that's what we're used to seeing. Of course, watching these MX-5s, they swing through onto the back straight of the GP circuit. One thing we need to keep an eye on in these MX-5s is at the end of the first lap, the field is always stacked up, and down that Dongerho straightaway, it basically just turns into a wind tunnel. You're already having drivers fighting for your race lead. That's Team RSO Twin Turbo and Team Lars Bowl as they work themselves down into the chicane. Not going to quite get the job done just yet. So I think that's good work there, Nolan, by that number 1 machine to harass the mirrors a little bit of that number 399 MX-5, but overall not be too aggressive trying to get that spot. And after all, he's sandwiched by Team RSO 1st, 3rd, and 4th right now.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. He's sandwiched here. He's got an RSO car in 3rd and 4th position. In his situation, I would try to be aggressive here, take the lead. I don't like being sandwiched between teams too often. So, we'll see how aggressive he takes. He's obviously pretty calm. He wants to pull away from the group behind just a little bit, I think, before he makes an attack. But he had a couple opportunities there. It looks like he wants to play ball, play nice in this in the opening laps. But being sandwiched like that, I think it's time to put on the loud pedal and go as early as possible, if at all possible.
Looking back out front, and ERT VLN has stretched a gap here over Team GTROs as well as Vendaval Sim Racing. We do have a trio of Audis, and that's a talking point that we're going to have to go over today, fellas, because there have been some BOP adjustments, and I'm going to actually come back to you, Nolan, on this, but we saw, up until a few weeks ago, it was all about the Mercedes and pretty much everything. They reverted a lot of the BOP changes they made to that Audi, and because of that, we see a handful of teams flocking back to it, notably right now, Team GTROs, Team Vendaval, as well as, I can't see who that other team is, that's Evolution Racing Team, actually, VLN. So 3 cars, 3 Audis that we're not used to seeing, and we're seeing them up at the front right now, which is normally not where we used to see them. Normally there'd be just a pure racing team. Occasionally we get one of them racing an Audi, but that would be it. The rest would be Mercs. Good to see 3 already running strong, running up near the front.
Yeah, I can't speculate too much on the adjustments, but yeah,
we're
talking.
Sorry, we got a car off in the wall. This is number 35, Marcel Tai. This is a team that's been so strong this season. We're going to get a replay of this up on your screen right now. We're going to ride on board with Marcel Tai and what maybe happened here in this tricky section of the racetrack. You see as he comes down the hill behind that ERT VLN Audi right there and through this downhill right-hander. And I think it happens after the left-hand kink here, this tight little chicane section through. And he just gets over the undulation in the road. And that basically just kicks that car sideways. Nothing, Gary, that Marcel Ty could do about that.
No, that's a really, really fast section of that track and just so small of about 2 corners there. So, of course, that's really unfortunate for him. Hopefully they can get some sort of recovery from that, and they settled right now by the looks of it, just not where they want to be right now.
So we just saw your race leader as well have a slight little excursion exiting Bergwerk, but overall got it back underneath them, and the car runs strong, but he would have hemorrhaged a little bit of time to that Team GTRO's Audi behind him. And Connery's been an exciting first lap, mostly coming from your GT3 field, but I think overall in the other classes, fairly clean through first time.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really what we've come to expect for this series as actually that's going to be a GT3 car, Team F1R, number 50 machine, making his way through onto that traffic. That was one of the cars that was involved in that, first lap, first corner incident in your GT3 field, just making their way back through the traffic right now. But meanwhile, as battle for what is going to be P number 3 in terms of the Porsches here, it's going to be your Evolution Racing team versus the Pure Racing Team 200 car, and I'm also seeing a couple of swaps for position involving the number 2 car of Piranha Sim Racing and the 119 of Hawk Sim Racing Purple as well.
So we're riding on board with Blake Neck of Evolution Racing Team as he tries to chase down that Pure Racing Team Porsche just in front of them. You see they just exited the carousel, and now they're heading up towards Postern 147, post 147. You freshen up on your German, but you see 4-car train here of Porsches early on as they come now. What I've always considered the back 9, Nolan, of this racetrack, and you figure you spend almost the first half of the lap climbing. You get to the carousel, you climb a little bit higher, and it's pretty much downhill all the way from here to the back straight.
It's downhill and it's more technical section of the track.
Oh, huge wreck in your GT3s. This is going to be involving the number 111 car, Overdrive Performance. This is in and around the Whipperhan area here, heading side by side over what is a very, very tight section going through here. This was with the Playing Ducks Racing number 69 machine as well, and it was an absolutely huge train of GT3 cars that all had to slam on the anchors to try and avoid any incident. Luckily, no one else got involved in that, what was going to be a 2-car incident.
So replays coming up on your screen right now, and you're absolutely right. Just a bit of a bobble from the 2 cars leading that train, and the third in line pretty much had nowhere to go and got the last piece of that. So unfortunate there, but I think luckily we should have relatively light contact even with that incident, so I don't think we're going to see any races ended because of that. Nolan, every time we try to talk to you, a car wrecks. Why is that?
I'm getting the feeling you don't want to talk to me. I mean, what's the deal? Maybe I'm cursing everybody. I don't know. But, yeah, I think you're right. Not a lot of damage on that car, so hopefully you can get back on track. But pretty devastating early on to take a big hit like that. It's a bit of a morale killer. But, you know, you stay down. It's a long race. You can come back, especially at a track like this. I think you're going to see quite a few off tracks today, and you're going to see quite a few incidents. You know, single car incidents, but you know, he's just got to get back out there and keep his head down at this point. There's not a whole lot he can do about it now. A bit unfortunate. I think he put on a good move to try to get that line. I don't really know what he was going to do on the outside of the next corner, but just got pushed out a little bit there. Thought he had it saved, and pretty much just got hit in the rear. So pretty much just a racing incident overall.
So end of your first lap coming up here, and Elliot Biddle into that ERT VLN machine will lead the way after the first set, or after the first lap around this place. You then see Team GTRO's SST Orange take up P number 2, and then just behind, I believe that is, yes it is, the Team Vendaval Audi being P's number 1, 2, and 3 here at the end of lap number 1. That said, still fighting happening in amongst the other classes. Porsches, they're coming to the end of the back straight right now as well. And you see right here, you see that leading Porsche of Team Championship. Actually, I take that back. That's Pure. Who is leading? No, it's Pure right now. Who's leading here? They come across the stripe. Number 200 machine, or no, excuse me, 299 machine is lead across the way. But the fight right now is on, Gary, for P number 2 as Pure Racing Team wants to get that job done on that 259 Real Championship car in a corner number 1, but not quite able to do it. Very, very deep on the brakes, though, went Patrick Pichler.
You know, near contact, but they managed to keep it off each other. That's a really, really, in a way, it's a good passing zone, but sometimes you just don't want to push it way too early, as you can see. Pure Racing's just pretty much all over the back bumper Real Championship, so we'll see if that's going to heat up in just a little bit.
So MX-5's hitting the long Darkengerho straightaway here, as trying to find a camera angle that actually works from here. But down this long Darkengerho straight, Connery, this is a part of the racetrack we've been waiting for with these little four bangers, because they only get up to about 150, 160 miles an hour, which sound actually not even quite that, probably closer to 130, 140, which sounds like a lot, but down this long straightaway, it is not, and you spend a long time, and because of that, the wind tunnel effect gets activated. Slipstreaming already coming into play here, as you see 2 wide for your race lead. 3 RSO cars hounding the back of that green and black machine down this back straightaway, Connery. Who's going to get the advantage as they go up into the final set of corners?
It looks like the Team RSO 399 guys just going to hold position now over Team Lars Boll, as Lars Boll is going to be stuck again between 2 Team RSO cars. And meanwhile, there's also 3 wide happening down the Darkengerho straight between the MX-5s in the midfield as well. That was involving the 40, the 28, and the 37 Sloth Racing, Pit Stops, RO Racing, and Berlin Simsport, as the Mazda field comes across the line to complete their first lap. But here comes another challenge for the lead for Lars Boll Lars Boll here coming down into turn number 1, and he will actually gain this position. This is how crucial that the draft is in these MX-5s. Is actually he pushes very, very wide, and this is an opportunity for Alex Zerny behind the wheel of that Team RSO car to get himself back past, but no, he has to take it side by side all the way through the Mercedes arena here, and will not in fact pick up P number 1 after Lars Boll pushed wide.
So 5-car scrap here as they work themselves through the Mercedes arena for the second time, and great camera shot there. You can see some of the cars working into turn 1 in the background as they work themselves now into that 5th corner. And Nolan, we're basically running the version of the GP circuit that we saw on the Sim Racing Expo, and of course, instead of making that right-hand corner to turn back off on the GP track, you just, of course, just turn left and go for a big trip around the Nürburgring. This little short layout can be really tricky for a lot of these drivers that are not used to it. That right-hand hairpin it's a little bit off camber, and it is just sort of an awkward long right-hand hairpin that you don't see at a lot of racetracks.
Well, you don't see it very often, and it's actually one of my favorite corners on this layout, believe it or not, because you don't see it very often at turn 5 corner, and it is off camber, so it's a little different. It throws everybody a curveball. It makes it difficult to get that run off on people, and you know, kind of shuts the door on some passing coming into the chicane. But overall, it's just an awesome corner. You don't get to see it every day, so I'm glad we're using it. I think we commented extensively on how much we love that format, that track configuration for ADAC. So I just love that turn 5 corner. It's a fun corner. It's bumpy. There's a lot going on. These MX-5s take a lot of undulation over that section, so it's cool to watch the MX-5s kind of bounce through that turn 5 complex.
So I think we're going to keep an eye for the moment on this lead battle in the MX-5s, and Team Lars Boll able to get that race lead over that Team RSO number 399 machine as they work themselves now through the first part of it, the Nordschleife. But this is pretty much the closest fight we have on track for your race lead. Porsches are pretty spread out as well, and the Pure Racing team number 299 of Jonas Wollmeyer has opened up a bit of a gap towards that Real Championship car, and Patrick Pichler has actually been able to snag that second spot actually from Dimitri Damatis. So Pure Racing team 1 and 2, Gary, as they run up towards the beginning of, well, maybe the second eighth or so you might call this this VLN track, but Pure Racing team looking strong already.
Yeah, Pure Racing team is establishing its dominance early as they can, and so far they're doing a pretty good job. As you said, 299 is leading that 2-car field right there, so of course I don't see anyone else in the vicinity. Although I may be wrong. I believe it's Real Championship that's just behind there.
I think it's important to point out that the Real Championship started this lap in second position, and not only has he been passed by Pure Racing, but Pure Racing has put a pretty substantial gap out there. So I think Pure Racing is really going to stretch their legs here and try to pull away, and they're obviously doing a heck of a job of it thus far. Over a second gap already, probably almost up to a second and a half, and it just seems to keep growing and growing every other corner. So a little bit of damage on that Real Championship car, a little bit on the left front that might be hindering his straight line speed. As a matter of fact, it looks like it should be. So that could be making the difference right now.
So looking back here a little bit deeper on, back to your MX-5 battle once again, which is still heating up. 5 cars, Connery all under a blanket right now, and Team Lars Bowl has a lead, but as they work themselves through this tight left-hander and into the the hit-miss-hit complex, that long double apex corner, I think these guys are likely going to start fighting. I think we're going to see a lot of slipstreaming as they go down that straightaway, exiting Bergwerk. Might see some changes in position, happen there.
Yeah, we might well see that as they head their way towards the bottom of the valley right now. Just a couple more corners to go until they start heading back uphill. The elevation changes on this circuit are absolutely huge with, just the sheer length of it. It just winds its way through the German hills and mountains here in through the valleys as well as they're heading down towards Bergwerk now. Team Lars Boll seems to have the gap over Team RSO right now, but as we've already mentioned, the draft effect in these Mazdas is rather large as they head up towards the right-hander of Bergwerk right now, and most of your drivers seem to negotiate the corner just fine. But meanwhile, ERT VLN has lost the lead of the GT3 field.
And they have a bit of damage on this car, so I'm going to try to go back and see if we can see what happened. I'm going to wind the cameras back a minute here, and I'm going to see what happens. Ooh. So they have the lead at this point. So the point we're at right now on the cameras, that number 727 machine has the race lead. So we're just going to watch and follow here, Connery. What do you see happen as we get the cameras caught up?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a slide coming through the Kleiner carousel at the end of the lap here. Lucky not to spin that car right around, lucky not to hit any of the Armco barriers, but what it does do is give GTOS SSG Orange the race lead.
So it does, and we just saw on the backstretch, ERT tried to make a move coming back down into the infield section of the track. However, that damage does appear to be slowing his straight line speed down. He got a good run. He got all the way parallel to that SST Orange car, and that SST Orange was just able to pull him back down the straight. So it's going to be difficult, very, very difficult for ERT to get back around him. I think he's just going to have to hound him and put the pressure on him and hope he makes a mistake at this point. The straight line speed disadvantage appears to be pretty substantial.
So we're still staying on with the replay here with Elliott Biddle and ERT VLN. You see working that slipstream on that Team GT Ross Audi, pulls it over to driver's right. We're going to go back to the TV cameras away from that onboard, and you see he goes side by side. And well, Alex Rana in that Team Drost car, just so good in the top end, as Nolan was saying there, into the final section of the racetrack. And well, Team GTROs pretty much have command of the field at the moment here, Connery, after that slight hiccup as they begin lap number 3 here of the GP circuit. So I think for Alex Rana and Team GTROs, I think they're a team that really needs to run strong in a race like this. We've seen GTR Ross, they've been strong over the years. In a lot of these big races, they tend to choke.
Yeah, they do. And from the races that I've watched, of course, I haven't been on the commentary team for this series usually, but from what I have seen, that definitely does seem to be the case for them. But so this is probably their best chance right now to get a race win in this series, with a lot of the big players being away doing the Petit Le Mans. This is their chance to try and stand out above the crowd.
So we've also had a change for your race lead once again in your MX-5 field. The number 399 RSO MX-5 getting the spot away from Team Lars Boll. So still, it's a 4 to 5 car scrap for the race lead. Just changing positions lap after lap after lap, up and over to the hill. They come as we await, Gary, these cars to get down the Dockengerhose straight again. And they played relatively patient that first time through, but I'm not sure if the MX-5s are going to be quite so patient every single time they go down that back straight. We've seen 4 wide out of this series in the past.
Yeah, that straight is definitely a good passing zone, and of course the slipstream effect is obviously going to take effect. As you can see, Lars Boll is actually close the gap to about a half a car length right now to RSO 399. Here they go into this right-hander right here. Negotiate it really well. Of course, once again, it's unfortunate for Lars Boll because he's just been back and forth with Team RSO 399. So it's definitely an amazing battle and something to keep an eye on.
So we're going to go...
Just really quick.
Go ahead, Nolan.
Well, I was just going to say really quickly, we've talked about RSO and we've talked about Team Lars, but Berlin Simsport in that number 16 with Dirk Federman in 5th position has just stayed right there the whole time. He actually starting to hound that last place RSO car just a little bit. So, we haven't talked much about them, but they're really in good position here, and their pace seems to be pretty substantially strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them just bide their time here and hope that Team Lars and RSO get in a little bit of a pickle, maybe wreck each other, and him capitalize on some easy positions.
So they're going to fight pretty hard here right now. Is what you see? Oh,
I'm sorry?
I thought someone was about to cut in, but they're almost 3 wide for the race lead in here MX-5s as they work themselves under the Bilstein Bridge at the end of the back straightaway. Lars Bull side by side, that number 399 RSO machine, and they're going to go 2 by 2. Actually, take the back. That's the 397 that's gotten themselves out front, but they're going to go 2 by 2 up into the final set of corners and get themselves back single file as they work themselves through that tight section of the racetrack. And Gary, that's a very awkward section of the racetrack to race side by side in. It's just so tight, so narrow. You basically get from, especially in these MX-5s, having almost all the room in the world down the back straight to basically get all the cars back in to a racing line that's really only about a car width wide.
Yeah, trying to make those last few corners as a passing zone, not really ideal, but if there's some way you can get it done, then by all means, try and do your best to do that. As Dirk Fetterman and Berlin Simsport moves up to 4th, I take that back. He's actually going to be battling with Team RSO 398 right now. Side by side, coming out of the Mercedes arena, looks like Team RSO 398 will retain that 4th place position in the Mazdas.
So still 5 cars under a blanket, and because of this fighting, Team Lars Bull actually here, Nolan, has done a good job to be able to stretch a little bit of a gap over the 397 machine. So because of this fighting, he's a little bit out in front right now, so he's showing some fantastic pace in that lime green number 1. It's out to about probably about half a second, maybe 7/10 of a second at the moment as they run. But I think for Team Lars Bull, the thing to keep in mind that we talk about the Donkerhoe straightaways being a draft fest for these guys. Really, for the most part, in these MX-5s, you can almost describe this Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit. It really is analogous to, say, just running the Daytona road course, because so much of the lap is flat out for these guys and they spend so much time flat out that can be difficult to stretch a gap. But Lars Bull, he's done a fantastic job to stretch a lead here over the 397 car of Patrick Langkow.
Well, this is exactly what we commented on this on the opening lap, and this is exactly what I said I think Lars should have done in this situation, is try to take the lead early. A lot of people are going to maintain line astern in this situation because of those straights. I don't think that's the right call, especially when you have a 5-car group. Lars saw an opportunity, he took that opportunity, and he was gifted a little bit by them battling behind him to get the gap that he has now. Well, I think he's almost stretched this out enough. If he can get maybe another half second before we get to any huge straightaways, he's done his job. And it's going to be difficult now for them to get in line and work together to catch back up with Lars, unless Lars just simply makes a mistake. Now, we've got a big straight coming up. We'll get to see how much the gap comes down. But I think Lars might have done just enough. And we got a car off at the back. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see who that was.
Berlin.
You can take that, Randy.
That's Team Berlin. That's Berlin Simsport number 16. We're going to replay of that up on your screens right now for you. You're going to ride on board with him. Okay, there we go. As you see right here, coming through, this is towards the beginning part of the Nordschleife and through this left-hander. Well, everything's good and clean through there, but this is coming up towards Flugplatz. Through this right-hand kink, you have this little chicane, and then you go down the run. Oh, he just pushed a little bit wide, Connery, there through that chicane, and because of that, left side tire is all up and over that curb, and that just upset that number 16 machine and kicked him around. And it's not going to be a racing-ending damage there for Dirk Fetterman, but I think that's going to be a frustrating mistake nonetheless.
Yeah, and you can't really afford those kinds of frustrating mistakes over the course of these races, the likes of the 4-hour races, 6-hour races, because it just puts you so back through the field that even though you do have a lot of time to try and recover, it's never a situation that any team or any driver wants to be in. And of course, he's now lost the draft advantage of running in that pack what was 5 cars, and now it becomes a quartet at the front of the field and a trio of Team RSO.
So keep an eye on your GT3 division, and Team GTRO still leads the way over that ERT Mercedes. And you see ERT trying to work that slipstream any way they can. But as we said earlier, because of that little bit of damage from that mistake, A little bit of the top speed and getting hemorrhage from that car, so not able to make a move again just yet. But Nolan, for a race like this sometimes I think if you're ERT can be a blessing in disguise, because now this is going to entice you to maybe think a little bit different. If you would have wanted to scratch and claw your way back into that race lead, now you might just spend this entire stint sitting behind that Team GT Ross car, and really you might end up saving a good chunk of fuel behind. You're never going to save a lap here at this Nürburgring circuit because you're burning somewhere in the realm of about 8 gallons of fuel per lap, and I don't see anyone saving 8 gallons over the course of a run here. But still, every little bit you can have in that pit cycle always pays off in dividends.
Oh, that's absolutely a huge point to bring up with these cars. I often think a lot of people don't notate it quite enough, but if you can save 1 gallon of fuel, you've done something very important for your overall strategy. When you actually look at the numbers and you look at the stint times, saving any fuel at all is a big help when you actually make that pit stop. With that said, ERT is still hounding the back of this SST Orange, this 88 car. I don't know what he's thinking right now. I would assume he's thinking what you're thinking. Let's stay in position here. Let's save some fuel. But his pace is good. He's there. He just can't get a run down the straightaways. On the long straightaway, we watched it again. Might not have been on stream, but we saw it again. He tried to make a slight move there. Not a lot he can do. As soon as he pulls out of that slipstream, he loses any run that he already has. So I think you're 100% correct. I think he's almost forced in this situation to kind of ride where he's at, save the fuel, and then beat him on the pit stop. Maybe even short pit him a little bit if he wants to. It's hard to short pit on a track this large. I think the strategy is going to remain pretty much baseline for the most part. But that is an opportunity. It just depends on how much he can save. But right now it looks like he's doing a good job, and I comment on him about how good of a job he's doing holding on to that 88 car, and the 88 car kind of pulls away a little bit on the infield section, so we'll see if he can get him back. The Mercedes obviously looks good in these lower speed corners compared to the Audi, and the Audi when we get on the real circuit seems to be a little bit better, but that SST Orange car is using all the track and then a bit more. You see some dirt flying up here and there, but real strong strategy from that SST Orange. I think he's in control.
Yeah, I think you're right. Alex Rana seems to have everything pretty much down here. Looking back at your MX-5 field, we were watching a fight for a short time between P8 and P9 in your Porsche category, but now we see for the first time some GT3 traffic coming through the MX-5, and this is actually that second GT Ross car, Gary, working himself. I think this is as a result of damage. Yeah, he's 4 minutes off your leader, but through the carousel they went, and now you see this lead pack gets broken up just a little bit by that GT Ross GT3 Audi. And so for that reason, that's sort of going to take a lot of the pressure off those top two. If you're Team Lars Boll, or even if you're Patrick Lankow in the Team RSO number 397 car, you're going to be, I think, really happy about that little moment, because you went from having to fight 3 other cars. Granted, if you're the 397, you know they're teammates, and you're probably going to play a little bit nice with them. But you go from having to fight with 3 cars to having a fight with 1.
Yeah, it's a lot better to fight with 1 car than 3 other cars, especially since you're behind that 1 car where you can get the draft and get the advantage. So we're going to see what happens here once they get down that long straightaway, which I believe is coming up here in a short bit.
So we saw something happen here, and Team GT Ross lost the race lead somehow. I'm going to need to rewind. No, that's not going to work. They're going to break on me. So I'm going to try to rewind the cameras so we can get this incident on screen, but it appears that it's not going to play nice. So sorry about that. Not sure why that's not working, but GT Ross has lost the race lead, and Nolan, I think you're the one who may have seen it. What happened?
Yeah, I think this was... Oops, sorry, go on, Nolan.
Well, I was going to say I didn't have an opportunity to actually see it, but it appears that I'm cursing everyone today. We can't get a word in the first 15 minutes without somebody wrecking every time I get the mic, and then I comment how they're in control and they make a mistake. Connery, maybe you can comment a little bit more on the actual incident.
Yeah, I will. And, well, it was just coming out of the very, very fast right-hander that is coming towards the end of, actually towards after Arenberg, I think it was, that GTR's SST Orange just got a huge tank slapper coming off the top of the hill as the elevation drops back down to its normal level after an incline, and it just allowed ERT VLN to get themselves through. Maybe it was also a slowdown penalty, could possibly be the case there for GTR's SST Orange. But right now they are currently going to be around about 1.3 seconds off the race lead as a result.
I think one thing we haven't noticed here yet, Connery, is the fact that Vendaval Audi has done a good job to keep that gap honest. He hasn't been really fighting there. Is that Vendaval Audi of Ron Swingfist? He hasn't been, harassing the leaders. He hasn't been into any hard fight or anything like that. But he has just quietly crept and just stayed on the back of these two lap after lap after lap. And now after these guys have gotten some incidents in, Robin Soonfit has been running clean, and now he's just sitting there a few tenths of a second off that orange Audi in front of him. He's been doing a good job to keep this top fight clean and honest.
Yeah, they have, as we see almost 3 wide for the race lead in your MX-5 Phil coming down the Dockingo straight. But the thing is, Alex Zerny kind of backed out the move. It was a gap in the middle between the two leading cars that he could have slot himself in. But of course, he also putting his teammate in danger there as well. So he decided not to go for the move. It's going to be side by side across the stripe yet again for the MX-5 race lead at Team RSO 397 versus Team Lars Boll side by side on the run down towards team number 1. Will the other Team RSO car get himself involved? Very, very tentative, just staying behind for now. As actually he's going to dive down the inside of his teammate here. I'm not sure if that is the best of ideas there, Alex Zerny. Maybe you should let your teammate go back through, and that's exactly what he's done.
So fighting really hard despite the fact that their teammates, as they work themselves through the Mercedes arena, and we ride on board still with Alex Zerny as they work themselves through the third and fourth corner of the racetrack. Such a tight and technical section, but for these little MX-5s, they're very nimble and can navigate it relatively easily up towards the fifth corner now. And this is where me and Nolan were talking about earlier, this somewhat off-kilter hairpin here at the fifth corner that cuts out the GP circuit. And there's also that bump, Nolan. That's something I forgot about as well. There's a bit of a bump just as you get to the exit and begin to track out. That makes things very tricky to navigate through that hairpin. Maybe not so much in the MX-5s, but I think if you're in a Porsche, if you're in a GT3 car, something with hundreds and hundreds of horsepower, I think navigating that bump and trying to get on the throttle probably going to be a royal pain in the butt.
It's a difficult corner. It is. And we commented on it slightly earlier. I mean, you drive down off the track. So you've got that initial, you come, boom, right down off the hill. And then as you drive down into the corner and it starts to level out, you hit another bump to come back up to elevate yourself. You get to really see the suspension movement in these MX-5s, which is really cool. But yeah, the GT3 cars, those are the guys who are really driving through there and filling those bumps, in my opinion. And it's once again, it's nothing that's, oh my goodness, but it's just a cool corner to watch the cars go through lap after lap. And once again, back to these MX-5s, Lars, I commented on him having that lead, a big enough lead, I thought, to maybe hold on to that position. Once again, falls back, loses it in the slipstream. I might be underestimating quite what the gap needs to be to pull that lead, but man, it just seems like these guys are so close on pace that really, in my opinion, if I'm any one of these 4 guys, let's just ride, man. Let's just take our time. Let's relax. Let's feel ourselves out for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we'll go for maximum attack. I think once the first pit stop rotation comes around, you'll really get to see who shines in this group of 4. It's a shame Berlin Simsport went off, but these 4 really are just setting a pretty spectacular pace compared to the rest of the field.
And talking to that point of, well, let's just relax, let's just ride, we're riding on board with at least one person who needs to be doing that right now, and that's, well, at least 2 teams, and that's both Pure Racing team cars in the Porsche field, number 299 and the 200 here, Gary. You see your top 2 in the Porsches, Pure Racing team number 299 and Pure Racing number 200. They have a 7-second lead over Real Championship, and the gap is under half a second. I have a feeling for Jonas Wollmeyer and Patrick Pichler, you're going to do basically exactly what Nolan said Lawrence Bull and the rest of the people in that MX-5 field should do. You just want to ride, and you want to get through the next 1.5 to 2 hours relatively clean. Don't want to start fighting for the race lead, especially with a teammate right now, as they're still having to deal with that slow Mercedes of Alexandre Trudeau in the Team F1R machine after that lap 1 incident. You see the headlights flashing there from Wollmeyer as they weren't running themselves down the front straightaway.
Yeah, pretty much like earlier, they're just trying to establish their dominance as early as they can, and well, that 7-second gap says one thing, and it's pretty much looks like they could just ride out the entire, like you said, ride out the entire rest of 1 hour, 1.5 hours, as looks like they're going to be approaching that Team F1R in just a few corners.
So a bit of a 3-car scrap in the midfield here of your Mercedes. This is for 4th, 5th, and 6th on the racetrack. Motorsport for All AMG, Piranha, and Evolution Racing Team VLN. And that is the second Evolution Racing Team car, the Audi, not the same as your race leader, ERT VLN. We will likely refer to both as ERT and Evolution Racing Team interchangeably throughout this race because, well, that's what the acronym means, and that's the acronym for the long version. But see, two Mercedes and an Audi work themselves in the run up towards Fluke Flags here. Connery's very tight fight here in the mid-pack, and really this is one of the few fights we have that isn't involving teammates for position. We had the race to the lead, of course, in GT3 that doesn't involve teammates, and this one in GT3 as well. Everywhere else, there's teammates scrapping with one another.
Yeah, exactly. And also, meanwhile, at the front of your field, GTOS SST Orange has managed to close that gap down to around about 7/10 of a second right now as they head under the Yokohama Bridge there. And, well, you have to consider that gap was at 1.4 seconds the last time they came by the starter stand, and they're only halfway through the lap here. So GTOS SST Orange is definitely having the pace at this stage in the race. They just got to cut out the small little mistakes that are putting them behind. So
you're taking a look right now at the lap chart, and you can see right there how they've been reeling that gap in. ERT VLN, well, they've been 1.7 seconds off the last couple laps, and well, last time by, see GT Ross, they dropped a little bit of time, but they're reeling in that number 727 machine in the race lead. So getting very close between these two, Nolan. And you talked about the fact that ERT going to be having some issues due to slipstream, due to the damage they have aero-wise. I have a feeling that Alex Ron is going to get there this time down the Dockengerho straightaway, and I have a feeling he's just going to breeze on past before they get to the Bilstein Bridge.
It's certainly possible. I mean, Connery just, he just commented on the gap coming down. We just got, and as you mentioned that, they were just on a pretty large straight. So I think, once again, that Audi is already fast in a straight line anyway. It's a little bit more dominant. So, we kind of see the Mercedes in these technical sections kind of maintain the gap or even pull away a little bit. And then we get to the straightaways, and that Audi that sucks it right back in. Once again, the ERT car does have a little bit of damage. It's not quite as bad as I initially thought. You can see a little bit of seam in the hood line there. But, it doesn't look too bad. But it's obvious once he pulls out that it's a lot more difficult for him to actually make the pass than it is for that Audi. So, really, in his situation, I think I would probably go for broke this early and just try to maintain this position at all costs. And it looks like he's doing a heck of a job. Now we get to see them once again on a big straightaway, and you get to see that Audi just suck that gap right back in. Everything he gained in the technical section of the track, boom, it's gone almost in a straightaway. So it's going to be a difficult challenge for that ERT car to hold on to this position, but I think it's imperative to probably go for the scrap early. Let's get that repair done little bit by little bit, or take the gamble and do it all at once and see if he can get that straight line speed back up, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult unless he pulls that Audi to maintain that position.
So they run themselves up the run towards the carousel. This is the right-hander just before hairpin, and you see that GT Ross Audi, he closed very well on that ERT car, but maybe not quite as much as he would have liked as they run into the carousel now. And ERT, they get into the bowl of the carousel well, and as well does GT Ross, both picture perfect up and over that section of the racetrack, and they're going to run up towards post 147. And this Connery is really where things start to get technical, and I think if your team are ERT, I think this section of the racetrack is going to be what favors that Mercedes more than that first half, because there's a lot more mid to high speed corners, and you use that arrow a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. It's already starting to see visually that ERT VLN car starting to pull away as they make their way through these corners here. And I have to say, iRacing has done a pretty good job in the latest balance of performance patch that they have applied to bring the Audi back into competition with the Mercedes, which is why we're seeing an Audi and Mercedes battle for the race lead in the VLN series right now, as they're heading out and towards where the Kleiner carousel is going to be, and then GTOS SST Orange will be within striking distance when it comes to that very, very long back straight, and they can use that straight line speed, that slight straight line speed advantage that the Audi has.
excuse me, got me back now, but we saw a little bit of a wiggle there from the ERT Mercedes, and that's going to bring the gap back towards Alex Arana, and Arana off on the grass on the right-hand side. Going to get a replay of that for you up on our screens right now. You see just that slight little mistake from him. We're going to ride on board for this, and you see him working that Audi Sport custom racing wheel in his hands. As you see, they come down this section of the racetrack. This is a very tight technical circuit. Jump the bump right there, and then through this fast right-hander, and up coming ahead is where we're going to see this issue for Alex Arana. Let's see, it's going to happen on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And that there, I think, Nolan, that might be why we're seeing that Audi so quick in a straight line. That's the section of the racetrack where, although you want mechanical grip, I think that little jump, having a bit of aero grip helps as well. And I think if he's running that wing relatively short, if he's running that, relatively flat, trying to get that top speed to really harass that 727 machine, those sorts of incidents is going to start to happen to you, especially if the tanks start to go light.
No, I would agree with that. The tank's going light. The tire wear's getting worse and worse and worse as the run goes on. And quite frankly, in my personal opinion, the Audi is just fundamentally a less forgiving car. And when you come to a track like this, you need a forgiving car. You know, there's so many corners, you've got so many bumps. I mean, look at how much the cars just bounce all over the track. You need that forgiving. You need a forgiving car. It helps. Obviously, I want to be in the fastest car in most situations, but this is a situation right here where you see the ERT's probably not overall right now the fastest car on the track, but the SST Orange just can't really seem to kind of hold it together for a full lap just because the car seems to be a bit unstable. I don't know if that's related to wing. I don't know what the situation, and as he goes around a couple MX-5s here with no problem, I don't know if that's the wing specifically or just the nature of the beast with this car, because it is a very difficult car, in my opinion, to get away with moments. And at this track, you have a lot more moments than you do at a traditional racing circuit. It's just an old school racetrack. Boom, over the curbs big time there. That's probably going to get a 1X for sure. So he's going to try to push here early to stay up with this gap. I think he wants the slipstream because he knows if he gets there and he gets the position, it's going to be really, really hard for that ERT to get back by him unless he makes a mistake. So he's going to challenge hard here, I would assume, and try to get him before we make this first pit stop.
That's one thing to keep in mind. 40 minutes have already been run in this race out of 4 hours. We're quickly approaching the end of this first stint, and I think the thing to keep in mind here, Connery, is the fact that, like we said earlier, not much you can do in terms of fuel strategy. Just save what you can. You're probably not going to be able to get an extra lap out of it, but as we have 2 or 3 laps or so left, we'll get, confirmation of that when they actually come down onto pit lane. But we're currently working lap number 6. So at least about 20 more minutes of racing here before these guys are going to come down on towards pit road. For GT Ross, there are ways you can potentially bring that gap down in just a little bit on pit road if you can get there and if you can save that little bit of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Even though you can't really save enough fuel to get an extra lap in any of these classes here today in this series, it's still advantageous if you can save at least a little bit of fuel, because that means you put less fuel in to get a full tank in your pit stops, and that could be crucial. That could mean the tenths of a second at the end that between you winning the race and actually getting a second place. So it's absolutely crucial that these guys absolutely nail their pit stops. For the GT3s, it'll just come just about after the hour ticks over, and I believe the same is the case for the Porsches, and the MX-5s can go quite a bit longer than the rest of your classes, and so they'll just need to splash and dash at the end after they make their one full service.
So Porsche Field, as I'm just reading. I need to learn how to speak, but Gary, we got you back finally. But this fight in the Porsche is starting to heat up just a little bit. We saw them go through some traffic, and that separated the gap a little bit. Patrick Pichler lost a little bit of time to Wollmeyer because of that as they worked themselves through the GP section of the racetrack. But these two in the Porsche field, we said they might be patient, but Pichler's been doing a good job to reel that gap down in when he had clear track. Traffic separated them a little bit, but Pichler seems keen to bring the fight to his teammate up there for the race lead.
Yeah, the battle was close. They were actually side by side heading into those last few corners there, but like you said, the traffic just kind of messed them up. But I think that Pichler in that 200, in that PRT 200 car, he can actually get that done, get caught right back up to his teammate in the 299. So we'll see what happens over the course of the race, especially when pit stops come up, because that's usually It's usually called the race within the race, so it's going to be interesting, as apparently Team RSO in the 399 has once again taken back the lead in the Masterclass.
Yeah, we sort of can't keep track anymore, can we, Connery? What's happening in this MX5 field? They're swiping the lead on us one or two times per laps, and it's going to be one of these things that happens for a long time in this MX5 field due to the nature of the cars. Every time we go back, I think we're going to basically shift, pretty much all race long between that lime green Lars Bold machine and that Team RSO car having the race lead. As there's now another Audi cycling through here. The traffic, and let's see, I'm trying to see which one that is. That's Robin Soonfist. So your race leaders, they've already cycled through the MX5 field. That's one thing I was going to say we hadn't seen yet. Well, it already happened, and I missed it.
Yep, so he'll be off and away, dealing with the traffic very, very well here. We have seen some situations in the past in this series where the traffic negotiation doesn't go oh so well, with the GT3s getting very, very desperate to get past the MX5 field because of the huge speed difference between those two classes.
Because of Max Benecke.
I was going to avoid mentioning that, okay? But yeah, there was a change for position in the race lead while we were joking about that for the GT3 field. GTOS SST Orange managing to get themselves past the ERT at VLN, but the case is, can they hold it this time? It was side by side all the way through the Klosterl and coming up towards that section of track right there. It's almost like a tertiary straight, this section of track, side by side all the way down it, and GTOS SST Orange just abusing the slight straight line speed advantage that Audi has as they made the pass just before the 12-kilometer mark.
Trying to get a replay of that for you guys, but it didn't want to play nice for that for some reason, so apologies. But Team GT Ross, they inherit the race lead now over that ERT VLN machine. And, well, you talked about these two. You've been talking about what everyone needs to do, Nolan, all race long, about taking it easy and getting to the end of the stint and strategy and all this other stuff. No one seems to care about that. They just want to race and take the race lead.
Well, yeah, I like leading laps too. I think everyone does. But I just said just a couple moments ago, Alex Arana in that SST Orange car, just really, I think he needed to make the move there, and he did. And that straight line speed superiority is just going to make it really, really hard for ERT. Pulled him up the hill on the straightaway. It's how he made that pass happen. Sorry, we couldn't get a replay for you on that. But, once again, I've commented on it a lot this race. I think that damage for the ERT car is really going to end up hindering them. So they may actually want to bite the bullet, and depending upon how bad that damage is, go ahead and take a repair. A big moment for Alex over the bumps there. Way too much curbing. Almost lost control. Again, that was very close to the same position he lost it in the other lap. So the troubling times out there up front. So once again, once you get the lead, everybody wants to lead laps, but once you get that lead, it's a different fundamental aspect from your perspective. So a lot of times I don't like to lead laps, especially in this situation early on, and he doesn't seem to be truly dominant. I think that straight line speed advantage is really what's making the difference right now. So when he gets out in front, there seem to be a couple butterflies in the stomach, so to speak, huh?
Perhaps. As Connery, what do you got?
Yeah, I was just about to mention exactly what Nolan had just said. That's not the first time, and probably not the last time, that we'll see GTOS SST Orange have a moment coming towards the latter end of the lap here, and that's just a fact about the Audi. It can be a bit tail happy, and paired with the severe elevation changes that you get in that part of the circuit, and the circuit can be quite bumpy in that section as well, and that could be the issue that Alex Arana is dealing with right now in the Audi. It may be worth just having a look at a couple of the other Audis, how they negotiate that section, and see if they're having very similar troubles. But Alex Arana really has to start dealing with these issues soon, otherwise he's just going to lose the race lead again like he did a couple laps ago.
So our MX5 fight has been separated by traffic. Huge clump of GT3 cars coming through. We've not seen one big incident. We've just seen so many cars come through that the gap has gotten stretched out. We're riding on board with Matthias Baer in the Razaholics machine. That's how I'm going to interpret that. That's supposed to be pronounced. But they're coming on a Dr. Ho straightaway now. You just see the pace difference between these cars, and just look at the overlap in speed as they come onto the Dr. Ho straight. That Mercedes just rockets on through, and it's like that for these MX5s all the way around the lap, not just down the straightaways. So that's what's going to be the reason why you see these gaps really ebb and flow. But here, Gary, the big the big loser is Elmar Erlicott in this Team RSO number 398 machine. He's lost a huge chunk of time to that fight for P number 1 and the other 3. He's lost somewhere in the realm of about 4 to 5 seconds, I think, over his other 3 competitors, and that's going to be pretty big.
Yeah, as you can see, I believe that's a GT3 car just split the middle of this battle right here, and looks like they're going to let him go through the middle once again. No, we're going to see how they negotiate this. He's going to back off. But yeah, it's really unfortunate for Team RSO 398. Like you said, it's pretty much all the way in the realm of, well, at this point I don't think he would be able to get any type of draft at all from any of his fellow MX-5 drivers, so it's really unfortunate unless something happens. As we see a VLN 00, he's going to go on the left side here as the match just let him by. And Team RSO 399 once again back in the lead. This is, I feel like we're going to be seeing this pretty much most of the race.
Yeah, we're going to see these cars and these drivers swapping positions all race long as they work themselves through the Mercedes arena once again. And now it's just all eyes on that number 398 machine of Elmar Erlicott. We've seen Elmar be so strong in this championship, and well, he has to put his talents all the way to the test here, Nolan. Especially, he not only has to reel the gap in, but he has to reel the gap in at the phase of the race when you're starting to deal with traffic. Now, somewhat thankfully, most of the GT3 field has gotten through. The problem is, only about 8 or 9 seconds back, you get to the Porsche field. So for Elmar Erlicott, he's going to have to do the next probably 2-3 laps trying to reel that gap back down and in, all while dealing with traffic all throughout.
Well, that's 100% correct, and I think it's also important to point out, oh, Lars, big moment over the bumps up front as they're getting passed by some GT3 cars. But I think it's important to point out, statistically speaking, he is in a better position in the 3-car pack in front of him. So I think, obviously it's hard to just say, oh, okay, well, we'll just, we'll go with the RNG number and say, well, let's just maintain a pretty solid pace and let's maintain our position. I think he's obviously got a charge. He's going to drive as hard as he can every single lap, like he does every other lap. But you've got these 3 cars up front who are nose to tail, and now they're getting lapped, and they're a lot less apt to get out of the way of these GT3 cars because they're in a position now where they can lose a spot. Whereas if you're riding in 4th position, you don't have that immediate pressure from another car in your class. You can give a little bit more, you can take a little bit more. It puts you in a situation where you can have a little bit safer overall scenario in most circumstances. These top 3, they don't want to give up that position. They don't want to lose the draft. You never know. They might put it in there one time and make it stick and then get taken out by a GT3 car just because they don't want to lose that 1st position, that 2nd position, that 3rd position. So, we'll see how it works out. It may play to that 4th car's advantage. You just never know in a situation like this, especially on a track that's so hard to pass on, such as this, in my opinion. So, bide your time. I wouldn't get discouraged being in 4th position here at all. I almost kind of like where he's at in some regards, but yeah, I'd rather be in the top 3. That's for sure.
So one thing we did miss is that the fight for your Porsche lead did flip, and we're riding on board with Jonas Wollmeyer as he works himself through Erlicott. Now you see him and teammate Patrick Pichler begin to work on the top 3 in the MX-5 field. If anyone's ever seen the famous videos online of Sabine Schmitz getting herself through a VLN field in a Porsche Cup car. It looks something a little bit like that, Connery, as you see Jonas Wollmeyer reeling in Patrick Pichler to do the slipstream before they get to that awkward left-hander that is so difficult due to the way you crest that hill, but some exciting onboard angles there as they work themselves now down this downhill section up toward the out on our frost section of the racetrack. Maybe one of the most famous parts of the racetrack, I think, for the YouTube crash compilations.
Yeah, exactly. Many of those videos out there online of people getting this section very, very wrong indeed. And hopefully we won't be seeing that over the course of this race, but you really never know in racing, as Wollmeyer still holding on to the back of his teammate here in Patrick Pichler, just riding on that back bumper, just trying to stay within a drafting distance. And well, these guys can afford to fight for the lead right now because the Evolution Racing Team Porsche is still dealing with traffic quite a few seconds down the road. I believe that is actually going to be almost 10 seconds down the road. Is Evolution Racing Team Porsche off of your 2 Porsche race leaders right now? So I guess they can afford to just disregard team orders, or if the team order is to actually fight.
So getting a look at the gap right now, you can see it's out to 9 seconds to to that Evolution Racing Team car of Blake Neck. And that's actually, Gary, something we need to talk about. Team ERT, we've talked about the fact that they've been so strong lately on the sim. They're having a very strong running today. They have one car up on the podium right now in that in the GT3 division, one car that's sitting just outside the top 5 in P number 6 that's fighting for that 5th position. I'm getting a look at that ERT Audi right now that's fighting for that top 5 in GT3 fields. That'll be 2 cars in the top 5 there, and they have a car in the top 3 in the Porsche field. So Team ERT, the ex-Australian only team that have gone so international this year, running very, very strong today.
Yeah, Team ERT is doing amazing when you mentioned that. They're doing well, and, well, pretty much as you said, they're doing really amazing. But, of course, Real Championship is, well, never mind. That's actually my mistake. That's actually right behind them. It's the Overdrive Performance 111 from the GT3 class. But, of course, they're doing well in everything aside from Mazda, which I believe they are not running in.
Yeah, that is true. Evolution Racing Team has really put together a heck of a show for us today. I mean, like you said, they're competitive in every class. Multiple cars in the top class, and then yeah, they've got a podium position pretty much locked up with a substantial gap, a 2-second gap to Real Championship in that 259 Porsche. But back to the Porsches really quickly. The Pure Racing Team, Patrick Pichler has consistently, and watch me jinx him here, I'm sure I'm going to, Patrick Pichler has really shown us lap after lap. I think he's been faster than his teammate every single lap of this race with the exception of the second lap. So Patrick, I'm going to say now, I'm going to speculate that if he can get a gap before we get to one of these big straightaways and get past back, that he's going to go ahead and pull away from from his teammates slightly. He seems to be a little bit faster overall. The lap times show that. But once again, damage is going to play into this. It looks like just slightly a little bit of damage on Patrick's car, but nothing too major. We'll just have to see how it pans out. But once again, Patrick down here in this technical section of the track, really starting to put a gap on his teammate. You can really start to see it open up now.
Nolan, wouldn't you have learned by now that all these drivers just consistently do the opposite of what you say they consistently do?
Yeah, I know, exactly. That's what, every time I comment, hey, he's going to pull away, watch this, he'll go off next corner. I'm sure it's about to happen here. Wait for it. Oh, he made it one more corner, so that's a good sign. I think he's going to pull it off. I think I'm going to be right on this one.
So.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, let's hope so. He actually pushed a little wide. He didn't get that left-hander quite the way he would have liked. Yeah, it wasn't perfect. He lost a little bit of time there. Dropped a few tenths. What do you got, Connery?
GT3 leader down on towards pit lane. This is your first pitter in your GT3 field, and they have not made the hour mark. So what is the logic behind this pit stop, Randy? I've never seen this.
Well, what I can think is that they likely can do a short stint at some point through the race. So you see right now, Elliott Biddle and ERT VLN, they're going to be over the hour well and clean by about 4 minutes when he cycles back around the racetrack. So I think if your team GT Ross SST Orange, maybe you have a little bit of damage, and there is a driver swap coming in. Cristobal J. Lopez getting in that number 88. So they might want to get Cristobal in a lap or so early. They might also just know they're green for the fuel. So if you know you can go that extra lap over the rest of the course of the race, you might be fine. But Nolan, you and me, I think, are the two kind of strategy masterminds here. I don't like hemorrhaging 8 gallons worth of fuel. That's my approximation generally for the GT3 cars around this track. I don't like hemorrhaging 8 gallons worth of fuel to the cars I'm fighting with. I want to come down on pit lane when they do, so that I know fuel to fuel wise, we're pretty much equivalent.
I would say you're mainly right there. I don't have a problem with this early pit stop because we're at the 58-minute mark. On paper, in most circumstances, if you can split that strat down even numbers, it's mathematically typically your best overall solution. I think he might have had to pit a little early here. He's going to get the short pit on ERT, which is actually going to pan out in his advantage.
Skip tires, I believe, didn't he?
Guess what? Huh?
No, I take that back. I would have taken that back. No, that would have been a full stop. Never mind. Ignore me. Go on, Nolan.
Oh, that's all right. But he's going to take the short pit here. He's going to have a slight advantage. Probably he was able to go into the pits with a little bit more fuel on board. So I think if anything, this could stretch that lead out for him slightly. So I'm not totally opposed to this move, pitting early. Plus, he's right at the right moment. By the time ERT actually comes down to pit, we're going to be, what, an hour, 5 minutes in this race, which is actually going to put him a little off skew to what should be statistically the best overall strategy. So I personally like the call. I think ERT's of the opinion right now, hey, we got a little bit of damage. We're not in primary position here. Let's go ahead and stretch now. We'll get the stretch out of the way, and then we'll short pit 3 times. Whereas, whereas the 88 car, the Audi, on the other hand, says, let's go ahead, bite the bullet now, and we'll run 4 equal stints. And I think that's what's unfolding here. With such a large track, though, it's hard to say, all right, let's run a baseline strategy, because you're in a situation out there where you don't have track position for ERT, for example, which this actually might have helped them in some regards. And then you have a situation where, the 88 Audi says, hey, let's go ahead and just get it out of the way, and we'll just run the baseline strat, and ERT can do something off the kilter. So that way, guess what? They're not clumped up together on track all the time, which is probably what both of these guys want. They want some breathing room. They want to be able to show their real pace. So I personally like the strategy call. I think it's perfect.
It's an interesting call. We're going to have to wait to see how this actually pans out, as we're at pretty much the end of the hour here. It's sort of one of those things, Connery, that you have to balance. You have to balance, getting track position now versus maybe having to force yourself into a longer stop later on in the race. And I think, for myself, that's, I think, where I potentially see the shortcoming for Team GT Ross. But that said, I don't think they're going to have to really add much in terms of what their overall strategy is. Could just be the difference of doing a short stop now versus a short stop at the end of hour 3, hour 4. Hour 3, you're not going to pit at the end of hour 4. But for right now, ERT, they're going to get this extra lap. And I think what's going to happen, I think we're going to see Team ERT hemorrhage that lead. I actually think if you're this ERT car, I think you just want to slot yourself into second and give Team GT Ross that fuel second lead and just run clean laps.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just about to say exactly what you mentioned as well. It's just a case of where do you do the short stop? Because you have to do a short stop at some point during the course of this race. So, if you don't do it at the end, you might as well do it at the start and maybe try and get one up on your opponent as a result. It also may be a case of, okay, right, if you pit about now, it should come out in some clear out, which actually Cristobal J. Lopez actually has right now. There's absolutely nothing on track in front of him in terms of other classes. So he can just run his clean and consistent laps right now and not have to worry about anyone anywhere near him on the track right now. So he can just get in his zone and just hit those apexes, hit those braking markers, and let's see what and wait and see, what the ERT car does.
I think it's without question you should see the ERT down in the pit box this time by. At least, if I'm in their situation, even if I could go another lap here, I'm with Randy in some regards on let's go ahead and pit so we're close on strategy. But he's still stretched enough here where if he has the opportunity to do this one more time, he can really get in a super short pit at the end of this race, which is going to help him. So basically what you're going to see is you're going to see a flip strat, or you're just going to see SST Orange in that GT Ross car. You're just going to see them go 4, so an hour. So one of those two is going to happen. We'll just have to see how it unfolds. I think ERT's in more of a situational position where GT Ross kind of already made their bed and they're going to have to sleep in it whether they like it or not.
Looking here, we got to keep an eye on this MX-5 fight. And Gary, we talked about Elmar Erlicott losing a bunch of time. Well, the ebb and flow of traffic has paid off, and Elmar Erlicott, he's got himself back latched on the back end of this lead fight. So if you're Elmar Erlicott, number 398, you have to be feeling relatively confident knowing that you can hemorrhage that 4 to 5 second lead to the 3 cars ahead of you and just bring it right back in, and you see them dealing with traffic and they run up, down, up towards out on our frost. Again, such a tricky section of the racetrack for traffic.
Yep, it really is, and well, it's going to be back with this 3 Team RSO cars and the 1 and very, very lonely probably Team Lars Ball here. And going to team name, Lars Ball is probably going to be the only driver behind the wheel of that car right now, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, drivers can do this event solo if they so wish. The driver changes are optional, so the minimum drivers is 1. So again, you can do this event solo if you so wanted, but I wouldn't entirely recommend going full 4 hours on a single stint. Usually in endurance races like over like 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, usually you'd limit the drivers to around about 3 hours per stint. So we've seen in the case of the Daytona 24 hours before, I think it was Glacier Racing put one driver in for about 6 or 7 hours at one point at the start of the race, which is it's just an absolute marathon stint to be doing.
The longest I've seen was Kimmo Suominen, who did the entirety of the very first 12 hours of Sebring on iRacing alone. That's the longest I've seen, yeah.
That's not something that I could do, and not something many other people could do. I probably pass out by expulsion.
Let me correct that. That's of competitive people. I know there's people that have done 24-hour races by themselves, but there's a big difference, I'd say, of doing the 24-hour race or 12-hour race alone in like split number 7 versus Kimmo. And in that 12-hour, I believe he podiumed as looking at race leader. ERT, Gary, they come down on pit road right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like Nolan was saying earlier, just making that call, and, well, to quote what he said, Major Badge is going to sleep with it, but I believe that was for referencing GT Ross SST, but we're going to see, and look back to see where GT Ross is. They're pretty much well ways back. I'm trying to look for some signage here. But ERT is going to, well, Vanderbilt Sim Racing is also in pit road, so looks like they're also going to follow the same, or at least a similar strategy that ERT VLN is doing.
See, Team GT Ross.
I think it's a...
Go ahead.
I think it's a 6 for one, half a dozen for another kind of situation for these three.
Yeah, it really is.
And it looks like Piranha Sim Racing is also following. So we're going to see, I'm going to say we're going to see a majority, and I was right, as Motorsport, Ford Fall AMG, and MSP Phoenix Racing 23 are also in pit road.
So a lot of cars cycling down on a pit lane right now, and I think we're going to expect to see the Porsches down either this time or next time by, as well as I'm just currently watching to see when Elliott Bettel, if that car gets jacked up or not. Because that's the other thing we haven't talked about, Nolan. Tire strategy. You have the option in these GT3 cars to skip tires, and I think perfectly well from your experience at NX, that's a quick, easy way to save 30 seconds out there on the racetrack.
Oh, it's huge. And it's becoming more and more prevalent every year. Or I say every year, every month or two, you see more and more people start trying to do these mismatch strategies. That's why I'm not super opposed to the GT Raw strategy of pitting a little bit early and going for the baseline strategy, which is something we at NX do quite a bit. There's a lot of teams that don't care for that mentality. But, on a track like this is another point to bring up. We've talked about how crazy it is and the Audis being a little bit less forgiving and yada, yada, yada. Do you want to take tires in the Audi? In the Mercedes, can you get away without them? So you might see a little bit more benefit overall in terms of strategy baseline for the Mercedes versus the Audi in that regard. That's my 2 cents on it. I could be wrong. It's all about your level of risk aversion and how much risk aversion you want to build into your strategy. For the most part, it seems like everybody's kind of doing the same thing. I'm getting reports that the 51 car took no tires. But outside of that, I didn't see anything totally outside the norm.
Yeah, the 23 machine of MSP Phoenix, that's Daniel Longreach. We're getting word that they didn't take tires as well. However, our race leaders are well out and ahead of them. But I think one thing, Nolan, is I need to talk to you on this. I think if I'm Team GT Ross and I pit 1 lap early, I don't think I'm very happy with the gap I just got. Gap is like 0.4 of a second they work themselves to chicane. You just hemorrhaged 8 gallons worth of fuel, essentially, because now that's 8 gallons you're going to have to take later on in the race, because you would have left that somewhere on the table in the tank by coming down that 1 lap early, and you get a 0.3 of a second lead. I think if you're GT Ross, you were more than expecting to come out 6 to 7 seconds ahead, maybe closer to 10, in order to be anywhere near happy. I think if you're, ERT, you have to be ecstatic to see the lead so small.
I think ERT's happy here. I will say in regards to that, though, that the GT Ross car did get a driver change in, whereas ERT did not. So Elliott is still in the car for ERT. That could have made quite a big difference.
Well, they both did full stops, so I don't think that would have came into effect. because it's a
Okay, you could be
30-second
right on
driver.
that.
It's a 30-second swap, but it happens while everything else is happening. And if the pit stop itself extends past 30 seconds, the driver swap is essentially free. But
Well,
continue.
one way or the other, I think it's going to play. I still don't. We're going to get to. We should probably get a side bet going really quickly, because I honestly am not too opposed to running a baseline strat and splitting it equally into parts. But yeah, I do agree with you, Randy. I think that this is going to disadvantage GT Ross at the end of the race. I think right now they're going to be okay. But they got to maintain the lead here. I think that's absolutely imperative in this situation. When you start splitting strategies into base parts, so equal parts, you have to really maintain track position, or else why do it? Mathematically speaking, you're going to lose out to the guys that long run the first stint overall. Now, on paper, if you took them both down and you wrote them down and you said, all right, we're going to run equal part stints, then it might be a little bit closer, but you got to maintain that track position or it's all for naught, especially on road racing. On oval, you can get away with a little bit more, but on the road courses, the track position is a lot more important to these guys than it is on an oval situation.
Shout outs to Gillespie Field for flying Learjets over my house at 8:30 in the morning. But this lead fight is very close between these two. Also, one thing to keep in mind, the fight in your Porsches is close as well, and these guys have yet to come down onto pit lane. And while we've seen different strategy in the GT3 here, Connery, we're not seeing this split strategy in the Porsches. Pretty much everyone hasn't come down onto pit lane yet. So I think we're going to see pretty much everyone come in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, we saw a couple of drivers come in at the end of last lap, the likes of the Real Championship Racing Car, Berlin Simsport, Blackadder Motorsport, VLN, and Player Index Racing all came down on towards the lane that last time by, so we can expect that your rest of your leaders will head their way down for their first fuel and probably tire service at the end of this lap right now, and it could be battle of the pit crews between the two PRT teams on pit road.
That it could be, as we're riding on board with Patrick Pichler right now, looking back at his teammate Jonas Wohlmeyer. And Nolan said earlier, Gary, that he predicted that Pichler would be able to stretch a bit of a gap. And while it's not huge, that gap for your race lead in the Porsches is out to just under 9/10 of a second, about 8.5 tenths at the moment. So Pichler is stretching a little bit, but I don't think he stretched the gap over Wohlmeyer as much as he would have liked.
Yeah, I remember saying earlier, though, that I remember that Patrick was going to be able to run down his teammate. Well, he did a couple laps ago, and he's establishing the best they can. But maybe Walmart is actually just laying back, saving some time as best as possible. But maybe not. We might see them in pit road probably either 1 or 2 laps.
So, but that said, as they work themselves on the run towards Lauda Links, that gap has opened back up. Not been a great section of that racetrack there for Jonas Wohlmeyer as they work through the tight left-hander, and now on the run up towards Bergwerk, I believe, and through they come, and yes, indeed. No, they exited Bergwerk already. Excuse me, sorry about that. They're on the run towards the carousel right now. As up the hill they come, but Patrick Pichler have been able to stretch that gap back out. Just checking in, with this lead fight once again, Connery. That lead fight in the GT3 field has opened up just a little bit, so Cristobal Lopez, who's new in that car, is doing a good job to stretch that gap over Elliott Biddle, just a little bit, not a huge amount, but Evolution Racing Team still there, still relevant.
Yeah, and that gap is very, very recent, in fact, because Cristobal Lopez got a fantastic run coming through the main carousel that managed to gain him a couple of tenths of a second in that corner alone over the ERT VLN car. But over these next couple of corners, this technical section where this Mercedes is so dominant, that gap starts to come down bit by bit by bit as they head through what is technically going to be coming towards the final sector. It depends how you define the sectors here around this racetrack. And, well, ERT VLN definitely close enough to make a move coming down the Dottinger Straight, but let's see if they can actually get that pass complete.
And also just keeping an eye on your MX-5 field. The SimRC Porsche gets somewhat hung up, and you see he finally gets able to fly by as we were riding on board with Alex Zerny as they come into the Andor Frost section of the racetrack once again. Little left-hand kink until you get to this awkward sector here at the top of the hill. Quick right, an awkward sort of I won't say double apex, almost an apex and a half left-hander, and then through this right-hander where you see Zerny push a little bit wide. That might hemorrhage a little bit of time to Lars Boll, but overall, these top four, they've been so close. And we've been talking, Nolan, over this race, you know, oh, the top two in this class are close, there's a couple drivers here. The lead fight in the MX5 field has just been absolutely extraordinary since the drop of the green flag.
No, it's been neck and neck. It's been crazy. I think the MX5 guys are a little bit more used to it than I am, because if I were in their situation, I would be pretty high strung, you know, especially because it feels like, you know, it's got to be detrimental to morale when you're in position and you think you're faster. Like Team Lars Boll has really done a heck of a job, in my opinion, especially with all these RSO guys who obviously probably aren't nearly as apt to help him as they are their teammates. He's done a heck of a job staying up here, and it's got to be a little bit demoralizing when you get up there and you have that lead. He had a pretty substantial lead at one point in time in this race, and guess what? The slipstream, it is the great equalizer in these cars. It's obvious. So, you know, I feel bad in these situations for certain guys, especially when they do get a big lead like Lars had at one point in time, and it's really of no value to you. I think, you know, you got to do something big to make something work, or else, you know, let's just run in line and stay where we're at. Unfortunately, I think in the MX5, you got to go for it every time, just because you never know when an opening is going to come up. You never know when you're going to get that runoff and get a big enough lead where the guys behind you start fighting that they can't make a run on you on the next straightaway. So not a lot you can do. It's a bit demoralizing, but man, the race up here has been great. I mean, these four guys have been at it this entire time, and it has never let up since the green flag dropped.
We got on our cameras there a fight for the overall race lead, and that was the ERT VLN trying to go side by side with GT Ross up into the final sector of the racetrack. They managed to go side by side. They did not cram the race lead out of the cold dead fingers of Team GT Ross SST Orange. But that said, fight for the race lead in the MX5. Lars Boll wants to get the race lead away from Alex Zerny as they run themselves now down this straightaway run that leads up towards the carousel sector of the racetrack, and Lars Boll gets the lead back for the moment, but through the left-hander he goes, and he's got the number 399, 397, and 398 in tow as he worked up towards this tight right-hand sector of the racetrack. And Connery finally got the lead back, and I think these RSO cars, they're pretty much going to chill until they get to the Donger Ho.
Yep, I definitely think so too. Meanwhile, your two lead Porsche machines are down on towards the lane to get their first service done, and they were very close coming down on towards the lane. They almost exactly get off of their pit stalls at the exact same time there as Pure Racing Team 299 actually closes up a little bit in the pit lane there. Maybe a bit lazy there for Patrick Pichler on towards the pit limiter, but they'll get themselves off and away. But looking back towards this MX5 field now, they're heading towards what is going to be coming up to, in a couple of corners time, coming up to the Whipperman section. And yeah, as you mentioned, these Team RSO cars are just going to sit behind just for now, and they can also work together in terms of helping each other with the draft coming down this very long back straight, much like they do in Super Speedway racing.
Yeah, it is sort of analogous, and Nolan, I have to wonder, watching these MX5s, are you having to use your NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series experience of drafting and working in order to properly commentate this MX5 field?
I don't want to even remotely compare this with Impasse. I wish I could, but you know, man, what we do in Impasse is quite a bit different than this. This is I don't really even know how to compare the two in many ways. Our draft lock isn't nearly as substantial as these. You know, we've got these big, huge, heavy cars, these massive front ends, and you know, we get behind people, and obviously we do get a pull in the draft. But this is just a new dimension of slipstreaming, and you know, once again, good point. I'm glad you brought up the MX-5s. Lars has once again pulled out a pretty substantial gap here to these guys. I don't think it's enough, even still. You know, you go up there and you fight and you fight and you fight and you try to build that gap, and you build it, and boom, you get to a straightaway, and it just evaporates. This time, though, it looks like Lars has a pretty good lead going into the big straight.
So as there's tradition here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, I think we're going to see Nolan Scott say one thing and then something else happens, because I do not think that lead is anywhere large enough for Lars Bull just yet as they come down onto the tiny carousel of the racetrack. And Nolan, I think, realizes it as well, and he's just going to go back and say, hey, look, I was right. I changed it at the last second, but they work themselves through the mini carousel, and as they approach this Dongerho straightaway, we're going to watch what happens here as they approach down onto this long back straight, because the thing to keep in mind, Gary, is that even though these cars can go a long time, we're an hour and 20 minutes into this race, it's going to be pit stop time for them pretty soon. We know they can go a lot longer generally than the Porsche and the GT3 cars can, but still, probably the next handful laps for these guys, we'll be seeing them down on a pit lane. But then again, a handful laps for these guys is 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a long 30 minutes in this case, and just like Nolan said, you get on the straightaway and the lead evaporates. Well, it looks like can't really tell from the angle that I'm looking at. I'd say about Carling separates pretty much this entire. You could just put the entire top four under a blanket right now. We've seen that, and we've used that already enough. And apparently, no passes are being made. So it looks like these guys are maybe. It looks like by the looks of this, they're just waiting for the right moment.
Very patient out of this lead group, and that's something we've been talking about, Connery, is we said, well, maybe ERT VLN will just cruise, maybe GT Ross will just cruise. Talking about just I don't think they took the cruise control out of these MX-5s, because they all just got down the back straight, and I rode on board with all the 3 Team RSO cars, and they were all just like floating 3/4 to half throttle, just enjoying the slipstream. No point in going side by side. We're just gonna cruise, yada yada yada. It's like they were just on a Sunday drive down, down an old highway somewhere along the Pacific coast.
Yeah, and that could be potentially a strategy play that these Team RSO guys are using. They're basically using the driver of Lars Ball ahead of them to help with their fuel saving. They're not going to try and get past down the Dongerho straight, at least until the end of this race. And, well, maybe they'll get the jump in the pit stops anyway, because they've been saving so much fuel just by being half to 3/4 throttle all the way down the back straight.
So with that, we are going to step aside here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live for the first time. We hope you've been enjoying the first hour of coverage here of your VLN Endurance Championship. Be sure to be right back here just a few moments' time, as we're going to catch our breath and we're going to go to a quick commercial break. See you in a few.
When I sat in the car, you always wonder, what's it going to feel like? It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for our first time in a car. I was really surprised by you're sitting low, you got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshields at steep angles, you can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them for a breast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Welcome back to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, as we've just had a change for the race lead in your GT3 division. We come back to a replay of that. You see right now Team GT Ross as well as that ERT VLN machine side by side at this point. This is on the run up the plug platform. In just a few corners time, you'll see that ERT Mercedes managed to get that path away from the GT Ross Audi. As always, just to reiterate, myself, Randy Chinnett, working the cameras, leading the comms today, and I'm joined by Connery Maddock, Nolan Scott, and Gary Weaver. And Nolan, just as you said it, that ERT Mercedes got the job done. You see right here is coming up on your pictures. To the right side of the racetrack went that ERT Mercedes around the long side through that right-hand kink, but he got it done beautifully, got the spot, managed to get down to the apex for the right-hander. That's job done. But you mentioned that GT Ross Audi losing and hemorrhaging a couple seconds per lap to that ERT Mercedes since the driver swap.
Yeah, it appears that Christopher just about 2 seconds a lap slower than Alex, in a similar part of the stint. So a pretty substantial time differential between those two drivers as of right now. Another thing that makes that ERT pass so good is, he went long the first stint, so he's probably a little bit heavier than he was at this point in the stint last time. So, I think you're right. You speculated you think the long stint was better. And it looks like it's going to pan out to go that direction for sure, as long as this pace differential stays in place.
Well, yeah, and that's the main thing, Connery, that you can make the short stint work. It's not to say that you can't make that strategy work, but in order to make the short fill and the short run work, you have to have short run speed. If you come down a little bit earlier, and if you voluntarily say we're going to do some slightly longer pit stops, you have to have the pace on track in order to make up for that. And right now, GT Ross just doesn't.
Yeah, right now with Lopez behind the wheel, it perhaps isn't. Maybe if they're the previous driver that they had behind the wheel of that car, Alex Arana, he definitely had the pace to get that car up through the field in that first stint. So maybe a little bit of driver change, swapping back to that first driver may be needed coming up towards the next pit stop here. But they kind of shown their hand already with that short pit stop as they deal with the lap traffic here. That's the V10R eSport SRS Mazda just getting well out of the way of your leaders. So what GTOS SSC Orange needs to do now is just to run their own race right now. They just haven't got to think about ERT VLN all that much. They're on a slightly different strategy to what they're on, and we'll see everything come together in the final stint of this race. And also, you have to consider, will they go for a no-tire stop to get themselves ahead, get that track position at the risk of falling back at the end of two stints on the tires? We will just have to see what the thought processes are with the guys in the garage.
And talking onto that point, we mentioned, tire strategy. I think actually this could be a decent race, Nolan, that you could double stint those tires because it's partly cloudy. It's not very hot. It's a morning session. I mean, right now, 26 degrees ambient temperature, 3 km/h wind. The actual track temperature is only 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's not a very hot circuit whatsoever today. I actually think for this GT3 field, this is the perfect sort of situation to warrant double stinting those tires. And I'm really surprised none of our leaders have done it yet.
I'm a bit surprised. I think it's partly to do with the combo that we have today. It's it's one of those places where you want a good consistent tire underneath you because any corner there's just so many. There's no runoff area anywhere. You have to be a bit more cautious. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well, especially with the weather conditions. We haven't talked much about that. The cooler weather obviously aids doing the double tire stint. So. Or the double stint on a set of tires, I should say. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see more people try it as well. I feel the same.
And, Gary, we mentioned that pace difference that Cristobal Lopez has. ERT VLN and Elliott Biddle, he's only had that race lead for about 3/4 of a lap, half a lap. And he's already stretched out 3 seconds on Cristobal Lopez. ERT, they're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Elliott Biddle's doing an amazing job in that ERT VLN machine, and it's absolutely amazing. And it's really unfortunate for Cristobal, but he's a little bit slower than his teammate that's also driving, whose name I unfortunately forgot at the moment. But of course,
Alex Arana.
Alex Arana.
That's it. Thank you. But we'll see. Maybe Cristobal's just trying to get used to it. Maybe he's just laying back. Maybe it could be his own little strategy that he's doing. But we'll see if they can do anything in the following about 30 minutes to an hour.
So keeping an eye on your MX-5 field, and things are still very close amongst the top 4, and, well, really can't expect anything less, as Lars Boll once again has that race lead. And we were talking about it off air, Nolan. You said that if you had to deal with what Lars Boll is dealing with, you'd get a little bit triggered. Imagine William Levesque in this situation.
Oh my goodness, can you? I wouldn't even want to imagine it. Well, he's got his own Mazda now in real life.
There would be so many French-Canadian accented anime, let's say, bad words thrown around. It would be hilarious.
Oh, there would be some bad words thrown around with William. If he's hot to trot in the Mazda, yeah, you got to watch yourself. It's definitely not PG rated in many circumstances. But yeah, I mean, I commented on it during the break. You know, Lars to me is clearly the fastest car in that class right now, and that's just my opinion. Obviously, I don't know if it's 100% true or not, but the slipstream is the great equalizer. And you know, when you go into a corner and you're pulling an average of a tenth every other corner on the 3 cars behind you, and then boom, you get to, and you don't even need a big straightaway in these cars, and it just evaporates. Yeah, it's got to be a bit upsetting. I mean, it would be for me. Maybe these guys are better at dealing with it than I am, but I got that short fuse, that short temper, so I would definitely be throwing on maybe a few more blocks here and there. But the problem is the speed is so low. You're going so slow, and your speed travel down straights is so slow. It's hard to throw big blocks. It really is, because then at that point you're almost just wrecking each other. I mean, unless you just want to block the inside all the way down the straightaway, that's about your only opportunity. So I don't, you know, these guys, maybe they're just playing nice with each other for now. I'm sure they're going to pull out the boxing gloves at the end of the race. But as for right now, no big blocks from anybody. Nobody really seems to really care about getting around Lars anymore. Earlier in the race, we saw him really try to go after Lars and try to get that position. And now it just seems like everybody's like, all right, we see that you're fast, and we're just going to stay behind you and save fuel. So deal with that. And now Lars is in a situation where what does he do? Does he lift? Does he slow down? Does he speed up? He just ran his fastest lap of the race last time by a 9:40.182. So, you know, he's obviously not slowing down too much, but he just can't pull away enough to make anything happen. So, I in his situation, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. I don't know if you do anything at all. Well, maybe just run your pace and move on.
I think that's all you can do, especially in these MX-5s. The slipstream is all you can do right now. You can't really do much else, and especially with the RSO guys doing what you're doing behind, doing what they're doing, behind, and just essentially cruising. On the topic of Nolan's short fuse, just asking him cross. But looking back now to your Porsche lead, Porsche lead is still very, very close. Shots fired.
That's low.
Yeah.
Man down.
Nolan knows what I'm talking about. I don't think Connor or Gary are aware, but that's funny. But looking back to the Porsche field, and you know, Connor, we talk about pure racing team. That's normally groups that we're used to seeing be pretty aggressive. They've been relatively calm, but that said, Jonas Wollmeyer, he's gotten the lead back from Patrick Pichler after we saw Pichler get that lead and, you know, sort of stretch a gap. That number 99, he's not just laying down and dying. He wants to fight with a teammate for this.
Yeah, and when you're still pulling the gap over the third place team, even while you're battling side by side at some points over the circuit, then why won't you fight, you know? And these guys know each other very well, part of the same team, Jonas Wollmeyer, Patrick Pichler. They know exactly how each other tends to race, and they know exactly what the other driver is going to do, so they can do some close quarters battling without too many issues, and I hope I'm not jinxing them right now as they make their way through a little bit of lap traffic.
Hey, you're not Nolan, you're fun.
I'm bullied around here. Now, just something to point out about those two Porsches, actually. Patrick Pichler, last time by, a whopping 7 seconds slower than his best lap. So I'm of the opinion maybe something traffic related had to do with that pass, because Pichler, last stint, I really thought, and we said off air, I thought Pichler was going to at least hold the lead, if not slightly pull away. And, you know, something happened there. There's no reason why he should have ran an 8:14.78 last time by, with his best lap being an 8:07.57, and he's got fresh tires. So something happened, and it looks like his teammate, you know, capitalized on that opportunity and took the lead from him.
See the lap times there across the bottom of your screen. It was 0.9 of a second slower for Patrick Pichler compared to Jonas Wollmeyer. So something indeed happened. But that said, Jonas Wollmeyer, Nolan, he pretty much encountered the exact same thing. Also, that would have been an outlap, I believe. Actually, no, I take that back. I don't think that would have been an outlap, but
No.
But still, it didn't just happen to Patrick. Jonas Wolmeyer, he encountered the same thing. Was a couple of tenths quicker, but both drivers encountering very similar things, and very difficult for these guys. Yeah, I was gonna say, we just saw that live. Patrick Pichler getting that little slide through that left-hander, not what you want to see as you're trying to chase down a teammate.
No, it isn't, and well, that's just going to overheat the tires just a little bit with that slide there, but with this cold track temperature, those going to cool down relatively quickly, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for him as they deal with yet more MX-5s getting in the way, or actually getting out of the way. That was the Tomat Racing car just there, getting well out of the way, and then there's going to be a little bit of clear air for these Porsches. The car ahead of them right now is in fact a GT3 car, so that will actually be pulling away from them, so no traffic to deal with right now for both Wolmeyer and Patrick Pichler, so Pichler can just work on closing that gap yet again using the slipstream. There's also a relatively close battle on track right now in the GT3 field. There's one we haven't really mentioned, and that's between the number 51 Motorsport for All AMG and the 13 of Vendaval Sim Racing as well. And of course, the main bulk of the Vendaval Sim Racing drivers are currently competing in the Petit Le Mans. So for this race, these guys are actually doing pretty well for themselves. They did qualify P number 2. They're down in towards that P number 4 spot. So not a great first half of the race, but you can't really complain with the top 5.
Yeah, Vendaval doing quite good, and that's a team that's really come out. And I'm actually going to say right now, Vendaval might be one of my championship favorites going into the Blancpain GT Series next year, and Nolan, I'm sure, is going to be offended about that. But before Nolan can complain, Gary, looking back at the MX-5s, the top 4 little scrap has gotten a little bit separated this time through with the traffic. Your overall race leaders have just cycled themselves through, and you see there was a bit of a gap between 1 and 2, Ps 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4. Now it's just a 2x2. They've duoed up, as the 399 machine wants to fight with Lars here at the end of the lap, and he's going to get that race lead.
Yeah, finally, once again, Alex Cerny is pretty much taking over the lead. I'd say, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's about the 10th lead
And
change,
everyone comes on to pit like, no!
Yep.
Ooh, this is actually interesting. We got one people going off strategy here, Gary.
Yeah, Team RSO 397, Patrick Longhouse stays out as opposed to pretty much the entire rest of the, what was now 2nd through 4th place. That's 3 cars.
Ooh. Sorry, I was just going to butt in there because Lars Ball did have to reverse into his pit stall there. That could be crucial. I don't think it's going to be enough for him to lose the draft to the Team RSO cars, but that could be something on the...
Now, I think one thing, Nolan, I'm going to come to you on this. I'm not sure if I like what this number 397 car is doing. Now, yes, he's going to get that extra lap of fuel, but I sort of see this differently than the situation we have with Team GT Ross SST Orange. And that's the fact that I talked about it somewhat earlier. I see this track for these MX-5 pretty much being analogous to Daytona in the Cup cars or in the Xfinity cars, whatever NASCAR you want to pick, in the sense that I think I value slipstream over fuel strategy. I think this 397 car, because he's not going to have people to draft with over the course of this lap, I think he's simply going to lose time over those 3 other drivers. I think for Patrick Langkow, this is going to end up backfiring, and I think he's going to come out of the pits with something with like a 4 to 5 second deficit.
Well, I disagreed with you on the GT3, but in this circumstance, I kind of do agree with you. And the reason I agree with you is because he wasn't one of the top 2 guys. He was one of the guys back in 3rd and 4th who was obviously dependent upon the slipstream. Now, I say that, watch this, he'll run fastest lap of the race right here.
Yeah,
I'll
he'll run a
jinx myself
7-minute
every
lap
time.
somehow.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing is, had he been in the 1st or 2nd position and clearly shown that he was capable of that pace, I say, okay, fine, mix match your strategy. Being in 3rd, 4th position, I say you take your losses and you pit with the group every time. So, we'll see what his lap time is next time by. We obviously won't get to see a clear cut because he'll have the pit entry. But I'm in agreement with you on this one. I think I would have pitted there with the rest of my boys, especially when 2 of them are my teammates. And I would have just taken the loss, or I wouldn't have taken the loss. I would have just pitted with my guys. I want to stay with my guys here. They're protecting me. I'm protecting them. Why split? I'm in agreement with you on this one, Randy.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations. It's one of those rare cases where because these cars are so slow, relatively speaking, that they just have so much straightaway time spent on the straightaways here at the Nordschleife that it ends up, essentially being a super speedway for these guys. Now, checking on that GT3 lead fight, Connery, ERT VLN, they've stretched out 5 seconds over Cristobal Lopez and GT Ross SST Orange. So it was, pretty much the fight to watch, arguably, for that first half of the race, that first hour of the race, simply put, because they were being so much more aggressive compared to, say, the MX-5s, which are, just keen to stay in line. ERT VLN, they're just, lap on lap, stretching a second or two out every time through.
Yeah, exactly. So ERT VLN are definitely in a comfortable place right now, but of course, we don't know if Elliott Little is going to be the only driver behind the wheel of that ERT AMG Mercedes there. Maybe another driver will decide to slot themselves into the car, and maybe the pace will be a little bit different for them as they head in towards the valley here. Just a little bit of a slide there coming through the entry, but not too bad for them, especially with the lap times that they're running right now. I kind of want to bring the discussion back towards the MX-5 field though, because I noticed during that pit stop that the pit stop times for all the cars that came down pit road were in some cases quite different. There was a 2-second gap between the 339 Team RSO car and Team Lars Boll, and then the 398 car had a stop that was around about 6 or 7 seconds slower than Team Lars Boll. So that has meant that this whole gaggle of cars that we were watching in the MX-5 field have now completely just spread out, and I think this could play into the hands of Team Lars Boll here, because we saw his clean air speed has been very, very good. If he doesn't have a pack of cars just hounding him and just trying to use him as a fuel-saving tool, this could be very good for him if he only has to deal with one car.
That said, I believe he came out last in line here, maybe not compared to the 398. Yeah, that's correct. He came out second in line, actually. So the first car out is that 399 machine of Alex Zerny. So he is either representing the race lead or P number 2, depending what happens. Actually, Nolan, we'll come back to you. Seeing the way this pit stop cycled through, I think I'm going to actually change my mindset here, because I was expecting these 3 cars to basically take the same amount of fuel load, get out all at the same time. You see Alex Zerny dealing with the Pure Racing Team Porsche there. That's the 299 car of Wollmeyer, current race leader. I was expecting these 3 cars to essentially come out in one big pack and slipstream their way around the track. I think the fact that these 3 cars came out so separated, this could play in the hands as well of that number 397, Patrick Lankow, who's going that extra lap, because now he's not going to lose the time from that slipstream that I thought he was going to be losing.
Yeah, if we had a magic ball, I would. It looks like this is actually going to fall into
you would have been wrong
lap.
a lot less if you had a magic ball.
Exactly. Well, wouldn't we all? I mean, wouldn't we all, for sure? I still think Lars is the best overall car with air. But with that said, the issue now for him is that 399 car of Alex, in the RSO car, he was the number 2 guy that entire run. He was always in number 2 or number 1 position for the most part. So he's clearly, in my opinion, if not the fastest, the second fastest car in this group. So had it been, the 398 car, the 397 car, the other, the Team RSO car, I think Lars might be in a better situation here. The issue for Lars is that the guy that did jump him in the pit stop just so happened to be the guy that was hassling him the entire time during the stint. So for Lars, he's in a bit of a pickle here. I think he's got to grind this back now, do it on track. I don't think he's going to have the opportunity to do it in the pit box. If anything, now the 397 car is the car that's in the overall strategical best position, I think. I think you're right. Had we had a magic ball, man, staying out seems like a really good call now.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here. And Alex Zerny, it should be no surprise that he was one of those front runners in that Team RSO machine. The Zerny guys, both Alex and Tobias, are so strong in these MX-5s every time we come to this VLN circuit. But I think somewhat, almost disappointingly is here, Gary. We saw a super exciting first hour of the race. And with the way the pit stop cycles is cycled through, either with but the GT3 field with the driver swap difference, the Pure Racing Team fight, and the Porsche is starting to spread out a little bit, and the strategy calls in the MX-5 field, Gary, all of our close fights, they've just sort of been defused for the moment as we approach the halfway point in about 15 minutes time.
Yeah, strategy call by Team RSO 397, and that was really interesting. I just thought the entire top 4 would pit, but we're going to see what happens. They're probably going to come in this time by, so I believe, like Nolan said, it's probably the overall best strategy call. You're about a lap ahead of everybody, so we'll see what happens. And That's pretty much all I can think of at the moment, as I don't really see any other major battles within the MX-5 class or on the track.
Yeah, there's nothing really close out there, really anywhere out there on the racing circuit right now. The closest fight, no, never mind, there are two cars that are not in the same category.
There were two cars side by side. 23 and the 51 were side by side heading down the Dongo. This is for number 4 in your GT3 class, and that was actually going to be the MSP Phoenix Racing 23 making the pass there over the Motorsport for All AMG.
Yes, indeed they did. Now we have those pictures up on our screen. So that was just a change in position, and they're actually very close to that Vendaval car, who's just a couple of seconds further up the road, and it's actually about 3 seconds between these three cars. So this is about the closest fight we have on track right now. It's almost side by side. They want to go into corner number 1 between the 23 and the 51 through that tight first corner here and into the Mercedes arena for what is their 14th trip around this long circuit, Nolan. And you know, what's your take on this? Do you think a lot of these fights are going to bring themselves back in over the course of this race, or do you think the way, you know, just the way the strategy has gone, do you think some of these fights, you know, for example, the GT3 overall lead, have diffused themselves?
For the time being, I think the lead for GT3 has diffused itself. The overall pace from ERT right now is just a bit too strong for that GT Ross car to hang on. You know, we'll have to see what GT Ross does in terms of driver changes, whatever the situation may be, and we still may have a driver change from ERT in the very near future. So, you know, we're just going to have to see who they decide to put in the car moving forward. Alex Arana may be back. You never know. We just don't know yet. And on a track like this, you just never know when a huge mistake's going to happen either. So, regarding the GT3, yeah, I think that one's a bit cut and dry for at least the next 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and then we can really reassess that. As for, you know, the Porsches, Pure Racing teams seem to have pretty dominant control there, but that I think is going to end up being one of our races of the day. Because they just keep, you know, they're back and forth, fast lap here, fast lap there, fast lap here, fast lap there. So those guys are really, really close, and the gap's only 2 seconds between the two of them. So those two for sure. And obviously we've seen how the MX-5's going. We've seen a big gap open up. The question is can Lars pull it back to that 399 car, and where's the 397 car going to come out? Those are all things that we're going to find out in the near future, and once we do, we'll be able to really assess that. But right now, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough battle for that GT Ross car and GT3 to get back to the front.
Number 397 machine is on pit lane right now, and you see the pit timers underneath your screen. And let's see if our overlay plays nice. Indeed, it does. So for the number 399 machine, it was a minute 5.6 second stop for that 399, and that's the car that came out in front. Compare that to a 108.3 for Lars Bull, and keep in mind he did roll his box, so that's where a lot of that 3 seconds came from. Let's keep an eye on Patrick Langkow. 51, 52, 53, 54. About 10 seconds is where we're going to be wanting to see this number 397 machine come out. If not, a little bit quicker ahead is let's wait. Any second now, we should be getting that 397 released. Still waiting, and this might be actually a long stop for Patrick Langkow. A minute 9.5, I believe that might be the slowest of everyone. No, I take that back. Elmar Erlicott went a 1 minute 14.6. So for Patrick Langkow, not the fastest swap, not the stop, not the slowest, but Alex Zerny is going to get through. Let's see if Lars Bull does. Yes, he does. Just that 397 there, Gary. He comes out behind, but not very much so, especially compared to that 398 of Erlicott.
Yeah, just comes out, just barely gets beaten by Lars Bull, and unfortunately Alex's teammate Elmer is actually heading to pit road right now. So that's a interesting call, especially he made pissed off about 2 laps prior to this. So maybe they're doing a driver swap, or maybe he's fixing some damage.
They've got some damage on the rear end, so, and the front end as well. So they may have picked that up over the outlap. As they do take the fast repair there. So interesting circumstances there for the 398. Picking up damage on that outlap, have to come in to get that damage repaired. They made that call. They thought they were losing more time carrying the damage than they would come down pit road and fix it. So that would be the faster way for them to do things.
Well, and someone in the chat is asking to see the number 127 of Berlin Simsport now. There they are. Anyways, the race lead is still out to 6 seconds here. As keeping an eye on your Porsche fight. It's now down under 2 seconds on the racetrack, 1.9. And I think you're pretty much absolutely right, Nolan. The way that this fight is ebbing and flowing, this could be one of the close fights on the day. I should take that back. It's more in the realms of about 1.7 seconds on the racing circuit, but very close between these two. And I have a feeling, you know, it's somewhat interesting because through the first stint, I think we're going to see something interesting happening where Wallmeyer was slower than Pichler through the first half or so of the run, but Wallmeyer really opened it up toward the tail end of that first hour. So I think we're going to see Pichler reel that gap down for now, but it seems there's something that happened that for some reason Wallmeyer had that little bit of an edge from laps, 6 to about 11 or so.
Yeah, I mean, the track's obviously going to slow down a little bit, and it appears to have slowed down slightly, or else something's just going on with these two, because these guys, compared to their first stint, once again, Pichler ran an 8-minute 07.57 at one point in this race, and since they've come out of the pits, he hasn't run any better than a 10-second lap, so an 8-minute 10-second lap. So something's happened. I don't know if the track's just slowing down. It could be traffic related. You don't know the circumstance, but Pichler's keeping him true to holding this lead. And I still think, Pichler early on did appear to have a little bit of an advantage. I think right now you flip a coin with these two because they're both equally fast in basically every sector of the track. And the gaps, for the most part, have pretty much stayed the same. They've leveled off a little bit here lately. We haven't seen Pichler bring anything in. As a matter of fact, he's lost a little bit. Last time by, he was quite a bit quicker. But the second lap after his pit stop, he had a really poor lap and lost over 2 seconds to his teammate. So he's just got to reel that back in. I still think he does appear to have just a slight advantage on his teammate, but getting there and making a pass, that's a completely different story in itself. Plus it's his teammate. You don't want to wreck your teammate. You got to play a little bit nicer with those guys. It's just the way it is. So we'll see if he can get there. That's one thing. If he can get past his teammate, that's something completely different.
Well, as they say, catching is one thing, passing is entirely another as they work themselves now through the second half. To the tail end of the first half of the lap, I should say. Just checking in with your MX-5s, and you see this is 3 cars, top 3 in line right there. The 399 of Zerny, followed by Lars Boll, followed by the 397 of Patrick Lankow. You just saw them all cycle through on your pictures there. So close, relatively close fight amongst these guys here, Connery, but it's going to be a bit of a slow burner. I think one of the big thing is going to be how much can Lars Boll reel that gap in. We haven't seen a proper hot lap just yet. Most of their laps have been somewhere in the 9-minute range, and, well, they just did an out lap, which is 11.04 for Zerny versus an 11.07 for Boll, but we do know he had that slower stop. You're going to have to wait another 3 to 4 minutes to get any idea about what the lap time difference is like and if Lars Boll is reeling that gap in.
It certainly seems to me that at least visually that has come in a little bit compared to after Lars Boll came off of pit lane, but we'll have to get official confirmation of that when the next time they head past the starters standards. Actually, I could possibly check the relative timings right now. That would be very, very useful. He's brought the gap down to around about 3.1 seconds right now, and we have to see if that drops coming towards the second half of the lap here.
So potentially the gaps coming down here in your MX-5s, which started out as a 5-car scrap between your MX-5 field, then slowly turned into a 4-car scrap after Berlin Simsport had that incident, and then after the pit stops, everything has gotten really, really spread out, and it's going to be a bit of a slow burner there. Looking back at the Porsches, well, I think Patrick Pichler here, Nolan, he's done a fantastic job. I think he's brought that gap down a little bit. You notice Wallmeyer maybe having a little bit of traffic, but that gap looks visually smaller than it was just a little bit ago. Not much, but it's something, and, every little bit counts around this place.
That is 100% correct, and I'm getting reports here that we might have our second place in GT3 pitting and going for a driver change. Is that correct, Connery?
Yeah, Haran is back in.
Yeah, Arana is back behind the wheel of that GTOS SSD orange car, and it seems to be maybe yet another early stop here for the GTOS SSD orange team. So they're going very, very aggressive with these stops right now, and this, well, it didn't really work out well for them the last time they headed down on towards pit road. Maybe Alex Arana can do something about that as he heads his way through towards turn number 1 now. And do ERT VLN try to react to this on the next lap, or do they stick to their usual strategy of draining that fuel tank dry at the end of the stint and then going for the short stint at the end of this race? Another team down on towards the lane as well. Number 51 Motorsports for All AMG heading themselves for their second service of the day. Rick Haser is behind the wheel of that car still, so no driver change yet for the Motorsports for All team. Rick Haser going on to his going to be third stint.
And what's your take on this, Gary? Because we've seen ERT be so strong in the second hour to do a little bit of a short run, not by a lot. Actually, no, I take that back. It was a 7-lap, I think 7-lap runs for each of them. But GT Ross comes down on the pit lane early once again, and now they put Alex Arana back in. Do you like this call to get the quicker guy back in, or do you think they might be putting themselves so far off strategy by coming in another 5 minutes early once again? Do you think they might be off strategy enough that it might just play into the hands of ERT to continue just filling the car up and emptying it every single time through?
Well, that depends on how it is, but we've seen the lap times from Alex Arana, his first, second, and third lap times. It was 7:54, 7:56, and 7:56, as compared to Cristobal J. Lopez. His first 3 laps were 7:58, 7:58, and a 8-minute 1-second lap time. So looks like I mean, I can understand, put the faster guy in and see what happens. So unless Elliott also makes a driver change where he pits eventually, and looks like he might in probably about a lap or 2, we'll find out what happens. Maybe Alex might be able to get that gap down just enough and might be able to catch ERT.
So we're getting words of the pit time for the GT Ross car was 1:03 seconds. That is slightly short for a full fuel stop. It's not super short, but it is essentially a full stop in essence, because you're going to be getting tires and you're practically going to be filling that car up, Connery. And really, the only difference there between that and a regular full stop is that they likely had some fuel left in the tank, which they're not going to have to take during the course of that stop. And that's really going to be, I think, the 5 or so seconds they maybe shaves. That's really going to be where that's at.
Yeah, and they pretty much need much more than those 5 or so seconds coming towards the end here, because, well, the lap that they pitted on, they were about 16 seconds behind. I wonder if that is actually still taken into account of when they were down on towards the lane. But again, they're still going to need more than those seconds that they've just gained in the pit stops. That's, of course, assuming that ERT VLN takes tires with their next fuel stop here. They could go with the aggressive strategy of taking no tires, but I'm not sure that would be a valid strategy here in the middle of the race. That's more something you would do in terms of, well, either end of the race, either at the start or the end. So I don't think that, well, this could be a possibility, but I don't think it's a valid possibility that ERT could be going for right now. I could be very, very wrong as ERT heads their way through towards the carousel now, and we could expect them to head down towards the lane. Probably this time by, if not next time by.
Connery, I'm giving you a job. According to Max Benecke in the chat, he says at the end of lap 14, 4 turns before the Dongerho straight, GT Ross crash. Go see if you can confirm that.
It'll take me a while to try and confirm that. That was, if you can repeat the lap, that would be fantastic.
The end of lap 14.
End of lap 14. That's easy to do, because I can go to lap 15 and then I can go back. So
thank you for teaching us how to use the iRacing replay tools. Anyways, so Connery's going to be looking for that, and once he gets me a number, I'm going to try to get that on the screens for us. I will not promise anything, well, because I am just a mortal man, whereas Hugo is the one who's
I found
a
it.
Genius.
I have indeed found it. I'll get the timestamp to you, Randy.
Alright, so we're going to try to get this for you, but while that's happening, going to be looking at a handful of things here. Of course, the pure racing team fight here, Gary. This is really the close one on track. Everything else is sort of slow burning at the moment. You also have that fight. Actually, I take that back. That fight in the mid-pack of the GT3 field, well, tail end of the top 5 rather, between, say, MSP, Phoenix, and Motorsport for All, that's pretty much sorted itself out already. These cars that are cycling through, I believe, are laps down. So really the last close fight we have on track is really between these two pure racing team Porsches.
Yeah, these two are just cruising right now. We got Pure Racing Team 299 and once again Patrick Pitchler right there in 200. So looks like he's either riding or he's trying to close the gap. But either way, he's probably just waiting for that right moment, or maybe they might just ride it out to the finish. We'll find out here as a real championship is up the line. Is about 15 seconds back, and directly behind him is Overdrive Performance 111. 16th overall for Real Championship, 17th overall for Overdrive Performance 111 right there.
So I'm trying to get this replay up, but it's not playing very nice. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get that. So apologies for that GT Ross incident, but Connery, that's going to be a huge deficit for them. I think that's pretty much going to take them out of this. The fact that they, you know, yeah, they're going to get the free quick repair and get back on track quickly. But the fact that they had an incident in the first place and the fact that they had to come down pit lane, I think that pretty much just hands this into the hands of ERT, which we don't want to say that so soon because Vendevault, well, they disconnected last time out coming on to the last sector of the racetrack, and here they actually come down on a pit lane, but ERT in a dominant position at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. The only saving grace for GT Ross SST Orange was they had that incident getting very, very near the pit window, so they could salvage something from this race as it stands right now, but they're just going to have to race from behind if they win already. So this could be interesting from them coming towards the end to see how far up through the field they get. Yeah, that's another little mistake that we've seen. Actually, it ends up being a little mistake, turning into a very big mistake coming towards the end of the lap there, and that is also something you have to consider. They had it at the end of the lap, so they didn't have to go through the whole entire Nordschleife nursing that pretty heavy front left damage that they managed to get. So in some ways SST Orange got lucky, and in other ways they have put a serious damper on their race.
You know, is there going to be team orders involved with their finishing position today? What is their stand? What, you know, how do they feel as a team? Do they feel like they want to let these guys race? I mean, at our team, I think in a situation like this, we're just going to tell them, hey, boys, go out there and have fun, you know? Whether or not they choose to do that, we'll see. Pitchler obviously is not backing down. I mean, last time by, full second up on his teammate. So Wallmeyer under a little bit of pressure here. I don't know what the team orders there are, and I don't want to speculate too much on that, but it seems to me that, you know, Pitchler's going to get there. There's going to come a time when Pitchler's at Wallmeyer's bumper if he continues to do what he's been doing for a majority of the race. The question is, how are they going to approach it from there? That, I think, is going to end up being our big talking point today. It's whether or not, you know, hey, do we maintain line of stern? Do we finish first and second? Or does, you know, do we want to let them
the
fight?
times right now down the Dottinger Ho as Pitchler's reeled the gap in on Wallmeyer, and they're side by side under the Bilstein Bridge, and Wallmeyer, he's going to back out, Pitchler's going to back out of it just at the end of the straightaway, but you said they'd be side by side eventually, Nolan. Might happen a little bit later. It's happening right now.
Here it is, and he's going for it. I thought he was going to try to make that stick. Once again, playing a little bit nice with his teammate. We still got 2 hours left. Well, just under 2 hours left. So maybe playing a little bit nicer right now. Maybe try to get him in the pit stops. Once again, Pitchler just showing consistently that he's just a little bit quicker than his teammate that time by.
Yeah, a little bit quicker there is Pitchler, and you see Wallmeyer, I think, under the pressure, locking up a little bit there at that first corner. So Wallmeyer pushing as hard as he can, and Patrick Pitchler doing everything he can to put pressure on his teammate here, Gary. These guys are throwing it all on the line, and for what may be the small endurance race of the day, considering we have that Petit Le Mans race, which has everyone's focus for the day, the fact that these two are out fighting as hard as they are in this 4-hour race, I think is great to see people taking this championship this seriously. No, there are a lot of people, of course, that prefer the circuit, prefer the types of cars, but through corner number 5 into 6 and 7 they come, and Pitchler, I think, wants that spot from Wallmeyer, Gary.
Oh, he most definitely wants that spot. I'm pretty sure that pass with that back out, that's just his way of saying, hey, I'm faster than you, so if you can let me by at some point, that would be great. But then again, he may just Patrick might just have to take it from Wallmeyer. So we'll find out here. Definitely keeping an eye on this.
That's a good point to bring up, Gary. It really is.
And apparently from just got reports that only 8.7 seconds between ERT and SST. So we're going to find out. Vanderwall Sim Racing up to second. MSP Phoenix Racing 23 up to third place after pit stops for some of the GT3 drivers.
And so we've finally gotten a chance to cycle through in terms of fast laps for the MX-5s. And one thing you talked about, Nolan, the fact that Lars Boll might be the strongest competitor out there on the field in that category. Last time through, Alex Zerny, a 3:42.6, a 9:42.6. That would have been a monster of a lap time.
Wow!
But a 9:41.7 for Lars Boll, so just under a second. And, well, looking back a little bit, Patrick Lankow, it's an 11:09.1, so that was an outlap for him. But 9/10 is what Lars Boll reeled him in, and I think he's going to have a lot more of a slipstream this time through. So I think that gap's going to be down to essentially nothing once they get to the end of the back straight.
This is the race on the track right now I'm the most excited about, because Lars, in my opinion, has consistently showed in these technical sections of the track that, man, he's going to be tough to beat. But with the way the draft lock works, man, somebody's going to have to do something. There's going to come a time when somebody's got to put their foot down and say, hey, here it is. Take it or leave it. That hasn't happened yet, and I don't expect it to happen for at least another hour, I would say. You never know. If he's as hot-headed as I am, he might throw it in at any time. But I don't think you're going to see too much for at least another hour in this race. But the time will come when somebody has to put their foot down, and it looks like it's going to be a two-horse race at the front between Lars and Alex in that 399 RSO car.
That it is. It definitely seems to be the case that the 5-horse battle has been dwindled down to 2. But that said, here on Race Block TV and iRacing Live, we're going to step away once again before the Porsches make their pit stops. Going to try to keep our timings here at approximately just at the top of the hour or just past it. So we will be right back here on Race Block TV and iRacing Live, but you won't miss a section of the action. We're going to go side by side. See you in a bit.
actually, really enjoy dirt racing. Feels good to get in the car, and we have, great cars and engines and things at KKR, so it's nice to drive a fast sprint car.
Couple of separate lines developing, three wide action on a turn two. Craig Kinzer, Casey Kane, and Garrett Pittman going at it.
I think the differences between, NASCAR and the sprint races on dirt is just a much different mindset. The way you drive your cars, the setup, the feel you're looking for. I think one of the hardest things to tell as a fan is when you're watching a race, whether it's a NASCAR race, a dirt race, is just what's really going on in the cars. With iRacing, you can get the way that the track's changing, which they've done a great job in how the track changes throughout the night or throughout the race, just to try to capture it and let the fans play it and realize, like, man, there's actually a lot going on, and you can't always see that when you watch a race. So I think it's pretty neat. It's, enjoyable for me, but at the end of the day, it's actually much of a simulation, and there's a lot of ways that you can learn from that. And, early on, it was neat to look at the Cup tracks that I was going to, places that I had never been. So I think it kind of gives you a head start leading into a weekend. It's pretty real life, and that's pretty neat.
When I sat in the car, you always wonder, what's it going to feel like? It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for a first time in a car. I was really surprised by it. You're sitting low, you got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshields at steep angles, you can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
Welcome back to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. As we took our second commercial break of the day, but you missed none of the action. We rode on board with Alex Zerny fighting with Lars Boll here for the race lead in your MX5 field. About half a lap is what we rode on board with for those MX-5s. And, you know, there's 2 big endurance races happening today. This round here in the VLN Endurance Championship, as well as is happening in the Petit Le Mans Series. And while Alvin Yeves, Kim Walsh, Jake Sperry, and Hugo Louis are bringing you all the action there, let's listen into them for a few moments' time and see what's happening there.
VRS Coanda stands for running, but you know, the fact that they are still here, they are running, they're still, you know, keep putting the laps down, just seeing what is the best thing, the best finishing position that they can do. That is the difference between a winning team and a championship winning team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the difference between a winning team and a championship winning team is that even on your worst drives, you get a job done. And you look at teams that are getting jobs done right now, Glacier Racing, for example, JJ Nylander, he hasn't changed drivers as such, but he's just kept it on the island. There's not much more that he's done. He's got Vendaval Sim Racing purple in the phases right now here. That's Neil Senkowski, who did a 121.9 last time by compared to the 122.2. So 0.3 of a second there, closed down by Vendaval. But the issue is that they are effectively 20 seconds down the road, and look who's behind them for P3. That's Jake Sturgis, who is not out of this race here within X Green right now here, Cam. And you think after that very slow lap that was done, they're still in the fight for the race victory.
Interesting, you know, you may...
And we're back here to the VLN Endurance Championship. And Nolan Scott, you'll be excited about this. While I was in there, apparently NX has a fair shot to win that thing. Jake Sturgio is apparently doing really well. Not sure what class. Of course, we haven't been following, keeping track, but NX seems to be doing strong.
Yeah, NX Racing Green doing well. They had a bit of an issue with a fuel load earlier on. We'll just leave it at that. So they had a bit of an issue early on. They actually had the lead, the outright lead in that class by a little bit, and then they had a little bit of an issue on pit road. So they've fallen back into, I think, 3rd position now. Correct. So I'm rooting for them. I hope they do well. I hope they claw their way back up. They're obviously pretty quick in that Ferrari. I think Jack Sedgwick particularly has been putting quite a bit of time into that Ferrari, and it's paying off. He's proved that he's pretty quick in that car.
GT3
I think Jake Sturgis
GT?
is in the car now.
Out of curiosity.
GT3, I believe.
Well, because I know they would have just had the qualifiers for the Neo Endurance Championship, and I know that they're in the Ferrari there, so they could be just going both ways. So the Neo Endurance Championship qualifiers just cycled through. 13, I believe, prototype and GT teams got themselves into that. And that was pretty stout. Team Primera, unfortunately, missed out as a result of me. We'll just put it that way. But, Gary, back to the VLN. Yeah, I choked pretty hard. I'm not going to lie. I choked really hard. Sorry, Jamie. But back to the VLN here as we're watching this lead Porsche fight as the gap comes down in favor of Patrick Pichler due to some traffic here, Gary. Well, we should be seeing these guys on pit lane, I think, pretty soon here. It was around lap 8, lap 9. They came down pit road last time. We're coming up on lap 18. I think they're going to be down, if not at the end of this lap, at the end of next for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely close to that. Patrick Pichler is definitely close to that gap. He's a lot closer than he was a few laps ago. So he might, just like earlier, he might be laying back just a bit, you know, probably playing some mind games, if you will. But we'll find out, like you said, if they come to pit either this time or next time around. Meanwhile, for the MX-5s, I got Alex Sersney in that RSO 399. He's just riding back behind Lars right now, so nothing really major. But I'd say that's about the probably about the 11th or 12th lead change for the MX-5s.
So could happen, but then again, at the same time, Connery, talking about this MX-5 fight, think about since the drop of the green flag, Alex earning that 399. He's been that second car in line. You know, he's led a couple laps. And he's had the lead, you know, here or there at a couple times. For the most part, the number 399 machine, he's been just, you know, completely happy doing exactly this since the drop of the green flag, currently working the 15th lap. And he's spent probably the bulk of his time in that second spot. Now, granted, that was aided by the fact that he had a bunch of teammates behind him that weren't going to fight with him. But he has had absolutely no interest, really, in getting around that number 1 machine of Lars Bull.
No, absolutely no interest at all, and he's just very, very comfortable there to just sit behind him, save as much fuel as he can, and then make something happen on the final stint of the race. And well, if history is to be believed, it's actually side by side for the Porsche lead right now. Both the PRT cars going side by side down the Dockenhohe, and here comes Jonas Wallmeyer trying to reply, maybe coming down towards the final couple of corners here, but nope, he just backs out of the move there. So swap for position in the two PRT cars for the lead of your Porsche field. And exactly how that was done, well, that I believe that was just a very simple draft pass all the way down the back straight.
So we're getting a replay of that up on your screen right now as you see that pass happening at the moment side by side with Jonas Wallmeyer as well as Patrick Pichler. And you see just over to driver's right goes that number 200 machine. Pichler, and well, Nolan, he made that look pretty easy, but I think Wallmeyer made that easy for him as well. Didn't really fight too hard for that one.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're teammates. You got to draw the line somewhere. And I think Wallmeyer just kind of understands right now that he's strong. He's very, very strong. But Pichler's just got that slight edge on him. So we'll see what happens with driver changing in this race, if at all. And maybe he's basing that on me. You know, maybe he's in a situation right now, hey, let's just bring the car home. Let's get through this stint. Let's get somebody else in the car who can maybe power through this. Or maybe he knows someone else is going in the car with Pichler, and he's saying, you know what, we'll take our time here. Maybe he's not going to be quite as fast as Pichler, and then we'll get it at the end. Either way, I don't blame him for not making too big of a deal of that. They're both pretty similar in pace. Pichler's obviously, like I said, on average about a half a second a lap faster. So I think it was a fair call. I think it was a fair move. I would have probably let that position go too. But, oh, and I say that Pichler has quite a big moment there in the chicane and gets gobbled back up. He's not going to get past. But, yeah, Pichler obviously feeling a little bit of pressure too. So we'll have to see what happens with driver changes. I think that our next pit stop is pretty much going to define this race.
So getting a replay of Pichler's incident here. You see him down the back straight of the GP circuit, hard on the brakes and through the chicane, and you see, well, it was
a big wreck in the GT3. This is 06 Evolution Racing Team VLN, not the ERT that is leading the field right now, but this was a huge incident involving, yes, that's the 13 of the Venval Sim Racing car side by side coming through this straight here, and oh, that is an absolutely huge incident, major damage to both of those cars. I think this was the run down towards Arenberg that they got into a bit of a tangle, and those two cars both have terminal damage, it seems.
So big incident. We haven't seen it just yet, but we're following through the left-hand kink on the run to Arenberg, side by side up into this tight right-hander. Oh, but two lines come together in a huge incident indeed. Vendeval goes flipping through the air. Evolution Racing Team keeps it on the ground, but huge impact regardless. We're going to get another angle of this on board with that driver of Vendeval. That was Adrian Hettich in the Vendeval Sim Racing Team. That was Bo Albert in the Evolution Racing. But you see through the left-hand kink right here at the top of Flugplatz, you see the run that Vendeval gets, pulls to driver's right, and now up and over this like crest, and this takes you to left-hander. They didn't even make it to the left-hander, but a huge impact there. Nolan at the end of this thing, you know, approaching, you know, post halfway. Towards the end of the race. That's a huge incident for both of those cars, and heartbreak for cars that were in the top 5.
It's a heartbreak is right, and I don't like to put a lot of blame on a lot of these incidents, but man, you know, you got to give more room. There's absolutely no reason for two cars to come together in that part of the track, in my opinion. You got a hard left-hander coming up. Obviously, ERT could see the Vendeval car. I mean, the Vendeval car did have slight overlap when the contact was made, so you got to maybe put that on ERT. But very, very close to a racing incident there. But once again, you should never see two cars, in my opinion, wreck right there, especially before the left-hander even begins. So yeah, bit unfortunate for those two cars.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of frustrated drivers there, a couple of frustrated teams for sure, as the blame game will get pointed, I think, back and forth for that one. I completely agree. That is the left-hander itself is tricky, but the run-up to it, relatively straightforward. So that's, you know, definitely heartbreak, and, you know, it's definitely frustrated for drivers that are having such a good run. But we tune back in to this lead Porsche battle. Let's actually check back to the MX-5s, and Alex Zerny is in second place. What a surprise. They run themselves through. I believe this is the run towards post 147 at the top of the hill towards Hedwig Ho, and yes, I am correct indeed. So they're just starting what I would consider the second half of the lap right here and through that fast right-hander, and then as we've been saying all day, Gary, all downhill from here.
Yeah, Alex Cerny and Lars Boll, they've been battling pretty much well this entire 2 hours 20, almost 27 minutes this entire race has been going. So it's really interesting to see who it's going to come down to in the final lap or the final minute. So it'll be really interesting. As I'm looking over at the Porsches, still nothing except Pichler's pretty much still in first place in that 200, and Walmer's over there in second, not too far behind. A decent gap, probably enough to get a run and use that slipstream to the advantage.
He could indeed, but the question is going to be is how aggressive is he going to be as the run now up towards the carousel segment of the racetrack. Pichler pushes wide just a little bit. That's going to hemorrhage a little bit of time to Wallmeyer, so that gap closes down even more so as they work through the tight right-hander and up towards the banked bowl section of the racetrack known as the carousel. Hard on the brakes and into the bumpy, slippery concrete they come. And actually, just keeping an eye on the laps here, Connery, I believe this might be the last time around for them. Should be pit stops next time through here in about 2 or 3 minutes time when they get to the front straight. If not, it'll be the next lap for sure. So the question is, if you're Wallmeyer, do you just sit behind and just wait until after the pit stops to start fighting hard? Or do you think you try to pick up that spot down the Dottinger Ho this time?
Oh, we don't have to wait too long to find out the answer to that one, as they're coming into the last third of the lap right now. And you have to consider, as you said, they're coming up towards the pit stop window for these Porsches to get themselves towards the end of the race here. So does Pichler or Wallmeyer decide to dive down early? We will just have to wait and see. But meanwhile, we haven't really been talking about it much recently, but the battle for the GT3 lead still isn't over, even though SST Orange had that major incident coming towards the end of a couple of laps ago that forced them down on towards pit road. But the thing is, the reason why they're still within 10 seconds at this point is because that was in the pit window and they managed to get themselves to fast repair, and the incident was at the end of the lap as well. All of those things have contributed to SST Orange still being in this.
Well, also keep in mind the fact that SST Orange every single time through has pit 1 lap earlier, and Nolan, in regards to that, that's just going to mean that ERT VLN, yes, GT Ross are only 9 seconds ahead, 9 seconds behind somehow, some way, but at the end of the day for ERT VLN, they are 9 seconds ahead, taking longer pit stops, which means for their final stop, which is coming up here in about 30 to 40 minutes time, they're not going to have to take a full tank of fuel. They're going to be able to short pit. And whereas GT Ross, because they've been pitting that 1 lap early, they're going to have to take a full tank of fuel more than likely.
Yep. So well, sorry, go on, Noah.
No, that's 100% correct. Obviously, I think it's going to be difficult for GT Ross to get back up there, but 9 seconds isn't that much. You see how fast just 1 corner you go into at ERT, boom, they get a tire off, and it could be game over. So they got to stay fast here. They've got a big gap to third, but all it takes is 1 little slip up from ERT, and boom, they're right there. But yes, you are right. The pit stop advantage is definitely in ERT's favor.
Looking as they come down the Dottinger Ho, the battle between the 2 Porsches, Wallmeyer has lost a little bit of time over the course of this lap somehow, I think due to a little bit of traffic. Not a huge amount, but that gap has slightly grown out there between your leading Porsches here as they work themselves through the final corner. And let's see, will they be hitting the pit lane this time through corner number 1,876 or whatever number it is? And yes, indeed, they come. Gary, down our pit lane together, come to 2 teammates.
Yeah,
it's definitely.
They do. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt someone again. Sorry, go on,
Gary.
Go on. Gary sounds similar to Connery, okay? And the way you pronounce it makes it that way. I'm going to use that excuse.
You can't blame my lisp on the word Gary that doesn't even have an S in it.
It doesn't even have a C.
The only thing that sounds the same is Uri. That's it. Go ahead, Gary.
2 PRT Porsches in pit road right now. I don't see any. I don't see them getting jacked up yet, although that's probably just me. Looking back, of course, I don't think this is really much of a surprise. Guess who's in the lead in the Mazdas again? You have a 1 and 2 shot at getting this correct. It's Lars Ball.
Lars Ball. And actually,
Yep.
Alex has lost a bit of time due to traffic.
Yeah. So of course now Pitchler is down and away, and the Porsche is from pit road. His teammate's still actually sitting in his pit stall. Now he's out, so that's a really interesting call. Maybe he took more fuel or, I believe, tires.
See, we're going to get the pit stop times up for you right here. Go ahead, Nolan.
Well, I think Gary brings up a fantastic point. Now, I think is one of the most interesting times of the race for that MX-5 group. Unfortunately for Lars, once again, the gap not huge, but this is going to be the first time all race long we get to see if Lars can actually take this opportunity and run with it. The gap's already come down. They're on a big straightaway right now, but this is really, in my opinion, one of the most important moments of this race. I say that, and look at this slipstream. He's already pulled it back in almost halfway down the straightaway, so he didn't get enough gap from the lap traffic. It's a bit of a shame. I thought if he could have maintained the lead on that straightaway with that gap, that was going to be the most important part of the race for Lars. But, you know, once again, the slipstream in the MX-5 is noticeable, to say the least.
And Nolan, I'm going to go back to you on this, is looking at the pit stop time. They're teammates, but I think they both have different approaches, and I think this is all on fuel fill levels. You look at the time we have left in the race, 90 minutes left is about, approximately when those pure racing team cars came down on a pit lane. Patrick Pichler in the number 200, his pit stop time, 34 seconds, overall 57.6 seconds in the lane. Number 299, 46.3. So it's been an interesting situation here. I think we see Patrick Pichler deciding to split the difference and essentially split this into two 45-minute runs, whereas I think Jonas Wollmeyer taking that 13 extra seconds worth of fuel, I think that's him coming down pit lane and saying, I want to do a long run now and a super short run to the end. I think this is a good call on both parts. I think playing the strategy is always good. Which do you think might be preferred? Do you think Pichler being overall lighter on average over the course of the race, the rest of the race is going to pay off more? Or do you think Wollmeyer having that super short stop is going to pay off?
I think in this situation, Wollmeyer is going to be your over. It depends on whether or not the tires were the reason for that, or if it was just a short fuel situation.
Well, 13
if it was a short fuel,
fuel, because it's 7 seconds per tire, and it's a 13 or so second difference. So, and I don't see them just taking 2 tires. You're either going to take all or none in these cars around this place. So I think that they both would have taken tires. Actually, they may have skipped tires. I'm not sure what the fuel rate is on that GT3 Cup car. But still, I think that 13 seconds is going to come to fuel.
Yeah, and I think if you take that into account, I think Wollmeyer has the better strategy here. I really do. If he can make it to the end from here, which seems a bit unrealistic, it's definitely the right call. My question is what is Wollmeyer's strategy here? Is he trying to run as long as he can and then short fuel at the end? If it were me, I would prefer that strategy in this situation over splitting it in the middle. And I want to go ahead and say I'm a huge proponent of splitting strategies in parts, in equal parts. I mean, especially on the oval scene, but even in if you can do it in the road course scene, I think it's typically good. The issue is it's more directed towards fuel load and fueling than it is tire wear. So I think in this situation, Wollmeyer is going to be in a little bit better position, but we're just going to have to see how long he can stretch it. Is he going to try to save fuel here? Is he just going to come in really, last second, top it off, go out and win? Because if that's the case, I think he's in a pretty good position. Either way, it's going to flip-flop one way or the other, and it's really just going to come down to driver at this point, because we've seen from both of these guys that they're almost the same pace. Pitchler's obviously got a slight advantage, so he might be able to pull this out just on sheer grit. But in terms of strategy, it's close. I like Wollmeyer's strategy just a little bit better, if that ends up being the case.
Now, this is a quick estimate, Nolan. I'm going to continue to talk on this with you, because I know you and I are sort of the two that have racing experience in this. And the fact that just looking at Wollmeyer and just looking at the lap times versus the approximate fuel runs, they've been doing about 9 laps on a full tank of fuel every time through. And if you just approximate about 8 minutes per lap, just to get a rough estimate, 9 times 8, that takes us, if I can find the equal button, that gives us to 72 minutes. If he can push out that extra lap, that stretches to 80, and keep in mind, that's not taking into account the extra 10 seconds onto every single lap, which adds about a minute and a half. So for Wallmeyer, he's right on the brink, if he can save an extra lap, of potentially being able to make this to the end. And even if he can't make it to the end, all he's going to need is fuel for a single lap.
Well, I think if he stretches it out, it's by far the best strategy, because you are right. He is about what appears. My numbers show me he's about five and a quarter minutes short. So if that is the case and he can save it, he's going to end up smelling like a fresh rose when all this cycles around. If he has to short pit, then it's going to come down to sheer grit. I still agree with my original statement. I think Wallmeyer either way, 6 for one, half a dozen for the other, if he has to pit or if he doesn't. He's got, for sure, in my opinion, a slightly better strategy. If he doesn't have to pit at all, well, it was a no-brainer call, and Pitchler should have done the same thing.
We might be morons. Connery.
I think I definitely agree with you guys.
Oh, go to the replay. Did he speed on pit lane?
Oh, that may be the issue. I'll have a quick look at that, and while I'm doing that, you guys can talk about something else probably.
Well, looking at
let's talk more about this strategy that may not matter.
Yes, let's yeah, but I'm shifting the cameras over back to the MX-5 field as Alex Cerny has stretched a slight margin over Lars Bull and has taken the race lead away from Lars. So it'll be interesting to see what happens down dark. Yeah, yet again, they're now starting to get a little bit aggressive, but these guys are going to owe us another pit stop here relatively shortly. It's going to be interesting to see as Vendaval Sim Racing joins in the chat to complain about that incident. Yes, Vendaval, we know, and we sort of agree. As your MX-5 lead is going to come down on the Donger Host straight right now. And, well, we've seen it all race long. Nolan, how long is it going to take for Lars Bull to reel in Cerny down this straight?
Probably about a quarter of the straightaway. I gotta say, Lars didn't have a particularly amazing last lap, and obviously there's a lot of traffic out there, so it's hard to say without sitting here and watching the lap, second by second. But he didn't have an amazing lap last time by, and Alex really kind of pulled a good-sized lead there, so it makes you wonder if Alex hasn't been just sitting back there riding this whole time, and he's got a little bit in the reserve tank, so to speak. It makes me wonder. Obviously, Lars is going to catch back up with Alex here on the straight. Whether or not he makes a move, hey, the tables have turned. In my opinion, I'd rather be in second position right now, honestly. I mean, you get the draft, you have that advantage. I'm not so much concerned with saving tires. That's not really the point of it. The point is that you can just ride. You don't have to put all that pressure on yourself and having some guy hawk down the back of your throat all the time. So this, to me, Lars this time didn't make a point to pass him at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even show him a nose. Oh, and look here, we might have a pit stop from our race leader in MX-5.
No, he opted.
Oh, no.
I thought he was going to do it too. I was like, he's coming down pit, and then he didn't.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. It's just a big, definitely getting out of the way of those GT3 cars. Does not want to get hit, because both of these guys have obviously a little bit of physical damage to the car, so it's been a rough race. I know how it is in those MX-5s, man. It's crazy getting passed by cars in GT3s that are that much faster than you. I think the speed differential is almost at a point where it can become a bit of a safety concern. Thank God for the PF3 screen, because otherwise it would be very treacherous out there when it's a car of this speed differential. But yeah, Lars right now doesn't seem to be in that dominant form we saw him earlier. I think Alex might have just turned it up a notch on him, and going to see if he can hang on.
And Connor, you're back. You might have an answer for us. What do you think?
I think it is going to be a pit road speeding penalty. It didn't seem like PRT 2299 really had their pit limiter on for the first part of the pit lane. So they were going, well, the pit road speed limit here is 60 kilometers an hour. He gets himself slowed down for that perfectly. But the thing is, he starts creeping up to around about 62, 63 kilometers an hour as he heads towards his box. And if you do that for too long in iRacing, then the automatic steerage will give you a penalty for that one, because it's based on, I believe, average speed down towards the lane as well. So that could be possibly where the penalty has come from.
So the fight for the race lead is on here, the MX-5s. As I'm going to go back to that point with Nolan again because he has a little bit of experience in this. But due to some traffic, Zerny did not get a good run down the back straight of the GP circuit, and Lars Boll is there. They're side by side into the chicane, but Zerny continues to retain the lead. And as they go on to the Nordschleife, this is where the fight's likely going to calm down just a little bit. But Zerny missing a couple apexes. Lars Boll might be keen to pounce on any mistake that RSO number 399 machine makes available to him. But talking about that little mistake there, Nolan, you and, being an N-Pass driver, you might have the most experience of anyone not having being so familiar with cars that run without the pit limiter. I know it's something that a lot of teams and a lot of drivers will do on the roadside because you can cheat a little bit of extra speed out of the car on pit lane if you leave the limiter off. How difficult is getting that balance? And in your experience, what's the window you normally need to land into in order to not get tagged?
It depends on the pit road speed. I don't really push it too much. I'm going to tell you, the guy who is the master of this is Mr. Bose. He is the absolute king at pit road speed control and knowing how fast he can go. We raced at Dover this last week, and he put on an absolute show on the pit road. I know it's not something that gets commented on a lot, but he just knows the numbers perfectly. You'd be surprised how much you can get away with. I've seen people at Dover get away with 45 miles an hour in the pit road without taking a penalty. That's a 35 mile an hour pit road speed. So you can do it, but you got to get yourself slowed back down in a hurry. So it's very risky. In terms of the road, I know these guys don't like to ride the pit limiter because it's about 3/4 of a mile an hour slower versus not. So, still though, I don't really understand why you push it in a 4-hour race to gain that little amount of time. I don't really see a need in that. But hey, you got to go out there. You got to get everything you can in these events and in every race that you participate in. And I don't necessarily have a problem with doing that. But in a 4-hour race, we still have an hour and 30 minutes left. It's a bit strange to get a speeding penalty at this point.
So as we continue to watch the fight for your race lead here in the MX-5s, you see the gap is very close between Alex Zerny as well as Lars Boll as they're going to work themselves over the course of the lap here assuredly, as we're right on board with that lime green Lars Boll machine, hard on the brakes up to the left-hander here that's coming down on the run towards, I just lose myself on the track map, up towards Collinrod and Spiegel curve here, Gary. Very tricky section of the racetrack, and really part of the lap you basically have to be single file from here really to the exit of Bergwerk, which is on the run towards Steelstrecke, which leads to the carousel.
Yeah, this could be an advantage for Lars, though, because he would stay straight behind as Porsche comes through. That's the 299 of Weimer. He's going to get held up just a bit. Just waiting for a good moment to pass. But as I was saying, Lars Boll is going to be using that slipstream to his advantage as best that he can. But of course, that Porsche didn't really help him now, so he's fallen a bit farther back than he's wanted to right now.
You've been talking about this, Nolan, over the course of this race, the fact that if Lars Boll could break the slipstream, he could stretch away. I think with the help of that Porsche, Alex Zerny may be the one who just broke that slipstream now just a little bit. But the question is going to be, does he have the pace, or will Lars be able to reel that gap back down in? What do you think?
I'm optimistic Lars can do it. The thing is I don't know these drivers very well on a personal level, so we're going to have to see if Alex can stretch his legs here and run with it. Thus far, he hasn't showed me anything that says, "Hey, I'm gonna win this race," or "I'm gonna pull away from Lars." I should say he's definitely in contention to win this race, obviously. But with that said, the draft lock's still Lars, even this far back. Look at how much he's gaining on this straightaway. So it's going to just be so difficult. I think we're going to see a last lap shootout here, or at least a bit of car contact between these two before we can really, ensure either one of these guys are going to finish in either position. I think Lars is going to reel him back in, absolutely. The question is Alex holding anything in the reserve to push up the volume a little bit, so to speak? Because right now, he's getting the benefit of the doubt with these lap cars. His lap times have been a little bit better overall the last 3 laps, and I think that has a lot to do with lap traffic. I mean, just there we saw Lars was in a pretty bad position, and he might be in another bad position here if this GT3 doesn't. Okay, the GT3 cut him a break there and let him run his line, but it really all depends on how many breaks each one of these guys get with lap traffic right now, and heck, you just don't know. It's hard to say, but Lars is obviously right back on that back bumper already.
Lars is definitely there, and Lash on the back of Zerny for sure. And one thing to mention, Connery, about these MX-5s, they still owe us a pit stop, because keep in mind, they came down the pit lane with about 2.5 or so hours left in this motor race. So they're going to have to hit the pit lane at least one more time in this one. Question's going to be, when do you come down pit lane? Do you prefer an early stop? Do you prefer coming down a little bit later? Or do you just pit when your opponent, if you're, you know, say Lars Bull, do you just commit to the pit lane when Alex does?
In terms of the strategy play that I usually go for, I usually react to what's going on around me and react based on what other drivers are doing, because you can have a set strategy, sort of vague strategy going into the race, but I like reacting to what is going on right now. So if Alex Zerny comes down in, I might as well try to, if I was Lars Boll, follow him down on towards the lane and then just battle it out on the final stint from behind.
So Connery's thinking it might be just follow with the 399 machine and stay in tow. Going to be interesting to see what the decision ends up actually being, though, as we're going to try to look around and maybe see if we can find some fights in some of your other categories. But everything's pretty much spread out here, up and down the field. That was close, but not between different cars on track. This is really the only fight we have left, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, pretty much. It's the only closest battle on the track that we have right now. Is once again another, well, as apparently can't seem to select another, I believe that's GT3 that's coming through here. So of course we're going to see if they're also going to cut a break. Probably not. As I'm looking around right now, the PRT is basically separated by, well, from what they went around the last time, it's 11-second gap.
Now, we've had a big incident, it would seem, with that number, the 398 RSO car. I'm trying to get that on the replay here. As we're going to rewind the cameras back, and here it's Elmar Erlicott. He's cycling on the, still on the track right here. But what do you see, Nolan, as we're getting the replay of that incident now?
Well, for some reason, I am not able to see the 398 car at this point in time. Oh, I see him in the pit box here. But yeah, now he's got a lot of damage on that front end. Wow. Holy shimoli, that car is toasted.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't know what specific section, but it appears that he just spun out and hit the Armco barrier on the left side of the track, so I don't think he could, I don't think he had the opportunity to get around and going, so he just tried to get back to pit road. Yeah, that's severe front end damage.
Yeah, I just want to butt in here and say, this is on the run down towards the bottom of the valley here. So kind of early on in the lap here that Elmar Erlicott has just had his incident. And it just seemed like he pushed a little bit wide on one of the left-handers, missed the apex of the left-hander, in fact, and then went wide over the curb, and that just spat the car out into that Armco barrier. And as you can see, that is very, very terminal damage. Actually had to take the tow, so that car is in no fit state to be racing. And that's going to be one Team RSO car down out of the 3 we had.
Yeah, indeed that's going to be. So that's unfortunate there for that number 398 machine. You know, slight little mistake there about 3 hours into this thing. And, well, that puts a hamper on any hope you may have had of winning this race. But Nolan, looking back to the Porsche field, look at Jonas Wollmeyer last time through, an 8:10.1 versus an 8:13.6. He just reeled Pichler in by 3 seconds in one lap.
Yeah, big swing in the gaps right there. You know, before that, though, on lap... Oh, wait, no, that was a pit stop. But, yeah, absolutely, a big swing right there. We're going to have to see if he can claw his way out of that. Turns out it was a, obviously, as you pointed out, pit lane speeding penalty. So, you know, he's probably kicking himself a little bit right now. He wants to get back up there. And if he keeps doing what he's doing, he'll might have enough time to catch his teammate. The gap's still around 8 seconds last time by, so it's definitely not out of reach.
Well, that's actually one thing to keep in mind here, Connery. Even if Wollmeyer got that speeding penalty, which would have been a 15-second stop and hold, since that pit stop happened, which was just a few laps ago, it hasn't been long at all, that gap's already down to 7 seconds on the timing sheet. So he somehow, yes, he he may have got that penalty, but he still reeled in, half of that gap already to Patrick Pichler. How in the world is he in the, what's it been, a lap and a half since they pit? 2 laps?
That was just a storming lap there for Jonas Wallmeyer, an 8:10.1 for him, as opposed to Patrick Pichler's lap time, which was an 8:13.6. That is a huge difference, a huge swing, as Nolan said, and if he can keep this up, he can pretty much negate the effect of the penalty that it has had on him, and he can still be in with a shot at taking the race win over his teammate.
Now, looking back to the MX5 field, Lars Boll has not reeled in Alexander Zerny, Alex Zerny, the way I think we may have expected here, Nolan. You see that gap. It's still out to about a second or two, I do believe, as we get the comparison up on our screens right now. And indeed it is about a second and a half between Lars Boll and Alex Zerny. And I know from experience in most of the cars that about a second is about the limit in terms of the slipstream, and these MX-5s don't go very fast and they don't punch a big hole in the air. I think Lars Boll is not going to have the slipstream here for this lap unless something happens to Alex and that gap comes back down. So Lars is going to have to do it the hard way, but it seems like as this race has gone on, it seems like the pace has started to favor the RSO cars versus Lars Boll, which we saw early on.
Well, yeah, and we're getting to that point in the race. We haven't discussed this much. We're almost at the 3-hour mark, and Lars has been in this car this entire time, as has Alex, for that matter. So, but you know, maybe Alex is, like I said, Alex is either number one, he's got a little bit in reserve, he's gotten better lap traffic, or you know, fatigue might be coming into play here a little bit. Lars, last time by, you know, over a second, and well, just at a second and a half off of Alex's pace. So he lost a second and a half last lap. So we'll just have to keep an eye on Alex. I think Alex might be in position here to pull away because, like you said, he does have a little bit of a gap, at least enough where he's not getting absolutely hammered on the straightaways by slipstream. So if there's ever a time to do it, now's the time. The question is it because Lars tired? Is it because he just got some lap traffic at the wrong time? We'll just have to find out if Lars can pull it back. You never know. Just one bad lap's all it takes. I commented on that earlier. All it takes is one tire off, especially for the GT3 cars. Maybe not so much the MX-5s, but all it takes is one moment, one slip up, and it's game over.
SST Orange comes down on a pit lane for their final pit stop. And Gary, this is, I think, for Alex Arana, going to be right on the brink of how many laps. And actually, with that's in a little bit of an early pit stop because he just got in the car on lap number 15, currently working lap number 21, the beginning of lap number 22. This is an early stop for Alex Arana in that number 88 GT Ross car.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see him pit this early. Usually he pits about pretty much an extra lap, so maybe that's his strategy. He's trying to stretch it out, get the best fuel mileage and tires that he can, but maybe he's thinking with pit strategy he can edge out ERT or maybe just barely meet ERT on track. So we'll find out what happens about a bit later in the race when everything settles out and the pit cycles start to wind down.
So as we look to see, in case there might be an issue, we're watching Alex Arana in the pit lane. 1 minute on the pit stop timer for now, 1:02, 1:03. We should be seeing that GT Ross car getting dropped off to Jackson. Indeed, he did. It's going to be a minute and a half spent on pit lane, 1 minute in the box, and an hour and 8 minutes here, Nolan. He is right on the brink of being able to make this to the end. I think if I'm that number 3 machine of Alex Arana, or excuse me, that number 3 machine, the number 88 machine running in third currently because of the pit stop cycle, I have to be really, really nervous about my chances of making this to the end, especially because looking at the lap charts, you know, he got in the car on lap number 15 after Cristobal, and we're currently working lap number 22. Let's go to ERT VLN. Let's take a look at what they're doing in terms of pit stop cycle. He's doing about 8 to 9 laps. So it's about 2 to 3 laps that Arana may have left on the table that I think is a risk he doesn't need to take. I think if he just goes that one extra lap, he doesn't change his strategy that much, but he's still able to make it to the end, but a lot more comfortably.
Well, I think it would be more comfortable. My question is has GT Ross got themselves in a situation, because right around, you know, we're at that minute mark where they're going to be close. If they have to go long one lap, they should be okay. I think they're just going to make it, but I'd like to get some fuel numbers maybe from Vendaval Sim Racing in the chat for those Audis and just actually compute the numbers and see if it is in their safety zone. It should be. I like ERT's position a little bit better. That strategy has ended up working slightly better. It's given them more opportunity to kind of change up the end of this race and move it in their favor, because ERT could still go at least another lap here. So, we'll just have to see how it pans out. I think GT Ross is going to be safe, but it's just not going to be a huge safety margin, that's for sure.
So keeping an eye on this fight in for your Porsche lead between Patrick Pichler and Jonas Vollmeyer. I believe the gap has come down even further since we last talked about them, but we'll get an idea of the lap charts here in about 15 seconds time. Patrick Pichler comes through the final set of corners and onto the front straightaway. So we'll take a look at the lap time sheet. That one, there it is. And as he comes across through, let's see what's this lap time going to be. It's going to be an 8:11.927. Let's shift focus back to Jonas Vollmeyer. This is going to be an 8:09.331. So again, Gary, another couple seconds goes in favor of Vollmeyer, and that gap is coming down further and further and further. And one car that we thought after that speeding penalty might be done, gap's now suddenly under 5 seconds.
Yeah, most definitely. Really, really a amazing way to make up. If you can't get it done on pit road, might as well get it done on track, and that's what Vollmeyer's doing right now. He is... that is simply amazing. So he might be able to actually catch Pichler in about... I'd say about maybe within this lap, maybe the next lap or so. So we'll find out in a few moments here.
It's going to be interesting to see, and the lap times have just been simply impressive between Vollmeyer and the later stages of this race here, Nolan. I mean, 8:10 last time and an 8:9.3. Compare that to Patrick Pichler. His fastest lap time has been, he hasn't had a 10 in about, he ran a couple of 8:09s lap number 16, but currently working lap number 22. That was over a half hour ago, basically, at this point. Patrick Pichler has really dropped off the pace compared to Vollmeyer. Now, granted, Pichler may not be pushing as hard because Vollmeyer is that little bit further back. Also, keep in mind, I believe Patrick Pichler has the quickest of the lap in the Porsche field. But Vollmeyer has found something on this circuit. Maybe it's as the track is rubbered up, it's come to him a little bit. Maybe he likes it when it's a little bit slipperier, a little bit heated up. But for some reason, Patrick Pichler has fallen off and can't find that edge he had in the first 120 minutes of this motor race.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Pichler does have the fastest lap of this race by almost 0.6 compared to his teammate. So yeah, he does appear to have, and I commented earlier in the race, I said Pichler does appear to be the fastest guy. Maybe he is taking his time here, but in my opinion, if the reason for his pace differential now is because he's trying to take it easy, he might just want to kick it up just a slight notch, because that 11.92 last time by, 2.5 seconds to his teammate in one lap. We still have an hour left in this race, so the gap's almost come down. What? We're under 5 seconds now between the two of them, and we were at one point in time, I think it was like 13 after the pit stop. Yeah, with a pit stop still go. So, I don't know how much Pichler's got in reserve. I don't know if he's holding back or not, but in my opinion, if he's got any in reserve, I'd go ahead and throw a little bit of it out there, and a big lockup down into the right-hander with that right front locking up pretty hard. So maybe he's not holding back too much, but if he is, I say go ahead and bring it up just a notch, just to keep that gap at least at 3 or 4 seconds. That's where I'd like to be in his situation.
Well, the race is on for the race lead in the MX-5s as, well, Lars Boll goes to the inside of Alex Zerny into corner number 1. He's going to get that spot away from the number 399 machine. Let's get a replay of that for you up on the screens. We looked at them for a moment, went back to Pichler to try to get that lockup, came back, and, well, they had switched positions here. Down the front straightaway they come into the first corner, Connery, and you just see working the slipstream is Lars Boll. Alex Zerny seeing that as they come down into the first corner. He's not even alongside just yet. This must have been a really deep dive for Lars into the first corner, and indeed he won. He pulls out at the very last moment, and look at how well that number 1 machine gets the car slowed down super deep in the corner, but that was perfectly timed. That was better than any of the moves I think we saw from the Sim Racing Expo's races a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a fantastic pass there for Lars. Very, very deep on the brakes coming down into turn number 1. But the difference between that move and a dive bomb is that he actually got the car stopped for the apex, or at least very, very close to the apex, and managed to hold his position.
Just because you don't hit them doesn't mean it's not a dive bomb.
I mean, I think that's a matter of perspective.
I don't think so. What do you say, Nolan? I think it's a dive bomb regardless of if you hit them or not.
Yeah, I tend to side with Randy on this one, Connery. Don't hate me. But, yeah, there's a dive bomb's a dive bomb. It doesn't matter if you hit him or not. You know, and we see
Well, if
that
you leave
more
the
and
door
more in
open.
oval than we do anywhere, you know, to be honest. I think you see that more. And what was that, Connery?
Well, if you leave the door open, they're basically inviting the move down the inside there, and well, if the driver can get the car stopped at the corner, then it's a very valid move.
True.
Well,
One thing that's real
like
big in
saying
impasse.
Vendaval opened the door because they left the right side of the track available.
Well, they did, and they knew that Lars Boll had the run. They had the run coming down the pit straight, the slipstream, and they pulled towards the inside line. It should have been very obvious to the car ahead that that was going to happen.
I actually did not see the pass. I don't want to comment whether or not it was a dive bomb or not, but there is. But I'm just referring to the definition of a dive bomb. And we see that more and more and more in oval than we do in road course racing for the most part, in my opinion, because it's just one of those every lap things. And the thing that a lot of people don't tend to understand, and I say a lot of people, some do, some don't, is if you can stay in line, like there's no need to be out here scrapping. We still got an hour left to go. What are we fighting for here? Are we fighting for a lap lead bonus here? Are we fighting for lap lead bragging rights? I mean, I'm assuming that's what it is because both of these guys want to lead, it looks like. I say Alex is a little bit more passive when it comes to going for those lead passes, but Lars has made it clear he wants to lead laps, and I think it's actually playing into Alex's advantage, and I don't really see the need for Lars to keep continuing to lead lap after lap after lap when Alex is just sitting back there, biding his time, staying relaxed. I know we talk about emotions a lot, especially in a 4-hour race. It's important to just, hey, if you can keep yourself calm and cool and collected, go for it. Lars, I'm sure he's calm and cool and collected up front, but anything you can do to make it a little bit easier on yourself right now, do it. Why lead laps at this point? I mean, other than just for bragging rights. Well, heck, I say that, and I want NX Racing to lead every lap so we get more airtime. So I guess I'm a bit hypocritical of myself, but at the same time, there's not much going on here for these guys in terms of the big picture. So I think Alex has just pretty much made it clear, hey, I'm cool. If you're not cool, go ahead. Lead a couple laps. You want to dive bomb me? I'll give it to you. Once again, I didn't see that incident, so I don't know if it was a dive bomb or not, but that seems to be the case, and it's played out time and time again. Every time Lars gets to the front, he gets the pass, he takes the lead, and Alex sits there and rides for a couple laps. And then when the door opens up, Alex takes opportunity and pounces on it.
Well, we got another look at the incident. It was pretty deep. It was borderline, but still, the gap is still very close, and Alex Zerny wasn't overly aggressive in terms of fighting for that spot as they work themselves now up the hill. And keeping an eye on the 727 machine. Just want to keep an eye on our pit stop cycle. Has yet to come down pit lane for his final stops, and the GT3, I think pit stops are going to be our trigger to step away here. So we're going to wait for that to happen. Is still having to keep an eye on this Porsche fight. And Wollmeyer here, Gary, he hasn't reeled Pichler in quite as quickly as he did the last couple laps, I don't think. I'm going to bring up the timing sheet here for the gaps, which I always pick the wrong one. And it's come down a little bit. It's down to under 5 seconds, so about 8/10 over the course of this lap in the favor of Wollmeyer, but it wasn't been as quick as it has been earlier on. But that said, the gap's still slowly trickling down in favor of the number 299.
Yeah, Wollmeyer's doing as best he can to reel in Pichler, his teammate, in that 200. So probably, I remember last time they exited pit row that I was going to say Walmart's going to catch up to Pichler, but apparently that gap has severely increased. At the start-finish line, it's about 5 seconds, but right now it looks like a lot more than 5 seconds, although that's probably just perspective, as Walmart's going to make its way around the Mazda right now on the left side. And apparently, I don't know if no one wants to say it.
Well, yeah, the gap had come down. It looks like the battle between Motorsports for All AMG and Evolution Racing Team VLN, and that's not our leader. That's our number 2 ERT car. Is actually tightened up quite a bit. Looks like we just had a round of rotations from one of those two. Not sure which. It looks like no. This actually looks like this could be for a pretty decent, valuable position. So we'll have to see how this turns out after the break.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be it's again Rick Heath with Motorsports for All, as well as Bo Albert and Evolution Racing Team at VLN, and they were the ones who were involved with that incident earlier on with Vendaval Sim Racing, and saw them into that huge issue. But these two, they're going to go cycle down through this first part of the Nordschleife, and a little bit of MX5 traffic here that's going to split the gap. And Connery, that's going to stretch this margin out. And if you're Bo Albert of the Evolution Racing Team, that's the last thing you want to see as you approach the run up the Floodplatz.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just a standard thing in endurance racing. Sometimes the traffic works for you, and sometimes it does not. And well, you have some control over the situation, but a lot of times you just catch the cars in all the wrong places, and that is exactly what's happened now.
So the fight's still close between Alex Zerny and Lars Boll, as well as I'm still just trying to keep an eye on them, because I have to think here, Gary, the pit stops for them have to be happening here shortly. It's been a while, but at some point the strategy is going to pay out in such a way that they need to hit the pit lane. They came down pit lane at the end of lap number 10, I believe. They went out on lap number 11 with that 11-minute lap time, so 2 minutes is what the out lap time was. About 4 laps from now, that'll be about 30 minutes. What do you think you favor, Gary? Do you favor doing a short fill now, or do you favor coming in and doing the short fill a little bit later on?
I'd say do the short fill now and get it out of the way, but depending on strategy and tires, that also plays the part of the pit stop. So, minus tires, I'd say do a short fill now and then just race it out as best as possible.
Yes, indeed, and actually your overall race leader is going to be coming up on this little fight. So let's ride on board for a moment here as he reels in these MX-5s, and you can just see the pace difference. That is not Zerny. That's another one of the RSO cars. That is, I believe, the third place runner, the number 397. You see the race leader is hugely checked up because of that slight miscommunication there through the Stefan Belloff Fest section of the racetrack. But as they go up now, Elliott Biddle, he finally gets a little bit of clear track and is going to be able to run through this mini carousel, Nolan. And then, well, I've been trying to find onboards of exciting GT3 cars going through the MX-5 fields, but every time the leaders or people in relevant positions catch them, they're always coming onto this section of the racetrack, and just super boring listening to this big Mercedes V8 power past these little four-bangers.
Well, we almost got to see something pretty exciting there, but yeah, we have been, it's been pretty easy going for the most part. I even made the comment earlier on that the speed differential between the two cars is just so great that if it were any more, it would be quite a tricky situation if we didn't have that PF3 menu. So yeah, I do love the sound of that V8 though, I have to say, so you're not going to break my heart playing some onboards of it. But yeah, just not a whole lot. We haven't seen a ton of incidents between multi-class. If anything, it's been in-class accidents that we've seen for a majority of this race. We saw the incident with Vendaval earlier on. They were in a bit of an unfortunate situation, to say the least. I don't think they did anything wrong there, and they kind of got turned. Once again, don't want to point too much blame, but every incident we've seen for the most part has been class and class. I mean, it's not been multi-class. It's been one class. So that's a bit of a surprise in my opinion.
Bit of surprise in mine as well is actually here come the strategy cars. The strategy calls. Lars Boll, he opts to hit the pit lane, and Alexander Zerny stays out for another lap. And this is going to be really interesting here, how this is going to pay off for the 399 machine. This could signify that he saved an extra little bit of gas and he might have a short fill next time through. It could also signify that Lars Boll is thinking the way Gary Weaver is, and he just wants to get the stop done right now and get it out of the way. Gary, what do you think? Do you think this is Lars just wanting to get the stop done and over with? Or do you think this is that 399 of Zerny maybe saving a little bit of extra gas and might get a shorter fill?
I'd say it's Lars just getting it done right now. I mean, even you can see pretty much throughout the entire race they're battling back and forth side by side for well, they made a lot of lead changes. I honestly have no idea. I'm gonna have to look at that in a bit. So of course we'll find out what the 399 does. He might pit this time by.
Also, your race leader, the number 727 of ERT VLN, is on the lane. You also see in the background Lars Boll in the MX-5. He gets released from his box, and now his final stop of this 4-hour race is done, and he will approach the last 50 minutes of this one. One thing we have to keep in mind is the ERT VLN machine of Elliott Biddle. He gets released and sent away, whereas GT Ross GT Ross isn't even onto the front straightaway yet. There he is. So it is a huge margin for your GT3 overall lead. And, well, Alex Arana has to somehow, some way, bring that gap down. But for the final time tonight here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, we are going to step away for a few moments, catch our breath, and we will bring you the last 45 minutes or so of a VLN round number 8 here in a couple of moments time. So be sure not to go away.
I sat in the car, you always wonder what's it going to feel like. It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for our first time in a car. I was really surprised by you're sitting low, you got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshield's at steep angles, you can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
Get ready, going green. Green, green, green.
Welcome back to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live as coverage continues of the penultimate round of your VLN Endurance Championship. Randy Chinnis, as well as Connery Maddock, Gary Weaver, and Nolan Scott bringing you all of the action today. As always, cameras provided by Istvan Ballo. Overlays done by Mr. Andreas Winter. Huge shout outs as well to the guys at the ATVO Afterneer to I&I with Simon Griffin and Nick Tisson for the live time. So, last hour of the motor race currently underway. Final round, the pit stops have already either fallen or are waiting to fall through here in a couple moments time. And I think right now, Nolan, the big team are waiting on coming down pit lane are those pure racing team cars of Patrick Pichler and Jonas Wollmeyer, just to see if Jonas can bring that gap down in any way, shape, or form. Also, we have to wait for Team RSO, and well, as I say that, Zerny's on the lane, so let's keep an eye on Mr. Lars Boll when he eventually comes down. Well, he's already made his final stop, but let's see how he comes out in regards compared to Alexander Zerny.
Yeah, that's who I'm looking at, because that battle between those two has definitely been the talk of the day. It's gone back and forth. Alex, for the most part, has been in that number 2 position. Lars has led the most laps at this point. But once again, we really saw Alex kind of shine there towards the end of that last stint, or I say towards the end, basically the whole last stint. Lars caught him at the end, but, you know, it's a neck-and-neck race all the way down to the end of this one.
So looking there, Alex Zerny is still sitting on the pit lane, and he just gets released with a pit stop time of 37.1 seconds. Let's take a look at Lars Boll. It's a long stop for Lars Boll, the 46.4, so an extra 9 seconds on the lane, and Alex Zerny gets to the exit cone much before Lars Boll gets to him, but Lars is on the front straightaway, and it's actually going to be a huge gap here, Connery, as Alex Zerny goes running down into that first corner. Alex, over the course of this race, he hasn't had the speed, but he seems to have saved some fuel, and he gets a big margin over Lars Boll, and in fact, the 397 car of Lankow, he even slots himself into second.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to mention that as well. So the strategy play has worked, you could say, for Team RSO. All of that early fuel saving early on in the race in that huge 4-car train, was 5 cars at one point at the start of the race, has really come into its own right now. And as a result, they get both cars on the top 2 steps of the podium, of the MX-5 podium. Sadly, their other car got themselves involved in a single car incident, so that means they finished down through the field. But if they can hold these top 2 positions, this is an absolutely brilliant result for RSO.
Indeed it is, as these guys bring themselves back onto the back straightaway. That's at the end of their final stop. So sorry about that. I'll get the overlays back up and running. Hit the wrong button there. But ticker back up and running. As you can see, 42 minutes left in this motor race. And, well, Gary, that's going to be pretty difficult, I think, for Lars Boll to reel in, because Lars now has a really tricky situation in the fact that he has to reel in Patrick Lankow, get by Patrick, break the draft from Patrick, and then reel in Alex Zerny. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that in about 4 or 5 laps time. Actually, it's going to be, yeah, it'll be about 5. Actually, it depends on the leaders, but, you know, that's rough guess.
Yeah, I don't know if Lars has been pretty dominant with when he got that clean air, but of course that slipstream always plays to his disadvantage, because once the car's behind him, then, you know, we've seen them get by him, but we've seen Lars Boll get by pretty much everybody else as well. So we will find out what happens here once Lars catches up to Patrick Lankow. So we'll see how long it takes for Lars to catch up right here. Looks like he's reeled in the gap now. All he has to do is just stay in that slipstream as best as possible.
The gap has definitely come down ever so slightly. It's 1.1 seconds between Lars Boll and Team RSO as they go up the run into Flugplatz. You see they're very even on the run up into this section of the racetrack, and then Lars brings that gap down just a little bit through that very tricky right-hander at the top of the hill. Down now this long run here, exiting Flugplatz is called the Cottonborn. It's on the run down towards Arenberg, Nolan. And this is where we saw that big incident early on. And this is where Lars, this is going to be one of the first places over the course of this lap where he's going to really be able to work the slipstream on that car in front of him.
Yeah, it is, and we'll have to see how that goes for him. You know, Lars has pretty much showed all race. He says, I want to be out front. I want to be up front. Now he's in a situation where he's got to go. There's like no more waiting. no more time to think about anything. And really, honestly, you kind of get to see how well adapted the RSO guys are at this, and how good they are in these MX-5s, because they kind of played Lars to a fiddle in some regards. I think Lars has actually put on a stellar race. I don't want to take anything away from Lars, but in terms of overall strategy and looking at the big picture, RSO's overall game plan has proved pretty substantially here to be the better outright call. They waited, and when the opportunity came to make that last pit stop, you know, they pounced. And when they pounced a lot larger. It was a bigger pounce than I thought they were going to take it. They took a much bigger gap than I was expecting. But, you know, it is what it is. Lars can I still think he's got the outright pace to claw back up here. But once again, when you look at the big picture, that RSO strategy, definitely the right call.
I definitely, like I said, I think he has the speed to potentially get to Alex. I think it's just all going to depend on how he can get by, well, how quickly he can break the draft on Patrick Lankow, because I think if he ends up in a situation, Nolan, where he's fighting tooth and nail with Patrick Lankow, and especially if he doesn't break the draft super quickly, and if Lankow's able to just, you know, harass him, he might be able to essentially open the door for his teammate in the 399, even if he only holds Bull up by a second and a half. It's not going to take a lot to really, you know, just shove the nose in somewhere. Not necessarily dirty, but if you can hold him up, it's going to make things almost impossible for him, I think, to reel in Zerny, because I think he's on that brink of being able to reel it in.
That is very true. That's a good point to bring up, because now, and that one, you know, we talked about it earlier on, and I thought when the gap opened up, I didn't really think we would see the 397 car of Patrick in front of Lars for the rest of this race, and he's only just in front of Lars, but I didn't think he would have the opportunity to get back in front of him. Now you really get to see the power of having multiple cars in the same class under the same team. Now Patrick's in a situation where obviously he doesn't want to wreck anybody, he doesn't want to ruin Lars's race, but if he can hold him up at all, you know Alex is up front going, heck yeah, man, keep holding him up, you're doing great. You know, you're doing what we need to get the race win. At the end of the day, RSO wants to leave here with the race win. They would rather get a first and third than they would go, you know, second, third, obviously. So they want to take this opportunity right now to hold up Lars as much as they can, in my opinion, and I think they're going to do just that.
And speaking, Connery Maddock, of clawing your way back into the battle, kicking and screaming, Jonas Wollmeyer, pit stops still have yet to occur, has reeled the gap into Patrick Pichler, and it is under 2 seconds. That number 299 machine is flying. It was an 809 flat last time versus an 810.7 for Pichler. So Wollmeyer, a full second and a half taken out of that 200, and he is there.
Yeah, Wollmeyer is absolutely driving the rubber off the wheels off this thing, and running 809s at this stage in the race is very, very quick indeed, especially when you consider that his teammate is running sometimes lap times that are a couple of seconds slower. That time, Patrick Pichler did try to reply, he did get a 110.7, but that is still 1.7 seconds slower than his teammate. So, Wollmeyer definitely going to catch by the end of the race at this stage. That one's a given. If he can get past and if he can hold position, that is the golden question that he has to answer.
So through the right-hander, they come here. They believe this is a run up to the carousel, and indeed it is. Through the left-hand kink, right-hand kink, and now they're about to drop into the pole. Aim for the tallest tree and get yourself down into the apex of the carousel. That's what they say here at the Nürburgring, and we're going to check back in for this second-place fight. And Lars Bull, as you said here, Nolan Scott in our chat, just got the job done. Replay coming up on your screens now. Nolan didn't see the pass. Did anyone see the pass?
I did. I just have to, yeah, Lars Bull managed to slipstream by and just went right in front of Patrick, and now they're just single file. Looks like Lars is pulling away at the moment. Yeah, Lars got that pass done.
So
yeah, he got it done all right, and not only that, has he gotten it done, he's pulled away a little bit already, so you know, he's stretching those legs, as we've seen. We didn't see this early in the race. You know, usually when Lars got up front, he'd pull a little bit of a gap, and then that gap would fall right back down. This has already opened up almost enough. He might be okay. Now, I say this every darn time. You get a big lead, and that slipstream is just so over the top powerful for those RSO guys that they pull it in every time. But my question for Patrick in this situation is how much does he really want to protect Alex? Does he want to try to get back past Lars? Is he content with where he's at? I mean, he's already running off into the gravel trap right there trying to stay up with Lars. So Lars is obviously going to be a little bit quicker. They've got a big straight coming up. Lars hasn't pulled enough gap. So if he wants to get back by Lars, Patrick is right there and he can do so. Question is he going to be content with his third place finish and let things run out? We've only got 30 minutes left. We know Lars is going to start being more aggressive here as we come down to the closing laps.
And I think this right here, Nolan, might be, the falling point for Lars Boll is that he passed Patrick Lenkow at the absolute worst part of the racetrack, because here comes the slipstream and he's already reeled in over half of that gap, and then some, and he pulls out to the right-hand side. Does Patrick Lenkow, fighting side by side with Lars Boll as they work themselves down this long Dongerho straightaway. That said, this straightaway is long enough that if Lars lifts out of it a little bit, he could work the slipstream and he could fight back at the end of this run up into the Hohenrain section of the racetrack, and that's exactly what he does. He tucks behind that number 397 machine, gets a little bit of slipstream, and he pulls to driver's right as they work themselves down the hill on the run into Hohenrain. Hard on the brakes for both of them here in just a moment as it is close, but Connery, that number 1 machine of Boll, he gets himself just out in front of Patrick Lenkow, and he retains the race lead for now, but it may have been a little bit more hard fought than he would have liked, and he comes up onto the section where I think he might be able to stretch the gap. But will he try to make a move down into corner number 1? Also, we have the 2 Pure Racing Team cars. They're going to cycle through as well.
Yep, they are, and the 397 guy has to be very, very careful with the way he approaches this battle with Lars Boll at the moment, because slipstreaming like that all the way down the Dongerho Straight is actually going to be, in the long run, helping Lars at this moment in time, because they've been catching a rate of knots right now to your current MX5 race leader. So if Team RSO 397 really, really does want to help their other teammates, they stay behind. They don't give Lars the draft.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big one. But that said, Patrick Lenkow, I think he would have liked to be able to try to make some sort of move down into corner number 1, but he wasn't able to do so. And I think this is going to be Lars Boll stretching the gap from here. I think if Lenkow had been able to keep that position as they went through the final sector, it may have really, really panned out. And now that number 1 machine here, Nolan, as you said, he's got him. So he just had to reel in and pass a gray, blue, and white RSO machine. Now he has to reel another one in here in about 4 laps time.
Yes, he does. He's going to be coming. I think he is going to show that pace right now, and I think he will reel that car in. I think he will reel Alex in. The question is, now we're getting down that 30-minute mark in the race, and time is going to be of importance here for Lars, because he's got to go fast. We've seen that he appears to be the fastest car. I don't know if Alex is holding back or not, but it's going to be close. It's going to be a nail biter here to catch up. He's going to need to get some lap traffic his way, or I say lap traffic. He's actually one of the cars being lapped, so he needs to get some breaks from GT3s and from some Porsches, and if he gets those, he could be right there. You just never know in multi-class racing. A lot of times you're in this situation, there's not a lot you can do. All he can do is run fast lap after fast lap and hope he catches him. And I think you're right, Randy. I think he's going to have an opportunity at the end of this race, but he's got to hit some perfect laps right now. And this is what racing's all about to me. In this situation Lars is in, he's under pressure. Alex has got a little bit off his shoulders, but Lars has just absolutely got to go out there and hit his marks perfectly if he wants to be back in this and try to win this race.
And he needs to hope that Alex makes some mistakes and doesn't get help from the traffic as they run through flood flats. Well, it was relatively clean for Alex through there, but keeping an eye on the fight for the Porsche lead. Connery, we've been talking about Woolmeyer getting strong lap on lap on lap. He just did his fastest lap of the motor race 3.5 hours in. So forget anything someone may have been talking about fatigue. That 299 machine, 808.111 versus Patrick Pichler, who he just did his fastest lap in quite a while at an 808.7. His last 808, for reference, happened over 10 laps ago, and the first time he dipped into 9 was pretty much in the same margin. Every lap from lap number 17 up until that lap at lap number 25 was an 8:10 or slower. So Patrick Pichler finally gets within about an hour the chance to put down a really good and quick lap, and Woolmeyer still reels in 6/10.
Yeah, exactly. And Wallmeyer, you got to say, he's got some sort of afterburners on the back of that Porsche right now to be going that quickly at this stage. And, well, he's got the carrot on the stick now. He can see his opponent ahead of him getting closer and closer and closer. And that can just make a driver really come alive and put in some insanely fast lap times. And, well, this is going to be a grandstand finish for the end, I bet.
So through hit, miss, hit, they come and down into this quick little right-left section of the racetrack. Slowest corner, I believe, on circuit as Wallmeyer pushes a little bit wide, but gets good power with the rear engine Porsche down this short chute. Gonna just tab back over to the fight for your MX-5 lead, and you see Lars Boll. He's not really stretching the lead over Lankow, I think, the way he would have liked, and that's going to make him a little bit nervous as they're coming up to similar sections on the racetrack, but that's not going to be great at all. Also, just to keep in mind as we approach the last 30 minutes of this race here, Gary, gap for the GT3 race lead, it's out to 30 seconds. ERT, well, they just need to be clean and green here, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, more specifically, that's actually Elliot Biddle. He's been doing an amazing job. So like you said, 30 seconds, and that's about to update eventually once GT Ross SST Orange comes across the line in, well, hopefully a few moments, maybe more than a few moments. He's coming down that long straightaway, so we'll find out. So it's really amazing. We have two battles for the lead for in two different classes. We got the Porsche with PRT 200, PRT 299. And then we have, maybe a three-car battle, or maybe nothing at all. Team RSO 399, Lars Boll, and then Team RSO 397. So it's really interesting to see how all this will play out in just a few laps' time.
So we're going to take a look at some of your standings right now, and let's start out with your GT3 division. And you can see right there the top 8 as they run. ERT VLN currently leads from GT Ross SST Orange. Piranha Sim Racing currently rounds out your podium with MSP Phoenix Racing number 23 in the 4th spot. Motorsport for All is 5th with Berlin Simsport 6th. Playing Ducks 7th, and Team Vikings Berserkers sits in P number 8. We're going to now cycle it over to your Porsche category, and of course the two Pure Racing Team cars who you see on screen for a moment right there currently lead the way from Real Championship, which are 49 seconds back. Evolution Racing Team also sits in 4th, another 2 or 3 seconds behind that number 259 machine, so we'll have to get some shots of that as well. Playing Ducks Racing sits 5th with Berlin Simsport 6th. Playing Ducks 7th. There's a couple of them apparently in your Porsche division. Yes, there is. And Blackadder Motorsports, they sit in the 8th spot. And then looking at your MX-5 category, what has arguably been the most exciting thus far, Team RSO leads the way over Team Lars Boll. Team RSO sits 3rd with Sloth Racing 4th. With pit stops to RO, Berlin Simsport, V10R Esports SRS 7th, and Berlin Simsport number 37 rounding out the top 8. So, keeping an eye on the Porsche fight. Seems to me, Nolan, this pace is sort of evened off a little bit here because Patrick did that super quick lap, and this time by, I don't think Wallmeyer's brought the gap down as quickly as it has been the last handful of laps. I think that Pichler may have just seen the fact that gap was coming down as quickly as it was, and he has gotten on it.
Well, Wallmeyer, the last time by, his fastest lap of the race, and then, yeah, he saw that, Pichler saw that, and he has stepped it up a little bit. Pichler's last lap wasn't terrible. It was an 08.72, but, man, I'm telling you what, Wallmeyer with that 08.11, man, out of nowhere, kind of surprising, honestly, this late in the race to run that quick of a lap, especially when you look at his other times. He ran an 08.1 earlier, but that's his only 08 of the whole day, outside of the one he just ran. So he's picked up the pace, both of them have, and I think he's flashing Pichler, and he's flashing his teammate down the straight, which I kind of find funny. But once again, I'm going to be interested to see if Wallmeyer can get up here, just how aggressive these two guys play with each other as teammates in a race like this. There's a part of you that says, hey, let's go 1-2, and then there's another part of you that says, hey, I want to win. So we'll just have to see which one's more important to each of these guys as we get down these closing laps.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. And actually, one thing that's really interesting here, Connery, is that for these two Porsches, they really haven't had much in the way of traffic in terms of GT3 over the course of this race. Because, I mean, you see them right now.
They're both in.
Both in.
Both in the pit. So sorry, but this is going to change everything as final stops coming through. 25 minutes left on this one. And Connery, who do you think is going to win out here?
I think actually Wallmeyer went out. He got very, very deep on the brakes coming on towards pit road, and that could make all the difference. That could mean that he's much, much closer than he was coming on towards pit road, and he could make an opportunity of it if coming off of pit road for the outlap. We will just have to wait and see as the cars are stationary, and off goes the 200 machine. Meanwhile, 229 is just kept waiting, has to take a little bit more fuel to get to the end. There's a reason why Wallmeyer went so deep on the brakes, because he had to take a little bit more fuel than his teammate. So the advantage now switches here back to Patrick Pichler, and Jonas Wallmeyer has has an extended gap that he has to deal with and close back up again.
Looking at the pit stop times, is a 12.7 second stop for Patrick Pichler. Reel back to Jonas Wallmeyer, and it's 15 seconds. Only a couple seconds here, Nolan, which, while it's big, it isn't huge. And I think Wallmeyer, unless Pichler is for some reason decided to spend the last hour and a half not really pushing as hard as he can, and has only really started pushing hard the last couple laps, I have a feeling that Wallmeyer might be able to reel this gap back in.
Well, just for funsies, I'm going to go ahead and say that Pichler is going to pull this gap. And the reason I say that is just because, he had that lead. He obviously drove a little bit off the pace. We'll just have to see how much of that tire he saved, if at all. So I'm going to take Pichler just for funsies, and I'm going to say he's going to pull away slightly from his teammate during this stint. But, once again, Wallmeyer with that fast last lap, it makes it difficult to make that call. It makes it difficult to make that bet. Because Wallmeyer really, that 08-1 that he just ran was a bit of a shocker for me. It kind of came out of nowhere. So he basically, I think, wanted to just show, hey, I'm getting ready to pit. He wanted to, Michael Schumacher-esque style, right before your pit stop, boom, hit that fast lap. He did that. The question is now, how much did Pichler save while he was out front? And I think that's going to be a substantial factor in the end of this race.
That is one thing that Pichler may have been doing, because we saw that pace differential, and it is entirely possible that 2 second margin we saw on pit lane is because of what he was saving on the racetrack. That said, did he lose more time out there on the racetrack than he gained on pit lane? That's hard to say, considering it was just a short fill and it was just coming to the end of the race. Would it really worth it to lose that 1.5 seconds per lap? I would argue probably not, but there's likely more in effect than just that. Let's keep and tab back over to your MX-5s. There's a Porsche coming through for the second and third place battle here. And Gary, Lars Bull, he hasn't opened up the gap to that second place running number 397. In fact, at the start of this lap, that number 397 was scored in the second position, but they are still reeling in the 399 of Alex Zerndi, the duo of them. And I think here, right towards the end of that lap, I think there's going to be a window where both of these cars, both Lars and Patrick, reel in Alex Zerndi.
Yeah, if they just work together and they don't try to pass each other, then they'll definitely be reeling in Alex Zerndi, and probably, hopefully, about a lap, maybe 2 laps. But a lap ago, he actually went wide when he was letting one of the GT3 cars by. It was Mercedes, so that's pretty unfortunate for him. He lost some time there, so less than 20 minutes remain right now. So we'll see what the Masters can do. We'll see what Lars Bull and Patrick Longcow can do.
Yeah, almost.
And looks like...
Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off.
Nope,
looks like Alex actually cut the corner there just a little bit. I saw some dirt fly up, so not exactly what you want to have happen right now.
So, you see Alex definitely pushing there as he jumps that curb and he runs themselves through Flugplatz right now. Second place fight is still close as you get some traffic coming through. This is Joachim Chiadi of Team Vikings Berserkers, and let's just ride on board because this is finally going to be that exciting onboard shot I was talking about. They just cycle themselves quickly through the right-hander. That's the battle for second that went through on the driver's left. Now, this is where we saw that big incident with Vendaval and ERT Audi earlier on as they worked themselves into Arenberg through the right-hander. There is your MX-5 leader of Alex Zerndi under the Yokohama Bridge. Quickly pass on the driver's left and now down the hill, Nolan. Some classic VLN style shots of that Team Vikings driver dealing with the traffic.
You get to see the speed differential firsthand right there, do you not? I mean, it's massive, the speed differential between the two. So, man, it just goes to prove. I mean, you get yourself in a bad situation. You get behind a section that you just can't pass in, and you, as a GT3 driver, are going to lose immense amounts of time. So, as a GT3 driver, and I've done quite a few endurance races over the years, you've got that added pressure on you to say, man, if I don't get this guy right now, I've just left 2 tables on the plate, or 2 seconds on the table, I should say. Wow, that's a good analogy. But you've left 2 seconds out there.
Is that how you eat on the East Coast?
That's how you do it. Yeah, you eat. Yeah, you eat in the floor underneath the table is how you typically do it. But you've left. You don't make the pass. You give up 1 corner. You say, all right, I'm gonna let you have it. In MX5, you're gonna lose 2 seconds just like that. It's gone. So we're getting to the end of this race. There isn't a lot of really close battles in GT3, but man, all these guys that are under pressure in 5th, 6th, 7th position, they're going to take some chances. They might stick that nose in there where early on they wouldn't have, so that could play in and really jeopardize this MX5 finale.
Also, one thing to keep in mind, 3 laps are what remain as we have a little bit of overlap. So it's going to be 8 minutes a lap here for Elliott Biddle, your overall race leader. He is the one who triggers the white flag, and the race ends based on him. If these guys come around and there's 9 minutes left, which is less than a lap for them, but Elliott Biddle is behind them, they will have to do 2 laps instead of just 1. So it's all going to depend on when Elliott Biddle gets the white, and it's going to be 2 laps from now when that happens. You see 19 minutes left, and just rough estimation, going to be this time through will take us to about 20 minutes left. Or excuse me, about 10 or so minutes left, just given where he is currently on track. Just, quick estimate, actually a little bit closer to 11 or 12 more than likely. Then we'll go to 4, and then at the end of, then that will trigger the white flag lap. But 3 laps to go currently here, 2.5 maybe more likely, a little bit more accurate. And that's going to be, I think, Connery, one thing that's really difficult for these guys to predict, because if you're at a track like Sebring, if you're at a track like, Road Atlanta, which is where we currently have the Petit Le Mans, the track's small enough where it's really easy to keep track of where that overall leader is. Here, the track is so large, you can't do that, and it's just so difficult to predict when and where that white flag is going to fly.
Yep, and that's just part of the job of we having to work out when the white flag is going to come out, as Team RSO 397 get themselves past Lars Boll here. And I think that's a mistake in terms of their teammates' race. He's basically giving Lars Boll the draft right now, and look at how close they are. They're well within draft range of your race leader right now. It's going to be a 3-car fight to the end for your MX5 win.
Patrick's going for the win now. He's given up. He doesn't care about his teammate now. It looks like he's like, hey, man, you've pulled me all the way up here. I'm going to go for this win now.
I think that's the thing. I think for Patrick Langkow, I think going ahead of Lars Boll, I think is irrelevant. I think regardless of if he's ahead of Lars Boll or not, I think Lars catches Alex no matter what, considering there's still 3 laps of racing left. And now for the 397 machine, the decision has to be made. Do I want to try to race for Alex, or do I want to try to race for myself? And I think just about everyone will opt to race for themselves more often than not, given in this situation. But now the Team 2 RSO cars, they get to somewhat work together, and I think here, Nolan, this is going to be a really tricky situation. How, it's difficult to pass one teammate. How do you pass 2 of them?
Well, Lars is going to have to get aggressive here. It's just proved time and time again. He's led a lot of laps. He can get to the front. We know he's got the speed. He just can't keep it, and I don't think any of these guys can keep it. I think really right now the guy in the catbird seat is Patrick. His teammate Alex is up front leading, but I think Alex is actually the most vulnerable of all here. He's got that left front damage, which really doesn't matter too much in this car, but I think he's in the worst overall position leading the race. I know that sounds crazy, but when you've got a slipstream such as this and you're on a track with these enormous straightaways, it's just, I would rather be in second right here. I'd rather be in third. I'd rather be the guy who pounces on an opportunity when it comes up, because it's going to happen. These guys, I know they're teammates, but both of these guys want to win. And Patrick, in my opinion, there's no way he's going to lay down here and just say, you know what, Alex, man, it's been fun. You take the win. Everybody wants to win. Patrick wants to win. He's proven it because he's right up here on the back bumper of his teammate, and we got a long straightaway coming up. So, if anything, I like Patrick's position right here just as well as I like Lars's. Alex is the guy who's going to be left out to dry here, I'm afraid, on this next big straightaway.
And Gary, I think one thing to keep in mind is that even though Alex Zerny is currently in the race lead, and even though no one says he would prefer to be in that second or third spot, I think the thing to keep in mind, 3 laps left, close to 20 minutes left of racing for these guys in the MX-5. there's more than enough time, I think, for Alex Zerner to find himself in P number 2 or P number 3 when that white flag flies and they go through down the Doctor straightaway for the final time.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as apparently Alex is either trying to break the draft or that was Patrick looking to pass. But once again, they are single file. It's going to be interesting seeing what they're going to do coming up on this long straightaway. And as they reach it right now, we're going to see if anyone takes advantage of this. We got Alex Sersney, Patrick Lankow, and Lars Ball 1, 2, and 3 in the Masters right now. Stepping out to the driver's right, it's going to be Patrick Lankow side by side. Lars is just going to ride behind Alex. Now he's going to go behind Patrick. Looks like he's going to be, no, making it at least 3 wide down the back straightaway here. Patrick's stuck in the middle of this. Alex on all the way on the driver's left. Now it's going to be 2 wide as Patrick gets by his teammate. And right when I say that, Alex is going to try and get by his teammate. Not going to work. Once again, single file.
Chess match at 120 miles an hour as Lars Bull gets himself to the race lead. Faster traffic coming through as well, and I think that Lankow would have wanted to get himself into that race lead, but because that Porsche cycled through, he had to stay single file. So Lars Bull will become your race leader with 14 minutes of this race remaining. Approximately 2 laps is what we estimate, could be 3, depending on where they fall with the overall race leader. As they work themselves now down the front straightaway though, Lars Bull, will Lankow put him under attack? No, but they all work the slipstream. And well, Nolan, you said, oh hey look, Alex is gonna, Patrick, he's gonna go for the race lead. Big dive up the inside, and Alex wants to follow suit. We saw that. We saw Lars do this earlier on. He did it to Alex, and this time the tables turn, and Patrick Lankow, huge move down in the first corner. He takes the race lead, and now Alex Zerny, he wants to try to follow through on the inside of the corner number 3. He's gonna stick the nose in there. Little bit of contact with the RSO machines. Nolan, muscle that one out of the way and put him back to 3rd.
Oh, now I'm getting giddy with excitement. Look at this. This is going to turn out to be a heater. Lars kind of got lost out right there. A little bit iffy on the brakes. I still, once again, I don't hate that position being in 3rd. You're going to come down to the end. You got an RNG simulator on your hands right here. Where do you want to be? What do you want to do? Do you want to get the pass on the straight coming into the final complex of the lap? That's where I want to be. So I like Lars's position, especially with Alex in 2nd right now, because Alex has appeared to be just a little bit quicker than his teammate Patrick for the most part. I don't see Patrick pulling away here. So this is, you'd flip a coin right now, but I like Lars's position and I like Alex's position. I do not want to be leading this race when I come down to take that final straightaway right before the final complex, before I get to the finish line. I want to be in 2nd or 3rd. I want to get that draft. We just saw what Lars did in 3rd position there. He went from 3rd to 1st on that straightaway. I think if you're in that position, unless they just throw a mad block on you, you're going to get the lead going in the final complex. Then can you hold it getting to the finish line? Because once again, you got another straightaway there. It's hard to pick a position here. I like 2nd and 3rd overall. With that said, it all depends on how much of a gap that first car can pull.
You said you might have to flip a coin here, Nolan. Do they got 3-sided coins there in Chattanooga?
Well, it's called a triangle.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. There
I thought that was funny. There's one geometry teacher out there is like, haha, good one.
Yeah, the one geometry teacher that watches RaceBot broadcasts is cracking up right now. And for you, sir, that joke was for you. But here, when we come back and keep track of this race lead, this is going to be, it's been a bit of a slow burner, this one, hasn't it, Connery, over the course of this race, but this last 10 or so minutes is going to be absolutely lit, to put it in Facebook terminology, as this top 3 in your MX-5 field cycle themselves up into flood flats. And it's the way they're getting a fight. I think for Lars Bull, he's going to have to take the gloves off at some point to muscle his way around one of these guys, nonetheless both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And I am completely with Nolan here that you need to be in 2nd or 3rd place if you want a good chance at winning this race coming onto the very long back straight of the Dalton Ho. Lars Boll already proved that you can do it from 3rd place and hold position coming into the final few corners. There's actually Alex Zerny trying down the inside, maybe coming through Arenberg on his teammate Patrick Lankow, but that move is not going to work its way done. In fact, as he's still got the run coming down towards the Ardnauer forced here, and he's still not finding the gap through. Meanwhile, Asbol still closing up behind, and this is going to be a fantastic finish, and it's going to be one that we've been waiting for. It's been a little bit of a lull so far in this race, especially in the mid part where nothing was really happening, but now the fireworks start to fly.
So at the top of Adanar Frost they go, and now down this straightaway at the 7-kilometer mark of the lap. Lars Boll, he looks to the left-hand side as he see that middle runner of Alex Zerny going back and forth between the left-hand and right-hand side of the racetrack. And now, Gary, they go into what I would consider probably the most technical part of the circuit. This left-hander, then you go down this downhill section down to the hit-miss-hit part of the racetrack. Very technical circuit overall, but I think this, from here to about Bergwerk, probably the most most technical segment of the lap.
No, definitely. It's the one place that you make one mistake and it might just cost you pretty much either your race or whatever position you were running in. So we're going to find out. So far they're staying single file. I feel like we're going to see a lot of passing opportunities, though, once we get to that long straightaway near the end of the raceway.
We've got a small straightaway coming up here soon. I'll be interested to see what Patrick does here, I'll be interested to see what Alex does here in second position, because I think this is going to be really indicative of how well these two are going to work together. I don't think they should initiate a pass right here, in my personal opinion. I'm surprised we don't see a bit of bump drafting between the two teammates. But with that said, I think if Alex maintains his position in second here, I think that kind of proves that they're willing to play ball with each other and maybe try to focus on, for sure, getting this win over Lars as opposed to going 1-2.
As they're going to deal with a bit of faster traffic. That is a Porsche who's going to divide this battle just a little bit, and you see him slicing and dicing his way through, and he needs to be aggressive as well. It's one of those situations where you need that faster traffic, Nolan. I know you have experience with this, to get by quickly rather than slowly. The worst thing in the world for a slower class, multi-class driver is having the faster traffic hesitate. But there's one other thing these guys need to keep in mind. They're working themselves now on the run up towards the carousel at the moment, and they're going to think, potentially right now that they're going to get 2 to go this next time by. Thing is, the overall leader is coming through now on the same stretch of straightaway, and he's going to take the white flag, I am fairly certain. Actually, I'm 100% certain once he gets to the start-finish line. So these guys right now, they might be thinking they're going to have 2.5 laps to go. Overall leader is going to get to them. They're going to have a lap and a half to go.
I wonder if they're aware of that, because that's going to be really important for them in terms of their overall strategy right here. None of these guys have been overly aggressive this entire time, because there's not really a whole lot you can do. Boom, you throw it in. What's going to happen? You're going to get passed right back. And I think, once again, I've beaten this into the ground at this point. What do you want to protect? Do you want to go 1-2 here? Do you want to ensure the win and go first, third? Do you want, it really depends on how well the RSO guys are willing to work with each other at this point in time. And let me just also point out that Patrick just ran his fastest lap of the race last time by with a 9:38.9, by far his fastest lap, might I add. So Patrick has really stepped up the pace. I say that, I even go back and look at timing and scoring. The last 2 laps were his fastest laps of the race. So Patrick is on absolute fire right now trying to hold on to this lead.
Well, Randy, you're talking about the 2.5 laps to go. Well, the overall leader just passed the Mazda, so now they only have pretty much 1 lap once they cross the start-finish line. It's 1 lap, 1 opportunity to get that win.
It's all going to depend on what happens here and if they're aware of that, because there is the potential of it. This could even play whether or not they're aware of it now. They should be aware of it now, because they should have seen it on the relative black box that they came through. The thing is, did they realize that would be the case last time through? Whether or not this would be the second to last lap or the third to last lap, and what they were thinking. This is the sort of little things that happen in sim racing, endurance racing, that really separate the men from the boys. Those who have that sort of racecraft to not only be able to be aware of what's happening around them and in their own fight, but where the race leaders are, where is everyone else, where's the traffic going to hit me, Nolan? Those are all the little sort of intangibles that make the good guys separate from the great ones.
Oh, for sure. I think these guys are aware of what's going on. These guys obviously got their stuff together. They know this MX-5 well. Surely, to goodness, somebody has told them, hey, this is it. This is last time by. They just saw the leader go by. They should be aware of it. I hope that they are, because You know, we're running out of time for these guys, and right now Patrick is just hitting his marks lap after lap. Even with this slight draft, he's maintained the gap coming through this sector. He's obviously going to get caught here on the big straightaway. But with that said, Patrick has really come alive here at the end of this race in a way that I honestly did not see earlier on. He's really stretching his legs, showing his pace, and I think honestly he's going to give these guys a run for their money. But once again, still, we've said this before, I'm going to say it again, I like the position of second and third here. I do not want to be leading this race. So Patrick knows he's under pressure. He's trying to stretch the gap, but there's just nothing he can do. Obviously, look here, he's going to get gobbled up in a heartbeat, even though he just absolutely ran 2 flyer laps, and he nailed his marks in that last sector.
This is where the chess match comes into play as they work themselves down the long Dottinger straightaway for the penultimate time. You see his teammate pulls out to driver's right. What is Lars Boll going to do? Also, keep an eye on the Porsche fight. Something has happened to Jonas Wollmeyer. He had damage and now the car is clean. I think he took a stop down onto pit lane to get a fresh car. That fight for the race win is now over. But down the run into the Dottinger straightaway and into Hohenrain side by side between the team RSO cars. Nowhere to go for that lime green number 1. Side by side for the race lead though between teammates, and the 397 of Patrick Langkow is going to take it from Alexander Zerny through the final sector of the racetrack and onto the front straightaway. They're going to see the white flag in the air as the ERT VLN machine of Elliott Biddle. He's coming through corner number 4 already, and now here come down the front straightaway, Connor, your race leaders for the penultimate time in the MX-5 field.
Yeah, white flag in the air. One more lap of this legendary circuit to decide the MX-5 win here. Will Alex Zerny dive down the inside of his teammate? The answer to that question into turn number 1 at least is going to be no. Lars Boll just has to bide his time for what is going to be around about 9 3/4 minutes is the lap times for these MX-5s around this circuit, and this is going to come right to the dying end of this lap at the end of the Dottinger Straight.
This category in the VLN Endurance Championship, when they can survive to the end, is always the most exciting. It's the sleeper category for sure. The GT3 cars, they're favored due to their speed. The Porsche, it's favored, well, because it's a Porsche. But these MX-5 cars, maybe not the favorite overall in terms of population, but in terms of the racing they put on track, the spec style format makes them phenomenal. Through turns number 6 and into 7 they come, and down this long GP back straightaway, the first drafting opportunity of the final lap they're going to get. And Nolan into this right-hand kink. We saw so many moves at the Sim Racing Expo, but they're running the GT style chicane and not the GP version.
That's true, and look at this. Lars, as Connery was pointing out in chat, lifted a little bit on that back straightaway, did not take the position away from Alex or Patrick. So it's pretty clear to me he's in the position he wants to be in. Let's see if he can get this done without running into these two, because he's got to get around 2 teammates to win this race. Alex, Patrick, they got a little bit more leeway here. I think the ball's in their court, but Lars has got the track position. I think he's got the overwhelming favorite track position right now going into the final lap.
Through they come now through the first section of the Nordschleife as they work themselves through Hassenbach and in towards Hockenrain, and then they're going to begin the run down into Flugplatz. Lars Boll, you see him trying to close the gap on that 399 machine of Alex Zerny, and Patrick Langkow continues to stay just out ahead of Gary as they come down through the left-hander, and then as the last couple corners before Flugplatz, this section of the racetrack. I think this might be in a very important section, and Lars gets a good run. He's going to close the gap on the 399. Then they get up to the top of the hill through Flugplatz, the fast right-hander, and then another long straight where Lars is going to be able to work the slipstream once again.
Lars has his opportunity once he gets on those straightaways, so he has to take the opportunity once he gets it. But maybe if these two get side by side, as you can see Alex looking to driver's right, he might actually be side by side here, hanging this next corner. Alex is looking on the right side of Patrick. It looks like he will make that pass. Done. No, Patrick's gonna throw the door closed right in Alex's face.
So he shuts the door on teammate Alex Zerny as they work themselves through Arenberg for the final time under the bridge here, the Yokohama Bridge, and down this hill, Nolan. This part of the racetrack so complex and so narrow as well. I think even though you're going to generate a lot of speed in these MX-5s, there's no way any of these guys can get through.
I don't think you can get through right here, and I don't think anybody wants to get through. This is a chess match now, as you said earlier, and Lars and Alex proved right there on that last straightaway, hey, we're going to play smart. We're not going to do anything stupid here. We're going to force you to make the move on that final straightaway. I think that's where you're going to see that. I don't think you're going to see a move unless Patrick makes a big mistake here. I think they're going to wait. They're going to play that chess game, and man, they're going to pounce. I don't think there's anything Patrick can do. Patrick is going to have to throw some kind of aggressive block if he wants to get this race win.
Where do you make the move if you're in this MX-5 field as they work themselves now down the technical segment of the racetrack? It's a bit of a downhill from here, and then you begin to climb once again. So, through the quick left-hander and on the run into Colin Hard and Spiegel Curve. Spiegel Curve right here, this long right-hander, and then now downhill from here in towards Dreifreck right. Miss, hit, miss is what this corner is called because of the awkward situation here of the circuit. And now through the way you have to apex that track there, Nolan, it's so difficult. Actually, I'm going to go to Connery. It's so difficult, Connery, trying to get through there, especially trying to get the car to float up right here.
Yeah, exactly. One of the trickiest sections on the circuit, as we've mentioned before, but those guys have negotiated it for the last time for this race, and into the bottom of the valley they go, into the left-hander for the last time as well. Your current P number 1 runner in GT3s is just heading their way up towards what is going to be towards Whipperman, coming into the final third of the lap here. So we'll keep an eye on when he comes across the line, but this is the battle we're going to be focusing on. This trio of cars, two Team RSO cars, one Lars Ball representing Heukensfeld team there, and he is going to look for the move maybe on that Zerny, or is Zerny doing his teammate a favor here and trying to back up Lars Ball? Who knows? We're going to get the answer in just a couple of minutes time.
So down this long straightaway they come. This is going to be another draft situation, but Patrick Lankow has the gap here just enough. And Nolan, this is going to make things difficult for Alex Zerny as well as Lars Boll to be able to reel that gap in, because I think he's opened up enough of a door that I don't think the slipstream is going to be available. But Lars Boll, he wants to get the job done on Alexander Zerny. I think no. He's closing the gap, though. I think he wants to try to reel into the 397 if he can.
No, he's too smart for that. He's staying where he's at. I think, he's got to be a little bit upset at Alex. Alex had a bit of a moment there and lost some time to his teammate, but it's no problem. He's already pulling him back in on this little straightaway. I think it's going to be neck and neck. I think Patrick right now is just doing everything he can, and he keeps running fast lap after fast lap. But somebody we haven't talked about in terms of lap time is Lars, and he just set the fastest lap of the race 2 laps ago with that 9:38.56. So I think, once again, he's got the pace, but right now it's all a chess game. Can he set himself up on this final straightaway to take the win? I like his position. We got the two teammates side by side coming into this technical part of the track. He can't make a pass, or he's got to fall back in line and let Patrick have that position, or else they're both going to lose out huge. He did, and now it's going to be really close coming down to that final straightaway for this win.
Up to Marshall Post 147 they go at the top of the hill, Connery, and down. It's downhill all from here. The leader comes down onto the back straight, and we're going to shift focus for a moment as Elliott Biddle. It's been such a flawless race for him all throughout. Absolutely picture perfect. No big errors. Very simple strategy. Just getting the job done in his basic way as they can. Down under the Bilstein Bridge and up into the final section of the racetrack for the final time. Hard on the brakes for that number 727 Audi as they work themselves through Ho and Rain, and off the final corner will come your race leader in the GT3 division, and Elliott Biddle will win the penultimate round of the VLN Endurance Championship for your GT3 field here at the Nürburgring today. But shifting focus back to the MX-5s, Connery, the fight is on.
The fight is definitely on, and Lars Ball, you have to argue, has one of the best positions to take the race win for the MX-5s at the end of this race. Just a couple more corners to go before they get to that very, very crucial Dottinger straight in these MX-5, where the draft is so prevalent. They head in towards the compression here, and it's going to be that slight right-hander into a slight left, into a slight right again as they get closer and closer to the crucial part of the circuit. Ball has dropped back just a little bit, still within drafting distance slow as they go into the long right-hander. What will the teammates do? Will they completely just block Lars Boll's run coming down Dongho straight? What will they do? Will they go 3 wide, 2 wide? What will they do as they head into the climb the carousel now? And just 1 or 2 more corners to go, and then it's a run towards the end of the Dongho.
3 hours and 58 minutes of racing to put yourself in this position. 24.9 laps to put yourself into this position on the end of the 25th one. Down the long back straight for Patrick Lankow, who leads, but will he lead it at the end? We'll look back from the gearbox as GT3 traffic cycles through. Lars Boll looks to the outside of Alex Zerny as they're going to look to try to reel in that number 397 machine. They're fighting for second, but you know they want to fight for the win as well. But Patrick Lankow has a bit of slipstream from that Mercedes out in front. I'm not sure what that Mercedes is doing. Very, very slow in front of your MX-5 leader, but the fight for second really getting hot right now. Side by side as they come under the Bilstein Bridge. Approaching the Bilstein Bridge as they're closing on Patrick Lankow through the left-hand kink and down this long straightaway. Zerny looks to the left. Will it be 3 wide? No, Lars is going to stay 2 by 2 here as Lankow's on the right and Zerny's on the left. Lankow hard on the brakes up into the final corner, and the fight for second is on. Lars muscles himself into the second position. Now down the front straightaway, it's long enough to get a draft. Zerny's in the wall, but down this long front straightaway, will Lars Boll be able to reel that gap back down? No, he will not, and Patrick Lankow will be the dark horse, and he will come out with the race win, which about an hour and a half ago, Nolan, we never could have predicted.
I would have not wanted to be in that position for anything, and Piranha Sim Racing and GT3 comes along and gives the draft to Patrick for absolutely unknown reason. Don't appreciate that. Takes away a lot of the integrity of that race. Don't understand it. Really upset with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Team Piranha was doing, and I really do have to criticize that because I agree. A race you really have no, point in being a part of. A race that you have no, you don't have a horse in that whatsoever. Maybe they're friends, maybe they're teammates. I'm not sure, but I would really question that. Well, I do really question that. That's
absurd.
Yeah, it's
that's absurd is what that is. That's uncalled for, and that's a bit outrageous as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that one. It's a race that, as you mentioned, they don't get involved in, and I don't know if there's any previous history between themselves and Team RSO, but they have definitely, in some ways, spoiled the end of this race for MX-5, and I have to be super, super critical of that. That is not how we do racing here.
I hate to jump on the bandwagon, but I have to call it out as well, as the Porsches are still making their way around the track. I don't know if they finished or not. I don't believe they have, as they reach, Patrick Pichler has reached the 15-kilometer mark. But yeah, I don't know. Friends or not, if you want to be friends and help out, then drive in the same class. Don't use a faster car to the advantage, because that's really unfair to the others that are actually, they've been racing for almost 4 hours in the same class. So kind of takes away, like you said, takes away the integrity and takes away the excitement of what could have happened as well.
Yeah, I'm really confused because at first I thought that Mercedes was hurt, but Connery I think mentioned it in our chat. No damage on that Mercedes, no significant damage to that Mercedes they cycled through, and it is. I don't know. That's going to be a really questionable one. And Nolan, I know you might be a little bit more experienced in this than Connery as well as Gary, but just based on your position, with the Pro Series and NX, I know that there's things in the sporting code that say that you can't do that sort of things in qualifying sessions, and that was for these sorts of World Tour, VLN Endurance sort of group qualifying segments. I don't know if that might or might not even be protestable.
It may be. I don't want to speculate on the code, because I'll be honest with you, I don't understand it completely regarding that particular incident. The thing about it is if his car was wounded, and we will get to the Porsches really quickly, we've got just a little bit of time. If your car is wounded and you get out in front of those guys, why not just wait? Why not just sit behind them? You're not going to gain a position. You're not going to lose a position. You're going the same speed they are down the straight. Instead, he passes him on the straightaway and then slows down right in front. I don't know what the driver's name was for that car, but as far as I'm concerned, if I was Lars Boll, I would be sending a protest whether it's in the sporting code or not.
Yeah, and it's definitely a questionable one, but I don't know. Regardless, looking back out towards your race leader in the Porsches, Patrick Pichler, who has had such an up and down race. He looked like the favorite early on, and then it looked like his teammate Jonas Wollmeyer might have had the edge. but a slight mistake on pit road and a little mistake with damage has made this race, well, let's say anticlimactic in the Porsche division. But for Pure Racing Team and for Patrick Pichler, it will be another win in the Porsche division of the VLN Endurance Championship, up through the final section of corners. One last right-hander and one last left, and 4 hours of work will be scored successfully complete. The number 200 car takes himself off the final corner, gets that inline 6 on the go pedal, and starts flashing the lights, swerving his way back and forth. He will win another one here in this race, in this championship. And Connery, the PRT guys, they have been dominant in the Porsches this season.
Yeah, absolutely dominant, and that's just another win to add to Patrick Pichler's collection, and another win to add to the PRT team's, a collection of race wins already in this VLN Championship. There's still a couple of drivers out there on track making their way around to complete this lap, because it is a very long lap indeed. I don't think there are any on-track battles going on. In fact, tell a lie, there's a battle going on for P number 14 in the GT3 field, believe it or not, between two relatively damaged cars.
Relatively damaged cars, and let's take a look at this. They are way down the order in 14th and 15th, so 7 minutes is what they are off. And as they come down the back straightaway, you know what, YOLO, let's just watch it. As they come down the back straight between Patrick Jarzynski and Francisco Jose Romero, Gary, take the call to the line.
Well, Jose Romero, he's going to head to the driver's right of Patrick Jarzynski, going down the long straightaway. Looks like looks like Francisco might get it coming across the line here. We'll find out in a few moments' time. This really long back straightaway. So, of course, even though it doesn't seem like it, Patrick does have enough time, but it looks like his car is a bit too damaged to actually keep pace. So coming down into the final corners, last right-hander, I believe, and now that final left-hander. Past the Armco, coming down after pretty much 4+ hours past the pit road. Francisco Jose Romero will take that 14th position.
So with that,
and I think Patrick's actually out of fuel.
He might be. It's very difficult. You're right. He's very slow down this front straightaway. So I think he did just push that car to the limit, and it just barely made it to the end. But I think that's it for our finishers. Don't think there's anyone currently out there on a lap. So with that, let's go down the post-race results here from the VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceBot TV and iRacing Live, and I'll kick it off with the GT3 field. Well, ERT, VLN, and Elliott Biddle, what a dominant performance from them. We thought GT Ross SST Orange would be strong, but after an unfavorable driver swap and some issues on track, they will finish nearly 90 seconds back. Piranha Sim Racing, questionable for them from sure, given what happened on that last run to the finish with the MX-5s, but regardless, they snag a podium position. Motorsport for All finishes 4th with MSP Phoenix Racing 23, rounding out the top 5. Berlin Simsport in 6th, Playing Ducks Racing in 7th. Team Vikings 8th, Team F1R 9th with VLN 00, rounding out the top 10 in that category. And further back they come, 11th through 19th on your screen. Riggs Park Sim Racing, Razaholic, Overdrive, the second Evolution Racing Team car who we saw get into that big incident with Vendaval, VSR, Vendaval, Team Hoisingveld, GT Ross SST Silver, and Hawk Sim Racing Purple round out the 20-car field there today. And now, Connery, take us through the Porsche field.
Well, the Porsche field is going to finish like this. It's going to be a PRT Racing 200 taking the race win. It's going to be Evolution Racing Team picking up the second spot there. And it's going to be the second PRT Porsche getting themselves the final step on the podium. Then it's going to be Playing Ducks Racing, Berlin Simsport, and the other Playing Ducks Racing car getting those positions there. Very decent run for them. Then it's going to be Blackadder Motorsports VLN, Real Championship Racing, SEMA Racing, and the drivers that finished way laps down, SimRC.de Lemon, and Driver Sports. They round out your finishing results for your Porsche field.
I will say, I do want to say I missed something. I didn't see the fact that Blake Knack and Evolution Racing Team were so close coming to the end. I thought that was a lap car. So my apologies for Blake Neck and Evolution Racing Team if it seemed like I counted you out. I honestly didn't realize that was for position because, well, the gap wasn't that close pretty much all race long. But as we move to the MX-5 field, Gary, take us down the Miata.
Going down the entire MX-5 Cup field, we have Team RSO 397, Team Mars Bowl, Team RSO 399, rounding out your top three. Amazing performance by all those drivers. South Racing number 40 finishing in 4th place. 5th place, Pitstops.RO Racing. Berlin Sim Sport number 16, V10R Esport SRS. Tomate Racing, Berlin Sim Sport 37. Onyx with competition team 1. Team with actually Uni, my apologies if I mispronounced that. Team RSO 398 and Far Motorsport rounding out the MX-5 field.
Well, that was well timed, Gary, because just as the audio clip came to an end, but don't go away just yet. Post-race coverage coming out here in just a few moments' time. We'll get the some interviews and we'll get our closing thoughts before we close out the day. But don't leave us just yet. All of that coming in just a couple moments' time.
When I sat in the car, you always wonder, what's it going to feel like? It was my first time driving a mid-engine GT car. My thoughts were, wow, this is really good for our first time in a car. I was really surprised by you're sitting low. You got the A-pillars at steep angles, the windshield's at steep angles. You can see the fender flares. I think we have a chance to win. Everything's got to go right, but I think we have a car that can win the race or be on the podium. But can you imagine how cool that would be to go back 50 years later to the year and do it?
actually, really enjoy dirt racing. Feels good to get in the car, and we have, great cars and engines and things at KKR, so it's nice to drive a fast sprint car.
Couple of separate lines developing, three wide action on a turn two. Craig Kinzer, Casey Kane, and Kieran Pittman going at it.
think the differences between, NASCAR and the sprint races on dirt is just a much different mindset. The way you drive your cars, the setup, the feel you're looking for. I think one of the hardest things to tell as a fan is when you're watching a race, whether it's a NASCAR race, a dirt race, is just what's really going on in the cars. With iRacing, you can get the way that the track's changing, which they've done a great job in how the track changes throughout the night or throughout the race, just to try to capture it and let the fans play it and realize, like, man, there's actually a lot going on. And you can't always see that when you watch a race. So I think it's pretty neat. It's, enjoyable for me, but at the end of the day, it's actually much of a simulation. And there's a lot of ways that you can learn from that. And, early on, it was neat to look at the Cup tracks that I was going to, places that I had never been. So I think it kind of gives you a head start leading into a weekend. It's pretty real life, and that's pretty neat.
And welcome back to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live as post-race coverage begins right now. And we're going to kick it off with your GT3 point leader. He didn't have a very good run today whatsoever, finishing a lot of laps down. But we are now joined by Mr. Sinkowski, who, Jan, not a very good run for you guys overall, considering what you've been doing all season long. But, well, overall, you have to be happy that you can at least sort of defend the points, what with it being a less than optimal split due to the Petit Le Mans race.
Yeah, it was a very disappointing race. Marcel had two incidents there. Lost the car once and on the notch, and then second time, he just on the Grand Prix circuit, he just said to me he just didn't know what happened there, really. And yeah, so I was now hopping in for the last two laps in this race to just bring the car over the line. And yeah, in the end, we can be pretty happy. We've won the VLN Endurance Championship now. I think the MSP guys has to do over 450 points next race, which is I think not that yeah, well, that wouldn't be happen because the strength of field here wouldn't be that high. That would be, I don't know, astronomous. So
And
yeah, in the end, happy day. Yeah.
And how does that feel, considering everything on that's happened? I mean, because there's so many heavy hitters that turn up to this championship. You had the likes of Max Benecke, and all the pure racing cars that have run. Occasionally, you get some Heinzfeld Core Motorsports cars that come up. If we were to shift, the clock back, the calendars back, to earlier this year, race number 1. If we had told you that you would be leading the points coming into the final round and clinch into the into the penultimate round and clinch at the end of the penultimate round, would you have believed me?
No, no, really not. We thought we would be happy if we come in the top 10 and maybe top 5 at the end of the season. But yeah, then everything went well. In the VLN races, now the last race we didn't, well, we were not able to attend because we were in the Sim Racing Expo. This race,
yeah, you and everybody else.
Yeah, that was our luck. So
your racing team wasn't there. MSP wasn't. Yeah, I think it was basically everybody.
Yeah, well, the guys we were battling in the VLN, we were talking to them there. So yeah, it was unexpected to be now here and in the top spot. But yeah, just that's the way racing went. Even endurance racing and especially the VLN, you never know what will be there in the end. And yeah, it's a bit sad though that pure racing team and all the other strong teams that did not attend to all the races. So yeah, would have been a bit better if they would win also in the other races. But yeah, and in the end it didn't matter.
And Jan, of course, in a couple weeks' time, we're going to have the final race of this championship this year. Another 4 hours around this beautiful, magnificent green circuit in Germany. you've clinched the championship. Are you even going to bother turning up, or are you just going to sit back and watch on RaceBot TV, or are you going to get that Mercedes-Benz back out there? Maybe try one of the other cars with the BOP updates. Could we see you in a BMW or an Audi potentially?
It's pretty sad though, but you won't see me on the track. I have no time that day. So that was also today my last VLN race this season. So in the end, what happened is a bit more sad than it would be, but yeah. So yeah, you'll see me definitely. I hope next year. I can't just go away from the ring. I don't know if if Marcel is going for the next race or some other guys from our team. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, but I even can't watch the race because where I will be, I have no internet connection. So yeah, it's going to be a bit silent for me.
Well, that's unfortunate regardless, but Jan, congratulations this season. This race, of course, didn't go nearly the way you would have wanted, finishing 17 laps down. But overall, fantastic championship, one of the most consistent groups race in and race out this season. Before we let you go, any shout-outs? Who would you like to thank?
Especially the team. We've participated as a whole team. Everyone was looking at it, pushing, even those that were not driving, they were pushing us, the drivers, to get the results. Yeah, the other guys on the track, it was most of the time very great racing there. Sometimes a bit rough, but that's just the way it went in such a competitive field. And yeah, then also to Heusinkveld, making this possible, the team. And yeah, so for myself, see you next year.
Well, thanks as always, Jan. See you next year as well. Hope to see that Team Heusinkveld number 35 out there and running strong once again. And so, moving on down the line, Connery Maddock, you now have a big interview with the Team RSO group, and we have a lot of people involved for this one. You got, of course, both the Zerny brothers, and Tobias I don't even think race, so I don't even know why Tobias is here, but he is, and that's what matters. But you also have, of course, Patrick Lenko and Alex Zerny.
Yeah, I'm just going to go to Patrick Lanko first here, because there's a very, very crucial question that I want to ask at the end there, and I'm just kind of going to cut to the chase here. I don't know if you're aware from inside the cockpit of the cars coming onto the Donkey Ho for the final time, that massive long straight. The tension in this commentary box was palpable, and the controversy was palpable. And I have to ask a question: was the tow from Piranha Sim Racing planned?
I don't know what Gunnar was thinking. We don't talk in the front. We don't talk after the race. Yes, I won, but I'm not glad for that, because it was unsportsmanlike. It's the first time since I don't know how many races that three Mazdas could fight for the win in the last lap, and then it's decided with just that's a good thing. I'm not glad about it.
Yeah, and we weren't glad about it either if you watched the broadcast back, because it really did make a farce of the ending there, because you had this fantastic battle that was building up lap over lap over lap, especially in that last stint as your sister car and Lars were catching the race leader, and to have it spoiled, for the lack of a better term, by a driver getting themselves involved in a battle that they are not a part of, and they don't have any relation to any of the teams whatsoever. I completely agree with you. That is not how he wanted the race to end.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. I have no clue about it, what he was thinking, why he take advantage like this in the fight for the lead. I don't know, but it was till then it was a very good race. We have with Lars Boll a very good opponent and strong opponent in the Mazdas, and he was so fast that I was putting me behind him so we can drove to Alex, because me and Alex, I think we were at the same pace, but I think Lars was second, 1.5 faster, and so we could close the gap to Alex, and I think it would be very great to see the battle with the three of us to the finish line without Gunnar. I don't know. I don't know what would have happened, but it would be a great fight.
He's almost as tired as us,
yes.
Nolan.
What?
I'm talking to Nolan because Nolan and I were pretty tilted. But go ahead, Connery.
Yeah, but just getting off that topic now, because I think everything, well, has everything to say about that particular incident has really been said, and it's up to people to judge for themselves exactly what happened there. Some things we'll never know what Mr. Mason was thinking at the front of the MX-5 train right there. But I'm just going to pass this over to Alex, actually. And we were very, very interested in your team strategy over the course of this race, because it seemed like you guys in your little trio just decided to just stay behind and what it seemed like fuel save right behind Lars and just not challenge for the lead at all until the closing stages.
Yeah, hi everybody. You're totally right. When you have an opponent that is so fast and maybe faster, or sometimes you can't really escape, so it doesn't make sense to drive that fast and get some risks. So in the end, it's better to save fuel and do it with the strategy. My strategy was quite good, I think. I had the shortest pit stops, but somehow I was not that fast on track. I don't know. It could have been better. So I had, I think, 2 or 3 times the chance to escape in the front with 3, 4, 5 seconds ahead. But then I did some mistakes, and so finally they catched me up. And as Patrick said, when the race is completely open, when 3 cars are so close to each other, everybody could win. So it would have been really nice to see this, but unfortunately not.
I think we kind of noticed that there were no team orders there on the final couple of laps. You were really going at it, hammer and tong, and you were definitely searching for that race win at the end there. Unfortunately, it didn't happen for reasons we've already discussed. It was overall a very, very great run for you guys. Very great strategy race that you played, and it ended up putting at least 2 of your cars on the podium. So very well done there. I'm just going to go to your brother now, in Tobias. And Tobias, you didn't race in this race, but I can ask a couple of other questions, like what is Team RSO's thought process now going into the final race of the season, especially in terms of that Mazda MX-5 field in which you mainly compete?
Yeah, hello guys. Basically, I had also the plan to start for this race, we are competing in the Petit Le Mans, so I had to make a choice there and wanted to drive the GT3, so I'm in there. But for the final race, unfortunately, there's also a clash, I think, with the V8 supercars. But nevertheless, I think I would give it a go again, also for hours alone, and hopefully maybe we get another 5th driver. So I think we will have at least 4 RSO cars, maybe another one. So Elmar will be there, Patrick, Alex, and myself will be good fun, I guess. And for the final season-ending race, I think it's worth to show up.
Do you know how you guys are doing actually in the Petit Le Mans? Because I haven't really heard much news about it over the past couple of hours. So is the race going well for you guys?
We are on 4th position. Why are we on 4th? And 3 seconds ahead is P3. I'm a bit confused. I think maybe pit stop. So basically, we are in a battle for 4th place. Top 3 was away with Inex, Vanderbilt, and who was the 3rd? Glacier. Yeah, Inex, Vanderbilt, and Glacier in GT3. They are the top 3 cars, and we are in the battle with Team Heusingfeld and Phoenix Motorsports. There had been a lot of dramas, I think, through all classes. So I think out of the 18 GT3 cars, there are, let's have a quick look, maybe 9 cars or less. Actually 7 cars still racing, yeah. So 8th place car is already 9 laps down. So there had been a lot of dramas, lots of crashes.
Yeah, so the attrition rate has been quite the opposite to what we want there in terms of that field. But now coming to, we have to kind of wrap things up right now. But is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Any sponsors of Team RSO that you want to just mention?
Well, I think my teammates are gone already. So yeah, I want to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors. I have to check.
I can help you.
Yeah, I'm totally.
At first, I want to thank the Racing Fuel Academy from Switzerland for building us the nice rig for the Sim Racing Expo. It was really nice. And the other sponsors, SimLab, Audi Zentrum Krefeld, and Porsche Zentrum Willich. And of course, Pop Gymnastic for the designs.
Well, there we go, and that was many interviews with the Team RSO guys that come away with very good positions inside the top 3 in your MX-5 field. But again, it just wasn't the end of the race that we wanted for the MX-5s, and if what Patrick is saying here is correct, then they had no control over it either. So it was just one person just making the race not what we wanted at the end.
Yes, it's a bit of shame for the sport.
Yes, I was talking to Randy.
Okay, sorry.
You can go ahead, Patrick. I'll let you finish your point because Connery worded that so confusingly.
Yeah, it's a shame for the sport and for the viewers. They want to see a clean fight to the line, and unfortunately it did not happen. Sorry for that.
It's all right.
Well,
it's not your fault. Well, you could have just not been winning, and then you wouldn't have even been involved.
Yeah, if you get the chance to gain the advantage, of course I wanted to win, and so I take it, but with not a good feeling.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty much even on that one. But thanks for joining us, guys, and we're gonna move the show on along and get it closed out. And Nolan, Gary, this is your first time you guys have worked these races on RaceBot TV and iRacing Live. First round of the VLN Championship. Second one for Nolan, but that was a Sim Racing Expo broadcast, bit of a special thing. Let's start with you, Nolan. How was it?
I loved it. I mean, if we have an opportunity to see a 3-car battle for the win on the final straight every week, yeah, it's awesome, man. I mean, what a great race. What a fantastic show. RSO put on a show for us, and I do appreciate their comments specifically regarding that not so great little bit of help they got at the end of the race to ensure that victory. But hey, I don't blame Patrick at all. Patrick had to take that opportunity. It's definitely not on Patrick's shoulders. They put on a heck of a show for us, and I appreciate them coming on and saying what they said. With that said, man, all in all, what an awesome race. We had one of the best finishes to a race I've had the opportunity to watch in a very long time. And if it's like this every week, I can see immediately why it's such a popular series.
Gary?
Oh man, for me this was amazing. I mean, aside from me, I had to wake up at 6:15 in the morning, but aside from that, this was really amazing to commentate. So, especially just like Nolan said, it's really amazing from what RSO did in their comments. And I'm definitely going to be coming back next week. I might do this probably next season. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely coming back next week if there's an opening. So. It's definitely amazing and one of the most fun things I've done in a while.
And looking ahead, Connery, the final round is coming in a couple of weeks' time. We already have one of the championships for sure decided. What are your predictions for that one?
Well, you're asking the person that's one of the most least experienced in this series any predictions for the final race. But
you're the second most experienced commentator here. Deal with it.
I don't broadcast the VLN though. Anyway, well, we'll have all of the big players back because there won't be any clashes with Petit Le Mans, so we'll have a bumper-sized field yet again. It was 43 cars in this race, and we have a limit of 60 cars, so this track can get a lot busier than it was, and especially the MX-5 field can get very, very busy on the first couple of laps with the very long back straight. But in terms of predictions, I think if Sinkowski races, he's probably going to take the race win in his class. Team RSO, they've shown today that they definitely have an extreme amount of pace, but if they'll still have that once the big teams start returning for the final race, that remains to be seen. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on that.
Well, I definitely agree. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in a couple weeks' time for the final round of the championship. But that is going to do it for us here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Huge thanks to everyone who makes this series possible. Huge thanks to my co-commentators, to Connery Maddock, Nolan Scott, and Gary Weaver for stepping in today, and hope you enjoyed my first taste of doing some production and commentary work with one of these big endurance racing. And of course, shout out to Istvan Balo, Andres Werner, Simon Grossman, and Nick Kitson for everything they do. If you're not done watching sim racing broadcasting just yet on RaceSpot TV or iRacing Live, you're in luck, because there's still a handful of hours left in the Petit Le Mans, top split being broadcast, and there are, of course, a variety of people that are broadcasting their split on the iRacing service. But for everyone at RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.